The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Dreams are coming true on and off the board at the American Cup in St. Louis. Colin Graham with the Make-A-Wish Foundation's dream was to meet and watch the best chess players in the country, and they were honored to oblige. Begim Tokarjanova was unstoppable, winning back-to-back games to face Nazi Pakidze for the right to challenge the women's champion. Levon Aronian emerged from a fierce playoff with Fabiano Caruana and will battle Leinier Dominguez in a rumble for redemption. Champs will be chosen. Who will reign supreme? Day 6 of incredible chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to Day 6 of the 2023 American Cup, held at the St. Louis Chess Club. We start today in the Q Boutique store. If you are looking for any chess-themed merchandise, well, this is the place to shop for it. Well, we have a fantastic event so far. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser and Jovi.
We welcome you to St. Louis, Missouri, the capital of chess in America. This is Day 6 of the 2023 American Cup from the St. Louis Chess Club. Hello and a warm welcome from the St. Louis Chess Club studio. I'm International Master Jovanka Houska, and it's been a great pleasure to be calling all the exciting action alongside the one and only Grandmaster Yasser Seirawan.
Well, thank you, Jovi. My goodness, yesterday, wow. No, hyperbole aside, it's no exaggeration to say that was one of the greatest matches I've ever called in my life. I, of course, refer to the Levon versus Fabi match. It was amazing, as our defending champion was unceremoniously booted out of the tournament in Armageddon. It was fantastic, a match for the ages. Whew, I'm still in recovery. Jovi, tell our audience where we stand in the ladies bracket.
Yeah, definitely. We had an exciting day yesterday, but in the champions bracket, that was just a prelude to all the action that's happening today. It is number 1, Irina Krush against a 13-year-old Alice Lee, who's number 2. Today, this match will be decided, and we'll find out who is going to drop down to the elimination bracket.
Speaking of which, what happened in the elimination bracket?
Speaking of which, it was a rather smooth passage for Nazi Pakidze and Begim Tokarjanova. Both of those just absolutely kind of swept past their opponents, I have to say.
In the rapid chess and in the open champions bracket.
In the champions bracket, again, we have what a lineup. You know, it's been such a great tournament so far, but it's Hikaru, Nakamura, Wesley, so then these guys know how to equalize, and they played a very safe draw. But again, this match will be decided today.
And in the elimination bracket is where all the excitement that I just referred to came from.
Yeah, this is where the cool kids hang out.
Right?
After that momentous clash between Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian, Levon Aronian was victorious, and he in turn will now face off against Leinier Dominguez, who, remember, knocked him down into the elimination bracket in the first round.
Absolutely. And to remind our viewers, our format.
Yes, it is a 2-8-player double elimination bracket tournament, no draw offers allowed, and the tournament has kind of separated into two. In the champions bracket, it's a very sedate, very refined, classical time control, 90 minutes plus 30-second increment.
Right.
In the elimination bracket, it's a bit more scrappy as we go into 2 rapid games, 25 minutes plus 10-second increment.
And our schedule for today.
Yeah, and we're going to have a lot of chess, because today is the day where we're going to see players from the elimination leave the competition, and we'll have players from the championship bracket. They play one game, and then if the match is tied, then we're on to tie breaks and playoffs, maybe even Armageddon.
Right.
And in the elimination, well, everything to play for.
Indeed. And here is our schedule for today and for tomorrow. But Cristian, it's wonderful to have you in studio. The players who are still in the event are extraordinarily accomplished. Tell us about them.
Absolutely. Good to see you guys. Great to be back for day 6. And what a fantastic back and forth highlight match of the day we had yesterday between the defending champion Fabiano Caruana and Levon Aronian. But to my eyes, the highlight of today's matches is who's going to make it to the grand finals. And we have 4 competitors vying for those 2 spots in the grand final. And let's start with the ladies section. We have a huge match between Grandmaster Irina Krush and Alice Lee. And as we can see, the only Grandmaster in the United States is in this competition in the ladies section. That is Grandmaster Irina Krush, only female Grandmaster in the United States, 2-time US champion when Alice Lee was born. In 1998, she won her first US Chess Championship, and she is an 8-time US Women's Chess. That is just unbelievable. But she is facing an incredible competitor, and that is, of course, the prodigy, the 13 years of age, born in 2009, FIDE Master Alice Lee. She became the US expert at the tender age of 8, US Chess National Master at age 10, and she is the 3-time World Youth Chess Champion. Just an incredible career highlight already at only 13 years of age. And take a look at their head-to-head. I have to say, Irina has been dominant so far in their direct matchup. No wins for Alice Lee, 2 losses and 4 draws. We've seen yesterday one of those draws, and I have to say, Alice Lee really impressed me, not necessarily with her opening choice and opening preparation, but with her middle game understanding, and this is what I'm looking at for today's match. Let's take a look at the champions bracket in the open section. Who are the 2 competitors? Of course, I'm talking one of them is Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, the rating favorite going into this event. She is 35 years young. He earned his Grandmaster title at the age 15, 5-time US chess champion, and he is going into this competition the top-rated US player, and he will be facing one Wesley. So this guy is so difficult to beat. He almost feels like he never loses in classical chess, and yesterday with the black pieces neutralized quite easily Hikaru Nakamura. He's the 2019 Fischer Random World Champion, 3-time US Chess Champion, 2-time World Championship candidate. It's so difficult to make it to those candidates, and he is the current World Global Chess Champion as well as the 2021 Grand Chess Tour Champion. What an incredible career highlight this guy has. And take a look at their lifetime head-to-head. In classical matchup, I have to say, I feel Wesley So has quite a significant upper hand. 4 wins, 1 loss, and 20 draws. In the rapid matchup, and perhaps we will be seeing some rapid games today between these 2 gladiators, 13 wins, 21 losses, and 59 draws. Guys, we have some amazing chess coming your way, and we will be calling all the action from St. Louis.
Yes, we do. Incredibly accomplished players. Yesterday was actually a very special day for us. Colin Graham from the Make-A-Wish Foundation, he's battling cancer. He had made a wish to come to St. Louis, visit the chess club, and meet all of his chess heroes, including Hikaru Nakamura, the streamer who got him started. And yesterday we all came out for a dinner together and honored Colin and his family, and on his right, his best friend Leo also came with him, also a chess player. Leo describes himself as a scrappy 1000. He can throw the patties. But for us, he honored us greatly with his lifetime wish, because we always associate it with football and basketball and baseball or Hollywood stars. Never to meet the chess nerds. So this was great.
Oh,
we were all,
yeah.
Everybody came out. It was really great.
It was very humbling experience, very beautiful, nice. I have to say.
And the players are playing really, really hard because they're playing for a lot of money, Jovi.
There is a lot at stake.
Well, let us know. Break it down.
You can see in the open section, first prize is a staggering $50,000, second $35,000, and third place $25,000. And take a look at all those kind of other prizes, as well as the champion bracket bonus, 10,000.
Nice, and break it down for the ladies.
And for the women's section, we have first prize of $25,000, second place $18,000, third $10,000, and once again, you do get a champion bracket bonus, $5,000. Look at that total prize fund, $100,000. It's incredible.
Very, very handsome. Thank you, St. Louis. Thank you, Rex and Jeannie. Thank you, Chess Club. As we get ready for the start, Colin is going to be making the opening first move, the honorable ceremonial opening first move, that is. He'll be doing it on the Wesley So Hikaru Nakamura table.
Yeah.
What do we expect in that one, guys? Do we expect an aggressive Wesley? Maybe open up with E4.
G4.
Try to...
G4.
Okay.
Which one? C4.
G4. G4.
You know what
G4. Come on, Colin. Come on.
G4
Get us started.
If Hikaru plays the Kalashnikov again, because I guarantee Wesley did indeed watch the broadcast in
He's gone for D4.
D4.
Okay.
Oh, that's way too conventional. Oh, come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
Is that a good move? Let's
Yeah,
see what
G4
Wesley says.
Well,
G4 would have been
it's not the move
electrifying.
that secures a quick draw.
No, not the E4 Berlin quick draws.
Because, you know, I'm going to kind of put my neck out and say, I believe that these two
He
will
took it
leave
back.
all the fireworks for the play.
Oh no, he is playing D4.
He
Okay.
is playing D4.
Yeah,
It is the same move. And,
By the way, you saw that smile that Colin was wearing after he walked away? He wore that all last night at the pizza party. He was so excited to be with all of his chess heroes. C4. Now, we've been seeing Wesley playing the classical knight C3, queen C2, Nimzo Indians. He had an advantage against Fabi. He won a pawn, but somehow didn't really press. Is that what you would expect today, Christian?
Yes, I do believe we're going to see a very similar line to that one, knight to c3, bishop to b4, queen to c2. These players have, in fact, played that specific variation quite a few times in their careers, and usually it ends up in a draw. They both know their theory, and their opening preparation is just immaculate. So it's very, very difficult to create any separation. My prediction is that we're going to see a draw, and then we're going to move on into the tie breaks, into the playoff scenario.
Maybe we'll see another highlight reel like we did.
I think we will. I think we will.
Yesterday.
I think we will. I think it's going to go all the way to Armageddon.
Yeah.
I mean, I really do think, because these two guys, I mean, they're so evenly matched. They're so well versed with each other's playing styles.
Right.
And I mean, Hikaru himself has said, you know, basically, when he's playing Wesley, he knows he shouldn't do anything too special.
Yes,
he just
exactly.
needs to play chess.
Arena and Alice are playing classical chess, just as Wesley and Hikaru are playing classical chess. But as we talk, two rapid games are going on right now, and they're going to provide us the action. So let's go to the rapid games, and let's start with...
Can we start with the ladies?
yes, we can. Begum versus Knight.
Exactly, because, I mean, Knight F3, I mean, it's just to go rewind to the opening.
Right.
We saw a Dutch. Anyone who's ever followed my commentary knows that I'm very scathing about this opening.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. The Leningrad Dutch, a city that no longer exists. I mean, and we haven't turned it to the St. Petersburg Dutch. But the Leningrad Dutch, the idea over the conventional Dutch variation is the bishop is fianchettoed. Now, this is actually a favorite of Hikaru Nakamura. Hikaru, one of the top players who have regularly essayed the system. But are you as scathing as your critic? Oh, Christian, we'll come to him in just a second. Are you as scathing as against the Leningrad as you are against the regular Dutch?
You know, I think that this is the best one. I mean, the funny thing is that
Yes.
as soon as like I stuck my opinion out there
Yes.
into the universe promptly punished me like on multiple occasions and change your mind. But I've been kind of, I feel like it's such an aggressive opening, and of course, you know, carries a lot of risks. I found the best recipe for dealing with these type of positions as white is basically to prevent black from going e7, e5.
Okay.
And so here I would, like, in a heartbeat,
D4.
play d4.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And just as you said, black's strategy actually is to play the move e5, and the move queen e8 is the most popular move in response as black tries to reinforce. Then how are you going to stop black from getting, oops, excuse me, not that way.
Not that way, no.
You can stop it. It is not a good idea. Got it.
No.
How do you handle
Normally with pushing the pawn one square forward
d5.
to d5.
So you're basically saying, if you try to play the move e5, I'm willing to make an en passant in that particular case. Okay. Well, I mean, he's back, and he's going to have to defend Begum's... did Begum prepare for this? Oops. Okay. Still, he's getting set up with his situation. I apologize. Christian?
No, Begum did not prepare for this. I can tell you for sure. Look, I'll give you some inside information because nothing else can happen right now. This information cannot be used against her, at least. Right. But yes, we didn't look at this one. We did look previously for different opponents at this particular case, and I'm not 100% sure which one she's going to choose. D4 is one of the options, but you can also start with D3 because you haven't started with D4, you started with knight F3, so you get this extra option of keeping the pawn to D3. That would mean that white is going to take a completely different approach to the position. Not D4 and D5, but rather a more timid approach in the center and on the king side. Wait for a black's advancement and play D3 and counter shot on the queen side with the move B4, B5. Try to take as much space on that side as possible. Those are the two options that white has. We'll see which one she chooses. And she did choose the move D3, which I sort of expected.
Yeah, that's keeping it in the channels of the English. And let's go to the tiebreak that's going on between Leinier and Levon. Let's go to the very start and see how they got here. Well, not surprisingly, Leinier sticking to his guns with the Russian or Petrov defense. Yeah. Bishop D3. Again, an early twist, just because white is not getting the pluses that he's hoping for against the Petrov and the conventional lines. Whoa, interesting pawn sacrifice. 2 bishops. Is it really worth the pawn, though?
It's actually been
this
played
is standard.
before.
Wow.
This is standard, yeah. I mean, it's been played. I can see Fabiano has essayed this out against Jose Martinez.
Okay.
And that probably was a title Tuesday game.
Yes.
But yes, it has been played a few times in rapid chess, not so much in classical. So definitely a weapon specially designed for rapid time formats. Okay,
break it down for us, Christian. First of all, how does the engine?
The engine is saying that the position is still very, very balanced. In fact, 0, 0, 0, 0.
Really?
Yes, yes.
The extra pawn completely outweighed by the 2 bishops.
The light square bishop, in particular, on the long diagonal is so powerful, and it doesn't seem like you have a clear way to stop it. You're going to try to put a knight on, and this is what we're seeing from black. Knight to d4, open up the long diagonal. This is the main source of counter chances in the position of compensation. You're going to try to stop the action of this bishop with the move knight to e4, but whenever you do that, I'm going to be able to start expanding. Play the move f5. I'm going to use brute force to open up that long diagonal, which does seem to give black enough compensation. At the same time, white is a pawn up. White has a beautiful structure, no weaknesses. So the onus is still on black to prove the compensation for the next few moves. And if I manage to exchange a pair of rooks, maybe these knights go off the board, who knows? As the closer I get to the endgame without any weaknesses, any structural weaknesses in my position, the better my chances are as white to make use of my extra pawn. Well, and this is exactly what we're seeing. Take on d4, cd4. Now there's a weakness, the pawn on c2. This is what I'm looking at. Knight to e4, by the way, was a novelty, which
looked very standard
very
to me.
natural. Yes.
Yeah, very natural. So all of these moves, knight d4, knight takes d4, see, knight e4 looks very standard. And after a move, for example, like queen d5, as you say, you know, you want to use this long diagonal. Now you're threatening the move f7, f5. Probably going to play f2, f3, and again,
it seems like I have to. Yes.
yeah, and now you can, as you say, you know, concentrate your energy against the c2 pawn by maybe doubling up.
He played rook c8, keeping this queen
No
to
queen
d5,
d5, just rook c8 at once. Yeah.
keeping it in his pocket. Yes. for the
Okay.
moment.
Yeah.
I was going to ask the question, you know, since you guys have been like fixated on the c2 pawn and saying weakness, weakness, I mean, is it possible for white to kind of get rid of it, for instance? Okay, what I'm trying to think of is I'm trying to get a c4 bishop on the
Exactly,
board,
yeah,
but it's
yeah.
not, it is possible.
So
Oh, it definitely is.
so-
yeah.
so
yeah, but the problem
c4
is that you can take it, and after I can just see, I can read what Yasser's going.
Yeah, well,
If
if
you
you
take
do
with the
take with the
pawn-
pawn, I am thinking about taking here and taking on c3. Yes.
But let's look at that, because it's
Okay.
not that clear, right?
Okay.
Ah, you have a saving grace. So you take, I take back with the pawn.
Well, you also
Excuse
mentioned
me, with the
f5. I mean, I may want to conserve the two bishops for. I mean, after all, only the knight defends the pawn. So if I get rid of the knight, I can.
But you-
pardon
Do I
me.
have
Yeah.
the move queen to b3?
No, you don't, because of bishop d5.
And then
but then
c4?
c4.
It's some sort of a long line, because you take on e4 and then my bishop hangs, but I do have d6 at the end. I think everything just, in fact, simplifies. And look at Leinier wearing that nice, shiny leather jacket. He really
I'm
does
telling
that.
you, it's the new branding, bikers club.
But he also showed us how superstitious
He is.
chess players are.
That's right.
Because you know when when you I think grilled him
Yeah.
and said, "Hey, nice snazzy new
jacket."
jacket," he said, "Oh yeah, you know, I'm going to stick with it."
Oh, exactly.
dear.
Brought him luck yesterday. Okay, we got actually no c4 by Levon. After the move rook c8, Levon voluntarily brought his knight back, and I like this move because I think that a nicer setup for white is to play a4 and knight c4. The knight on e4 was always vulnerable to an f7, f5. Furthermore, the knight on e4 actually blocked or obscured the view of the rook. So I like this move, knight d2. And I'm beginning to warm up to why the engine was kind of dismissive of the pawn. As long as that rook on c8 does keep you cramped, tied down to the pawn on c2, there's definitely play.
Yeah.
And I wanted to just quickly take a look at Arena Crush versus Alice Lee. Number 1 seed versus number 2 seed. Bishop to g5, h6. The players are pretty much getting their prep on the board. See, a3. a3.
A3 is.
That's a little bit surprising.
It
for
is a
me.
bit surprising. I mean, because I've
There's-
always played this type of position with e3.
Exactly.
Maybe put a rook on c1.
Exactly. e3, rook c1. I think e3 by far is the most conventional. C takes d5, some adherents like that, but a3, bishop takes c3, b takes c3, castles, e3, and we're up to date. Queen g6, I know, is a move that you like to play because you stop the easy development of the bishop and just you remind white, it's not all fun and games. And let me just, again, go to this time. Again, these two players, Alice and Wesley, are playing classical chess. The elimination group are playing rapid chess. And we do have this queen c2, Nimzo, castles, e4,
Yeah.
d5,
Very
e5.
sharp line.
Knight f3, and boy, this is where you have to really know your stuff.
Yes.
I mean, the preparation here is really intense. I'm most familiar with the move c7, c5, trying to break in the center as quickly as possible. We'll keep an eye on what looks like to be a theoretical desperately difficult battle, d2, d3, with Begum. I remember I was like the 20-year-old prodigy, not the 19-year-old prodigy, and Grandmaster Anatoly Lein complained that I had gotten publicity as being a talent. And I played these positions as white. And I would play the move rook b1, b4, and b5, and oftentimes win a lot of games on the long diagonal. And Anatoly Lein cursed me with, I don't understand. Why do they call him a talent? All he does is play rook b1, b4, b5, and he wins. I mean, what's so talented about that? D2, d3, is this the English line, something that Begum really likes?
Well, I'm not sure if she likes it, but we did look at it and we did train and we did understand more or less what the plans are for both sides. Black played the move h6. I think this is the last move that we currently
E5,
have on the board. And
E3.
It's, yes, keep
Rook
going, yeah.
A3, and there you go with the b4 action.
B4, yes,
H7,
and now
H-
h6 is the
Right.
last move that we have on the board, and it makes a lot of sense. White has a lot of space on the queen side. Black will have to counteract on the king side, and this is exactly what she's doing. She plays h6, follow it with g5, get the knight that went all the way from a b8 probably to g6. That's the final square, and at the right moment, you're going to have to break. You're going to have to go f4 or g4 and h5, h4. You will have to find a way to break. Mm-hmm. In response to that, White is going to try to attack on the queen side. And is b5 on the board?
Yes,
Is that an
sorry.
updated board right now?
No,
I
it is-
believe
it
it
is.
might be, yes.
Yes, h7, h6, b4, b5 on the board, expecting, just as you prescribed, Christian.
G5. I mean, she
G5.
has to play g5. Yes.
And in fact, through different move orders, we've actually transposed back into the database. That's very, very common to do that. And these are the types of positions where I would continue with my queenside expansion with moves like c4, c5.
I'm in fact surprised that she hasn't played g5 yet. She just played h6. It only makes sense to continue with g5.
Funnily enough, there is an argument to be made to play for the move f4 like you do in Grand Prix attacks, and sometimes as a prelude to playing the move f5, f4. There are reasons why you may not want to play the move g5, but more or less with great certainty, you do want to play f4 as black.
So most likely, since I know that you're going to play f4, and I know that most likely...
I've also set up
right,
a little
so let's go
trick.
queen b3. We have
Yeah,
to
I was
defend that
about to
knight.
say, I also set up a little trick with queen b3. Now, exactly
Wait a
here.
minute.
Yeah, what?
Did we see
She's played bishop e6.
bishop to e6? Okay, that softens up the b7 square. So now
That's a
maybe I can
surprise move.
start looking at ideas of knight to d2 later on.
Bishop to e6 is on the board, not the move g5. I had a question for you, Jovi. So you got
Yeah.
this situation. The last move, queen b3, is more or less a pretty obvious threat.
Yeah,
That,
my king would
and you-
skedaddle out of there as quickly as possible.
and that was the question. h7 or h8?
H7, H8.
These are
H8.
impossible questions, yes, sir.
Yeah.
No,
They
because
truly
there's
are
a rule
impossible
of thumb.
questions.
h8. Why?
Because you know, we're anticipating the future. We want to be going f4.
Yes.
And the Bent Larsen rule is simply do not put your king on an open diagonal.
Okay, but wouldn't you say the diagonal in this
There's
case
the
is
bishop
open?
there. There's a friend in need
There's a
to
friend.
help.
Okay, so the conventional rule that I learned from the Soviets at the time, the Russian school, if you will, is you put your king on the color opposite to the queen. So in this case, since the queen is on a light square, you don't go king h7. You go king h8. You intuited correctly, but they actually have that rule,
So wait one second.
a middle game rule.
It's a middle game rule.
Middle-
so you should
yeah.
put your king on the same color,
On the opposite color to
opposite-
the white queen.
the opposite color to the white queen.
That's right.
Okay.
Intriguing.
I didn't know this rule.
Me either. I mean, I
Golden
was
rule
like
number-
19 years old when I learned it. I had to
I
go to the
was-
Soviet Union
I
to
really-
find it out.
Well, we learnt it right here.
You
right
never
now.
know what you're going to learn
No.
on the chess shows if you pay attention. But none of this happened because we had bishop e6, and you felt, Christian, that that was actually making b7.
Definitely not a mistake.
Not a
Okay.
mistake.
That's another plan that Black has at her disposal to try to play for d5 and strike in the center.
Okay.
And I think this is what she's aiming with this move, bishop to e6. Knight to d2 makes a lot of sense,
Yes.
right? Open
That's
up.
what's
Look,
big in play.
consequences. Always ask yourself, what is the consequence of my opponent's last move? Bishop to e6 softens up the b7 square, so why
Right.
not attack it, right? And knight to d2 makes a lot of sense in the future anyway,
Right.
because all this avalanche of pawns coming your way, that knight is going to get under the rest. So knight d2 makes a lot of sense, still a very balanced middle game position in this one.
Okay.
This was what I was going to ask you, because I'm not sure that many players at home would have been playing like bishop e6.
Right.
I think most people, I think, would 7 times out of 10 would probably go g5. And to my eyes, that attack is frightfully scary.
Yes.
Because you can just see it. You know, the queen is going to put herself on e8 and will come to h5, f4, and it feels like there's one person enjoying the game and an eight player with the white pieces.
I've been clobbered a number of times. People have checkmated my king on the king side. I've won a number of games on the queen side as well. But you're absolutely right. 9 out of 10 dentists who get this position do recommend g5, knight g6,
Yeah.
and f4. And the fact that the bishop on c8 is actually a pretty good business, because knight d2 is almost always in white's scheme and opening up this bishop. So keeping the bishop on e6 really does have a lot to be said for it.
So since you're an expert, Yasser,
Yes,
in this type of position, especially with the white pieces,
Right.
what is the right plan after this move c6? How are you going to continue trying to break through Black's position
Okay.
on the queen
Yeah,
side?
okay. You have to do it in a particular move order. In this particular case, if you do play c6, I'm almost always capturing.
Well, let's look at the
First-
position that we have in the game.
Okay.
So bishop e6, knight d2, and c6.
Exactly.
How do you continue now?
And yeah, this is kind of helpful. If she had done it a move later, c6 takes. In this case, because the knight is still on f3, I do have this move c5 as
yes.
a way of softening things up in Black's camp. So by including bishop e6, knight d2, c7, c6 now, and we're up to date with the players. We get something like captures. I don't have the move c5 as I did before, because you could just bypass me, and I don't have knight takes e5. Here in this particular position, I probably play something conventional, like queen c2, waiting for a moment when you might play c5 so that I could quickly try to d5, pardon me, so I could quickly try to jump to the c5 square. At the moment, I think the position's rather balanced. I don't.
She played queen b3, so she didn't take
Queen
on c6.
b3?
She played directly queen to b3.
Okay, queen b3, fair. The reason why it might be a little bit, no, I guess it's okay. Knight d7, looking to play knight c5 could potentially
it's
be
on the
met
board.
by bishop a3.
Bishop a3, knight c5. How is that change in the structure? Who this one favors? is
Well, the
question.
double pawns. Again, I'm thinking I'm going to drop back with my queen and just defend the pawn.
Can you not just jump in to a4?
I didn't like the looks of this.
Ooh.
I didn't like the looks
You
of
have
this.
to retreat.
Yeah, queen a5 might, like chill you out, Not so enthusiastic anymore, are we? Yeah, but I kind of felt the queen actually belonged on c2 rather than b3. Knight d7 looks like a pretty decent move by Nagy. Let me go back to the other game between Levon and Leinier. Again, they are playing rapids. And let me do a quick refresh. Yeah, we do have, oh, not that many moves. After knight d2, rook e8. Leinier is such a classical player. Bring the pieces into the center. f3, h6, bishop g3. Okay, that move I find a little bit surprising. I thought it was time to play a4 and prepare a roost or a nest, an outpost on c4. Bishop to g3. That move looks strange to my eyes. The reason I say it looks a little strange is bishop g5, bishop e3.
But you can still continue with your plan.
Can I? Knight c4?
Yeah, knight c4 and then...
Munch, munch. I guess b5, I do have knight d6, right?
Yeah.
Whew.
But that's still something to... No, because the bishop in b7 is hanging, so...
Yeah, we're looking at bishop check and rook takes c2 kind of things. I guess so, okay. Bishop g5 can and should be met by knight c4. I'm beginning to feel like black is more than okay, though, because those bishops, and again, my extra pawn on c2. I'm with you, Jovi. If the extra pawn was on c4, I'd be more inclined to favor white.
And I'm also wondering, but then he's just played bishop g3.
Yes.
Because I mean, I
thought
had
the
in
bishop
mind
was okay.
I thought the bishop was okay on f4. I thought
Right.
it might be going to e5.
Even.
Yeah,
Even.
you know.
Yeah, well, on a good day,
I'm
you
learning.
could,
You know,
right?
put your knight on f3. Take the pawn.
Take the pawn. Chess is an easy game, right? I mean, take the pawn. Bishop g3. Okay, we'll keep an eye on this one. But Cristian,
One thing that concerns me
yeah.
about this position is Leinier's time expenditure right now.
13 minutes.
He's on only 13 minutes, and it seems like Levon is speeding up the process. 18 minutes on his clock, so he's building up a very nice differential. I understand bishop g3. It makes some sense because you do want to attack and target that pawn on d4, right? It seems a bit lonely. It doesn't have a body next to him defending it on c5, from c5 or from e5. So bishop f2 makes a lot of sense. It's also close to the king, defends the king quite nicely.
Okay.
And what was the weakness that you just created when you played the move f3? The square e3. From f2, I will be able to both defend my king and defend that square e3, as well as attack the pawn on d4. So it's a slow game so far. And I think this is where Levon seems to be excelling, I have to say, in this competition.
I once had a game versus Anatoly Karpov where I literally didn't know what to do. And I purposely made a weakness so that I could defend the weakness. So I played the move f3, making the square e3 work weak. So I now had a plan of defending my weak square. Genius! It was great.
Seize the defensive.
Yes, seizing the defensive. So f3 makes a weakness which you now can defend from the f2 square. Clever.
But you know, the rule that I have,
Okay.
although
There are more rules.
More rules that I have, you know, when you're struggling for a plan, first of all, just improve the worst place piece.
Correct.
And then secondly, you know, if the position is wild and the center is relatively stable, push h4.
h4 expansion.
H4. When in doubt,
Well, that's, first of all, I like the first rule. Look to improve your worst place piece. And that was where the conventional move for me would have been the move a4. In my mind, my worst place piece is the knight on d2. I would love to place it on c4 without facing the consequence of the immediate boot. Get out of here, b5. So a4, put the knight on c4, then look to play h4 thereafter. But yeah, improve your worst place piece.
So guys, I want to ask you a question. Now, we see Levon, and maybe we can check the bird's eye view as well. We see Levon walking around in a rapid game with only 18 minutes on his clock. He's letting his opponent stew in his thought. What do you guys usually do whenever your opponent is getting lower on the clock, down to his or her last 5-10 minutes, and you're in a rapid game? in general, my coaches, what they told me is to sit at the board and try to calculate on your opponent's time. What do you guys usually prefer?
I'm with your coach 100%. And I can't recall, literally in my rapid games and or blitz games, ever getting up from the board.
Me neither.
I'm
Yes.
like, there's not enough time to walk around. And I always fear that if I do walk around, I'm going to bump into something interesting. Like, what happens if I'm walking around and one of the most spectacular games ever played is suddenly in front of you? You're going to stop and you're going to start calculating, right?
Yeah.
I don't want to be distracted by anything.
I see where you're coming from.
Right.
But I'm actually team Levon on this one.
Get up.
Get up, yeah.
Walk around.
And the reason why I do this, I mean, I think Levon is entitled to do this because of his clock time, 18
Sure.
minutes.
Yep.
So like the kind of adrenaline hasn't settled in.
Right.
But also there's a lot of nervous energy.
Sure.
And I often find that if I'm stewing at the board thinking about what my opponent is going to do, I get so into the thing that I kind of missed the whole wood for the trees. I mean, I miss so many things, and
Okay.
I actually should just take a breather, just walk, and therefore release the energy, release the emotions, and
Tension,
just kind of talk to myself a little bit, and then I can come in and see it afresh.
Wow.
Oh, he's not. Oh, he needs to get back down there sharpish.
Yeah. Well, there he returned. But I like the other, or what Christian's coach said. Really do your best to calculate fantastical variations, fantasy variation. Calculate, because after all, it is your opponent thinking. So in this position, what I would be trying to do while Leinier is thinking is to try to guess this move. What would I do if he played bishop b4? What would I do if he played bishop f8? Oh, pardon me, I think it's bishop g3, yes?
Yeah.
What would I do if he played bishop b4? What would I do if he played bishop f8? If he played b5, would I be ready to play a4 al tempo? So I'm starting to guess all the moves and my immediate counter. What would I do if he played queen d5? And sometimes it turns out that I guess not just correctly once, twice, thrice, but a lot.
Yeah.
So my opponent plays this move, queen d5. I instantly respond with a move that I'm ready for. And it kind of shakes up my opponent a little, right? So like for example, let's say in this position, just a moment, I say my opponent's going to make, and I always think of my opponent playing a really stupid move. Like I'm playing an idiot. So my opponent's going to play a stupid move. So what's a stupid move? I go queen d5. Well, why is that a stupid move? Because I got this rook on e1 that's doing nothing.
Yeah.
And you're allowing me to go with the tempo. So I go rook e5, right? Like, yeah,
Yes.
and like, what's another stupid move? And I go, okay, well, let's say he goes queen c6, and I'd be ready for another really great response. And that gave me confidence.
Interesting.
I built myself up like, he did play a stupid move. Oh my God, he played another.
Yeah.
And
No,
so-
this is very interesting because I was reading a book.
Yep.
It was actually
good
written,
start.
A good start
To a great story.
It is. I'm also a great story. It's actually a book written by Philip Hurtado and Michael Adams, and they start talking about the way that the grandmasters in the series of tests, it's a test book, and how they approach the test puzzles. And actually, so say for instance, queen d5, rook
Right.
e5. That was the first instinct. What
Right.
they are looking for is why is rook e5 a bad move?
Okay.
And they immediately go into this kind of like negative thing. What could be wrong with this move? And they look at ways to refute it. If there's no refutation, then they're like, hello,
Hey.
let's play the move.
Right.
Let's do it.
So they're looking for the, bad side, the dark side
Yeah, the
of the
dark
moves
side.
first.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you can't
If you can't do it,
find the dark
then
reason.
And your move fits in with a kind of positive framework of it, improving the pieces or having a plan or something, then they're like, okay, I will play it.
Let's go for it.
Yeah.
Is this move Queen D5 by Leinier, Christian, good or bad?
It's a perfectly playable move.
Is it? And it does not encourage the move Rook E5?
I don't think it was. But right now I'm looking at a
Please,
completely different game.
Oh.
Because
You've got
things-
Bingham on your...
things are really exploding in this
Okay,
one.
well, let's do it.
Take a look at what happened in this one. So we've seen knight to a4, keeping these two pawns on the board, the b5 and the b7 pawns on the board. What's the reason for that? You remember, queen to a5 was a big problem, right? The problem with queen to a5 attacking both knights right now is that this pawn on b5 is still here. And that cancels your defense of the pawn on c5.
Gotcha.
Knight takes c5 would just be winning for white. You can take on d2, I take on e6, and that's going to give me a winning position. So you cannot defend the pawn on c5 with the move queen to a5. She played the move queen to d6. Take a look at this. Rook fd1. And now we have the move rook to a5.
Wow.
A very enterprising move by Nazi Paikidze. And after b takes e6, this is the idea behind it. You don't recapture back on c6. You go b5. Take a look at this.
Double-edged.
So you cannot take with the queen because obviously the queen... well, actually, you can take with the queen. And that's the best move in the position, sacrificing the queen. Excuse me for that. You can take with the pawn, but that's going to lose the queen. But you can take with the queen, sacrifice it, and create these two passers.
Whoa.
This is wild. If she goes for this queen sacrifice for only a rook, well, that's not a lot, but I do have these powerful pawns, and b6 is coming, b7 is coming. Big, big moment right now after this move b5. You don't want to go backwards.
Why not?
Because of b4. You don't have knight to b5 because of rook takes b5, and that's a big, big problem in the position. Where do you put the knight? If you go to e2, then I have rook a3 coming. The pawn on d3 will be hanging. I don't have any weaknesses anymore in the position as black. We remember the pawn on b7 was a bit of a backwards pawn in the position, and that was the weakness. No more with the pawn on b4, supporting the avalanche of black's pieces on the queen side. So, critical moment. Queen takes b5 is a very enterprising move that could pretty much set the board on fire.
I was going to say...
Would you do it? Would you do it,
Well,
JB?
the first move I would be calculating is actually the natural
So knight
alternative,
C3.
knight c3. And if I saw that after b4, knight d5 is not necessarily working, then I'm like, uh-oh.
You have to go for it,
I have to go for it then. And that means...
Yeah, you're thinking that knight d5, knight takes
and
c6.
this looks
you
terrible
feel like,
actually for
yeah,
white. Because,
you feel like
take a
you're
look at
kind
black's
of a...
b-pawn is protected.
Yeah,
so I would say, like, okay, rewind, this doesn't work. So therefore, let's...
I'm not sure it's necessarily a dead end. I mean, for example, rook a1, rook a8, rook takes.
No, she retreated.
Rook takes, and I'm going to go queen c2 and knight b3. I don't necessarily think it's a dead end for white, but on the other hand,
But you're on the back foot.
my question is do I really think the compensation is great? Now, I do have a pawn and a rook, but I have two awesome-looking passers, and I do have knight c4, so I would definitely be calculating something here. And then eventually I realize I can't calculate this to a finish. I can only go on my intuition, and my intuition says, I think it's playable.
The way that I once
Yes,
had
please.
a very similar situation where I had to give up the queen for some minor pieces. And the way that I found it really handy to judge that kind of position was to look at the harmony of your pieces.
True.
And, if they
That
are
is-
all working really well, so for instance here,
Yeah, the white's pieces are in great harmony,
Yeah.
yes. This bishop, this rook,
you want them to
these
fire
knights,
together.
yeah, these pawns. Having said all of this, what was the engine's valuation, Christian?
0-0.
Yes.
Who invited him anyway?
Of course, 0-0.
Nice,
yes.
0-0.
And this was the critical move, I think.
Yes.
And I'm sure she would have, Nazi that is, she would have spotted it. After queen b5, rook b5, c takes b5, you do want to play with the white pieces, knight to c4.
Right.
Let's
Yeah.
make a bad move. Rook
Right.
to b8, knight to c4, bishop takes c4, d takes c4. if you get this complex of pawns and
Yes.
the invasion coming on the d file with the rook coming to d7, this is just pretty much game over. I'm going to go c7, b6, b7, I'm going to get a queen.
Beautiful.
But the problem is you can stop that. As black with the move rook fd8. Now knight c4, I will take, and after queen takes d1, it is black who is winning this position. So after rook to d8, you have to make this type of timid moves. Rook b to c1 to stay in the game. It's not looking as easy, especially from afar, especially with little time on the clock, which is happening right now for Begim. So she decided to take, I wouldn't call it necessarily practical, but with so little time on the clock and not being able to assess the position clearly, she decided to go for this knight to b2, which allows b4, rook to a1, rook fa8, and there's going to be an invasion on the a file. Rook to a3 is coming. This pawn on d3 is going to be a weakness. You have to get ready for that. And how do you get ready for that? Probably take, and then queen drops back to c2, get this knight to b3 and try to just like stay there like this. It's not an easy position for white. I have to say, black, Nazi Paikidze right now has a golden opportunity to potentially strike early on and get the early lead in this matchup.
But I couldn't agree with you more, but I'm looking at that knight on b2 and I'm saying, oh my gosh, that knight is not an all-star. And yet, a moment ago, we were looking at the positions after knight c3, b4, knight to d5. In this case, I would say, yes, you've got a protected pass pawn. Yes, I like your position, but at least the knight on d5 is lording in the middle of the board as opposed to shivering and quaking on the b2 square, which is the current position. And I'm just stunned that Begim would have played the knight to b2 and not having the knight on the centralized d5 square.
Absolutely, yes.
That's
and
not
that's a very nice assessment of what's happening right now. The knight on d5 would have given white a lot more compensation, strategical compensation, because of such a strong presence in the center.
Whoops.
Knight on b2, not looking good.
Naji is definitely enjoying her position.
Can I quickly
Please.
ask you, before things get really wild in the rapid games, I would
Yeah.
like to kind of visit Wesley So against Hikaru Nakamura, if
Let's
that's
do it.
possible, because
Yes.
Hikaru seems to have come to the game guns blazing.
Okay, and
I mean, it's still very much in the realms of theory, but I mean, when I take a look at the clock times,
okay,
I
when
see that Hikaru is like...
C5, D5. Okay, so all of this is like really the standard stuff, and it's amazing how, how well theory is developed over time. From G5, all of this has been played many times before. I won't go deeply into the, but which moment?
I just wanted to kind of
Please.
evaluate this opening choice. I mean, are they... Because again, you know, it looks very wild.
It does.
But I mean, these days you've got to be always careful that
It's
this
worked
wildness
out.
has been worked out, as you mentioned.
Right. So the most popular move, and this position's been reached, let's say, 24 times. Queen D1, and the games that I see have all ended in a draw. Like Queen takes D1, Rook takes D1. I'm seeing some names. Anish Giri, Fabiana Caruana Fabi played this position with black, and they achieved a draw. In all the games thus far, Cristian, have all did white win anything?
Yes,
any of these
one
games?
game. One game between Shmelyov and... yeah, I don't even know how to pronounce that name.
Okay.
Excuse me for that.
You know you're in trouble when Cristian says I don't know how to pronounce it.
Everything at the elite level has finished in a draw. Queen to d1, take on d1, take on d1, bishop takes c3, bishop to f5. Everything gets swiped off the board, and we're going to end into some sort of an equal end game.
My question is, okay,
Yes.
I'm not disputing that
Sure.
what's happening on the board, but I mean, take a look at the clock times, and you'll see that Wesley is just over 1 hour. Hikaru playing a tempo.
But for Wesley, this seems to be a pattern,
Yeah.
right? He likes to take his time, and whenever he comes back and gives us the interview, he's like, yeah, I knew this line. I was just trying to figure out exactly which specific line or sub-line of this variation I want to employ, because I know a lot of them, right? And I know they're all leading to a very complex and balanced positions, and perhaps this is what he's doing right now. Queen to d1 has been played pretty much exclusively in the position. I don't think Wesley is going to deviate.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I apologize for the distraction. But let's can we race over to Levon Aronian against Leinier Dominguez, because Leinier, you know, he's on his last 5.5 minutes, and he says, "Hey, this is a position that needs immediate action, and just take a look at what he's done." I mean, he's a man after my own heart.
Yeah.
And when I see these kind of moves on the board, I think
you had mentioned H4. Improve your worst piece. I think I'm trying to quote you. Improve your worst piece. By the way, I'm not a big fan of the move Rook E2. Again, I'm looking at A4. I'm looking at Rook E5. Rook E2. Rook E2? What? Rook E2. Rook E2. Bishop F8. Change. Knight B3. Okay, he is saying you got a tender pawn. G5 intending Bishop G7.
Yep. Very good.
H3.
I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this is dangerous.
Action. Not hanging about, just going straight for the G4 and blasting open the diagonal. Okay.
Let's do it. Yeah, why not? Let's go for G4.
I mean, excuse me, isn't that kind of like lifting the kimono there and exposing your own king? I will defend G2. I'm inviting you to play.
That's what he played.
That's what he played.
Oh, sorry.
Yes, that's on the board. And now G4. Let's keep going.
And now it's G4?
Yeah, it has to be that. I mean,
I do have this idea of, if you do open up the long diagonal, I have Bishop H6 at the end. Isn't that dangerous?
I don't doubt it for a moment. I wasn't intending, shall I say it like that, to open the diagonal. I just wanted to bring my rook, which, by the way, is not even developed. I mean, shame on me, right? That the rook isn't in, and now is in the game. But to your point, Cristian, if I did get a little bit greedy, I would be walking into a real smack because there is a mate on G2. Yeah. So that's why I can't open up that long diagonal, and I'll play Rook F1 for the time being. Whose king is more exposed? Yours or mine? That's the question.
That is the question. And
so what if I take?
And if you've just joined us,
shame on you.
Shame on you.
This is where we stand.
But please welcome. And anyhow, this is where we stand on the champions bracket and the women's section. It is Arena Crush against Alice Lee, and they are playing their second classical game. The match will be decided today. We will find a winner. We will find out who is going to be demoted to the elimination bracket. And when it comes to the women's elimination bracket, and we see it's a huge matchup between Naji Paikitsa and Begum Tokajanova. And both of these women are fighting for their lives. Whoever loses will be sent home.
Eliminated. And in the Open Championship bracket?
And in the Open Championship bracket, looky there. Look, he's at the top, Hikaru Nakamura, and he's facing off against Wesley. So yesterday's game ended in a draw. So again, everything will be decided today. It might take playoffs, it might take Armageddon, it doesn't matter. There will be a winner declared. And
in the
Wesley
elimination bracket?
Yeah, I was gonna.
Wesley So will be sent down. Wait a minute, that was my pick. Just a moment.
I know, that's what I was
Those fighting
thinking.
words.
My apologies. No, my apologies for that. No, someone will be sent down.
Bravo.
And Levon Aronian is facing off against Dominguez. And Levon Aronian, of course, was the victor of yesterday's epic match against Fabiano Caruana. And whoever loses this match in the elimination bracket will be eliminated from the competition. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Sorry for
no, loved it.
Trying to be an oracle.
As we pick up the action, we did see this move H5, and I was, help me out here. Do we have Queen D2 on the board?
Queen D2 is on the board.
Oh,
yes.
they're following our analysis.
They are indeed.
G4, HG, H3. I wanted to say that I'd set up this nasty little trap and kind of hoping that Leinier would go takes, rook takes F3, rook to E3. At first blush, this looks like a really nice way of blasting open this diagonal, since I can't take on E3 twice, but I can take on D4.
Yes,
Undermining the rook, so that nice little puzzle rush tactic there of capturing the pawn. So rook E3 is not a good move.
So
Sorry,
what if I
Jovi.
go Queen H5?
Queen H5.
Try to support that bishop H6 and also kick the rook away from the long diagonal.
Okay, I like it. Makes
a lot of sense.
It certainly does. You kicked my rook away from the long diagonal. Okay, I
Bishop
agree.
H6, and now you want to play
Bishop.
But can't I take on F4?
But you can take, and then you can drop the rook.
Drop the rook with the check first.
Yes.
I'm hoping for Queen B8 check. I want to warn
see
you.
it. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, he played rook to. We got the position, but instead of my rook to F1, Leinier has actually played. No, I did play rook F2. How about that?
Guys, 1 second. There is a big blunder in the game between Tokir Jornova and Naji Paikidze. Take a look at that.
Let's switch over to. Did you say Blunderville?
Yes, and she played it.
Uh-oh.
She played D takes C5, creating those triple pawns after the move rook to A3. Very enterprising move by black. Rook to A3, targeting the queen on B3. She took on C5, thought for a long time, but after queen takes D2, this is over. She missed it.
just a piece.
That's a
Desperado
piece.
sacrifice.
And immediately Nazi saw that, spotted the tactic. There's no coming back from this because you're forced to take back on D2. I take back on B3.
And it's
that pawn on C6 is not going anywhere.
And it's tragic that they're triple pawns. If this pawn were anywhere to the side, there would be dangerous.
Maybe you have some compensation.
But the triple pawns, nope.
No,
nope.
this is it, and Nazi is taking a very, very clear lead into this one. A victory with the black pieces is so hard to get. We've seen the length that Levon went to get one against Fabiano yesterday when he was with his back against the wall, but this one is not looking good.
I'm going into hyper desperado.
Desperado,
mode.
yeah.
Hyper.
But you have to. But
And we're seeing what we think will be a repetition in the draw in our classical game, champions bracket between Wesley and Hikaru.
And we're going to
And
see
should
a
this be a
playoff,
draw?
Yeah.
What happens then,
well, they will
Jovi?
go on to playoffs, and this will take place at 5:30 p.m.
And the playoffs will then be played at the rapid chess
Yeah.
tempo of 25 minutes and so on.
No, 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
10 minutes plus 5 seconds.
We've generally started at 5.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
But
that's what we
there's
would
a
expect.
half hour. There's a half-hour delay on the broadcast. To the viewer at home, it will begin at 5:30.
Exactly.
For us here in St. Louis, it will begin half hour earlier at 5 p.m.
All right. Well, again, let's just go to the Levon game because as we see on our bird's eye view, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3 versus 3. White slightly better thanks to this knight on F5, but Hikaru certainly has that. How do you say, facial expression of like, this is boring. Can we go home now? What's happening in the in the game between Leinier and Levon? Okay,
Well, it seems like
left
Leinier is running out of
Time.
right now.
Rook F2, Bishop H6, Bishop F4, Bishop G7. And after the move Bishop G7, now Levon said, okay, the dream position, I'm looking at Hikaru's position. The dream square for my knight is the F5 square.
That's a good
Let me
one,
bring my
yes.
knight to that F5 square, which is exactly what he's done. He's made a beeline towards that square. Okay, an extra pawn, but is it meaningful?
Oh, it definitely is. I mean, right now I have a nice defense on G2. I don't think you want to take that. Let me create my own chances. Why don't I go queen to e2?
I like it. You're kind of bludgeoning the back rank there as eyeballing f7 as well, Jovi.
Yeah,
you
but
like
I
that
mean,
move? I like that
there's a
move.
pawn up for grabs on a2, would be the first thing that I look at.
Oh, well,
Because yes, you know, that queen does defend the f7 pawn.
okay.
Is there anything devastating coming black's way?
That's the problem. There might be, but it might be just ghosts in the closet. Nothing rattling. Okay, so check, shall we?
Yep, king will hide.
By the way, let me just interrupt myself and say, Levon believes you. He didn't want to lose the a2 pawn. He played the move b3 and says, whatever I can do, queen e2, queen e8 check, I can do in the future. Let me just keep the pawn on tap. What's the clock times?
He's under, well, Leinier is under a minute, and Levon Aronian seems to have all the time in the world as he's under 7 minutes.
As in his match yesterday with Fabi, Levon has consistently had more clock time, and it's worked magically in his favor. Bishop f6 makes a very, very clear idea. I want to play bishop h4, pinning the knight to the rook. What's going on in this position, Cristian? Jump right in and tell us what how the engine evaluates this sharp moment.
This one.
Yes.
So queen to e2 seems to have been the best move. b3, bishop to f6. Now, once again, queen to e2 seems to be the right move.
Okay.
The question is, how do you respond to bishop to h4, right? Because this is the clear signal that Leinier is sending with the move bishop to f6. I want to get to h6. I want to open up the g file and put pressure on e2. Now you would give a check, king h7, and now queen to f8. But this is a very, very difficult move to see.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You're just giving up the knight on g3, but the pawn on f7 is going to be problematic for black. So you cannot take on g3, rook takes f7, finishes the game.
Right.
This is not easy. This whole idea of queen to e2, queen to e8, queen to f8, and just try to target the king from behind is not, especially human. From a human's perspective, it's not an easy thing to see. And I have to say, I look at the engine, plus 1.3, but from a practical perspective, it just feels like black's pieces are slowly, slowly coming into play. And if you don't find the exact configuration for white, then you might end up in trouble.
Yeah, I was going to ask, how narrow is the path to the advantage?
So queen to e2 seems to be the only move to maintain a pretty significant lead. Bishop to h4, and still queen to e8 and queen to f8 to maintain that lead. You can also go rook to f3, but after rook to f3, I have rook to g8. Not that easy. I don't see this one as being easy to find for Levon.
But to my eyes, bishop to e5 instead of rook f3 there also look tempting because I'm eyeballing...
e5, you're already worse after the move f6.
f6, because I wanted to go queen h8 and I wanted to go rook f7, but the move f6 stalled me, and that was why I understood queen f8.
You cannot take back on f6 because you get checkmated on g2, so quite problematic. Let's see what they're going to do. Let's see what Levon is going to choose. But once again, we see Levon with a significant lead on the clock. We've seen that in his match, at least in the first few games against Fabiano Caruana as well.
The point I just, again, I would just make was that after queen e2, bishop h4, queen e8 check, king h7, like if you just gave me this position and said, okay, it's a puzzle rush, Yasser, go ahead and kill it. The first move I would look at is the move bishop e5, because I'm thinking, ooh, rook takes f7, queen, ooh, he went queen h5. Well, queen e2.
Bishop to c6. Well, he played bishop c6, not bishop h4, which gives me an extra tempo.
So queen e2, bishop to c6 to prevent the queen from coming in, which means I was attracted to queen e8. I was going to point out why queen f8, queen e8 check, and queen f8 was the right moves. Queen h5 on the board and a trade. And again, Leinier's clock time again? Sorry, Jovi?
Well, he is desperate times now because he's
40
just
seconds.
over 40 seconds.
That's not too much. versus a 6 minutes or 5 minutes for
Well,
Levon.
it's burnt down to 4.5 minutes for
Bishop
Levon.
h4, tickling the rook.
G3.
G3, kind of leaving the knight a little bit sidetracked. Yeah, sidelined. Okay, but the problem from White's point of view is the desirable rook e2 might allow bishop to f3, which is why Levon chose g3. And again, that clock is ticking fast, 20 seconds.
Bishop to e7.
It's a 5-second bonus, right?
In this one, it's a 10-second
10
bonus.
second bonus.
It's
I was so
25
close.
plus 10.
And you can actually
I
see the
know,
numbers
very
on the
nice.
screen. Rapid
Well,
25%.
somebody's on the show. Look at those graphics, guys. Hey, a big shout out to our graphic artist there for making 25 plus 10. Very nice, thank you, Will. G3, bishop went back to E7. Take it away, Jovi. Who's doing well?
He's doing well. I think White is doing well.
Is
Just
bishop E5 the right move,
Bishop
though?
E5. I mean, I would be more tempted to.
Wow,
try
bishop
to-
E5?
I was worried about bishop e5, rook h6.
Rook
And I'm just-
H6?
I
Oh,
really
hello.
don't want to get checkmated.
Hello.
I was
but
worried
then
about-
knight F6 check. He did play rook E2, by the way.
Yeah,
That's
attacking.
on the board.
King F8, and now Bishop F3. Maybe a threat. I mean, White can obviously bail out with Rook H2, so it's not going to be critical.
I would try
I
to
would go
stop
King
that
F2 though.
threat with King F2 myself, but because I take those things seriously. Don't want a bishop on my doorstep.
Well, it's very practical because you don't have that much time. I mean, why
Right.
go into that whole, bog of complications when you don't need to? Play practical, simple chess.
King F2.
King F2.
I like it. Pardon me, Levon burning clock at this moment. In the ladies' elimination game, we left it. Naji had won a piece.
Oh, Naji is just about to win that.
No,
Okay,
yeah, Nazi
okay,
is good too.
she's well on her way
There's no
to
coming
victory.
back from this.
in
B2, push the pawn. And
Yes.
There's no escape.
Okay, so we expect that to go in Naji's favor. King F8, Rook E2. We're expecting King F2 in the game of Levon and Leinier. I know we have a bird's eye view of Begum's game because at the moment, Black is just ready to promote her pawn, isn't she?
Yeah.
Well,
It's-
she's a piece up, and she doesn't have any worries in the world because that c-pawn is not going anywhere.
True.
By the way, can you?
And
doesn't
she
even
just want to
think
make
about
sure the c-pawn isn't going anywhere. The move bishop c7
followed
really
by-
is an indication of that.
She was trying to get to e5 on the long diagonal, defend the pawn on b2, and after that move the rook.
Can she not start with rook takes d1,
Yes.
rook takes d1, knight takes d5?
Oh, she can definitely do that. Yeah.
Yeah, she can do. I was also looking at Knight takes C6.
Knight takes c6, I
And
love
trying
that
to-
move. Just to clarify everything.
But there's no need. Oh,
Rook
this is
to
nice.
C1.
No need for all
Yeah.
the complications.
Why
All the
complicate?
nice things when
That
this is
is
just
a-
going to put the boot in.
Yeah,
That was
that's
so
clear.
crafty, right? You play bishop c7, you force white to open up the second rank, and now with this extra option of rook to c2 after knight takes b2, you just simply go rook to c1. That's very elegant.
It truly is, yeah.
Yeah. And 14 seconds for Begum, but the clock is the least of her worries.
Yes.
Position
B,
is just
B
going
queen,
to lose.
knight takes b2, rook takes c2 check.
I
We'll
don't
pick
think
up
we're
a
gonna
second
see.
piece.
And there goes a second piece.
We're
Yep.
most likely going to see a resignation coming very soon.
By the way, I think it was Ray Robson who was playing on like 5 pawns,
Yes.
a rook and a knight down. Ray? Are you with us, Ray?
He took his inspiration from that knight.
He loves to play chess.
What was
huh?
that knight called? In the Monty Python.
Oh, yeah, the Black Knight.
The Black Knight
Yeah,
with no arms, no legs.
Come back, I'll bite you.
You've been laboring so much to get those c-pawns somewhere close to
I know,
promotion.
and they're not even close to
You're
promotion.
2 pieces down, but they're not going anywhere still. I
Right.
go bishop d6, I take the pawn on c6 next move.
I'm afraid even G5
It's
might
completely
end up,
hopeless.
yeah,
Completely hopeless.
may end up checkmating the white king very, very shortly as well.
Yeah. Okay, so shall we stick
Yes.
to the game Leinier
We will
against...
return to the game of Leinier. When we left it here, and let me just refresh the board to get the current position. I was saying king f2. Levon went after a pawn. He spied a pawn, and he went rook h2, bishop f3, bishop e5. This is what he was looking at, and he slurped the pawn.
Oh.
Can't blame him for that, can we?
No, definitely can't.
Although
And
the pieces are a little uncoordinated at the moment, I must say, knight f4
comes to mind, and follow that by king f2.
Well, the problem is we're going to end up. Okay, there is an intermezzo check.
Oh, you're thinking about opposite color bishops.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. Has won, and our congratulations to Nazi as she draws first blood with the black pieces, putting her in a pole position to get to the grand final.
Not yet the grand final, the finals of the elimination bracket.
The final, yeah, I said that wrong. Yes, thank you. The finals of the elimination bracket.
Yes.
But boy, I was close, right?
Yeah.
I mean, really in the ballpark, somewhere.
Yeah, no,
Nearby.
it's the next
Neighborhood.
stage before. It's the stage before.
Okay.
I mean, but anything can happen.
Rook e6, and I think they did follow knight f4, and there was that intermezzo, and rook c2. Bishops of opposite color. I mean, I gotta say, Leinier's got practical chances of saving this. Is that?
I think so too, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and the king is so active, right?
Yeah, I mean, sure, if White's king was active on g5 or something, I think he'd be winning, but with the king on the first rank, Jovi...
Rook c7, f6, okay.
Rook
I agree
f7,
with you.
f6.
Actually, when it comes to these kind of rook and bishop, opposite color bishops positions, I mean, one
King
thing that you
position.
have to do is actually try to restrain the defender's activity. 'Cause
Exactly.
even if they give up some material and
Right.
get their pieces motoring, it's actually very difficult to hold against, because they
I
have full
agree.
control over their own color complex.
Exactly, and the fact that the white king is kind of stuck on the first rank, suggests to me that the chances of holding are really high. a4, I like this move a lot. a5 and bishop takes a7 on white's agenda. In the meanwhile, black Leinier is saying, well, king takes, king here.
And that's a nice hackasito there.
Exactly. I'll remind you that checkmate ends the game.
Yeah,
And bishop f2, and already an indication that, okay, the activity that black is getting is a lot. Okay, king takes.
I would also be tempted to actually triangulate the king.
What with
put the
king g5?
King g5,
King g4, sorry.
King g4, and then, okay, he's gone for rook to d2. Okay.
Kind of
I'm
a
starting to
reminder
look at
that
some
there I
Yes.
might be able to get you this way with rook d1. No, I'm
Hustle
already.
move.
Yeah, I'm already feeling like this is not a lot of fun for white. White is kind of on the back foot. King f1. Ooh.
Can you take the pawn on f4 right now?
Whoa, and bishop c2 says to me like Leinier's got no fears at all. He's thinking, I'm just going to take these pawns off the board and I'll make a very, very comfortable draw. King e1, rook
Wait a
takes
minute.
c2,
What is this?
rook takes a7.
Well, one thing he cannot go into is a rook and king ending.
Rook and pawn
yeah.
ending. So you're saying avoid rook e2 check, king takes, rook takes. Don't go there. Instead, well, you
Move
have
the
to move
bishop.
the bishop.
Bishop
to
to
g4.
g4 played.
And by the way, that king takes, rook, and, well, grab as many pawns as you can. These bishops of opposite color endings are pretty simple. Grab all the material you can and hope that it's enough to win. King takes f4 on the board. Rook
To e7,
e7.
stopping that check on e2.
Nasty threat of rook e2 is stopped. And by the way, the a pawn is ready
pawn
to
is
go.
going.
I'm feeling better about Levon's chances suddenly, because I'm not sure I like that move, bishop d1. The c2 pawn wasn't so key, wasn't so critical, in my view.
Rook
This
d2
one,
going for the b3 pawn.
does that invite rook check?
That's okay. I
Yeah.
think I'm going to go back to f5.
Why
and
not
then-
go forward?
You want to go forward? Okay.
Yeah, and
okay.
then you can threaten something.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of
Threaten
sense.
something.
Stay active, right?
Well,
Yeah.
that's the
possible.
test. He's being
If you
tested.
go back, you're getting in the way. Okay, the
Time.
king goes to f3.
And the
Sorry,
time.
yeah. So Leinier
Yeah.
has he's getting an extra 10 seconds per move, but he was just now on 9 seconds. Now he's on 19.
Okay, that's scary. Okay, so a5, rook takes b3, king d2 is more or less where I would be going, thinking my a pawn's the most dangerous. I don't know if it's enough to win.
But the thing is, though, there is an f pawn on the air, and he's actually
Look at that.
defended his pawn. I would, quick as a whippet, I would just go f5.
f5. Wow.
Quick as a
Wow.
whip.
A whippet.
A whippet. Easy
yeah.
for you.
He
to
goes
do.
for it.
F5, and how about a5?
Wow.
Yep.
F5 on the board.
We're going to get the answer very swiftly.
Well, the race is heating
Rook.
up. Rook a2.
Yes,
Okay.
keep that pawn on a5. Do not
I'm
allow it to go to
assuming
a7.
that rook a4 is a dead draw.
It should be a draw, yes. I will
I'm
be able to get
assuming.
my bishop back on the long diagonal, defend against a
King d1, kind of crawling towards the king to drive, pardon me, crawling towards the rook to drive it off the a file.
Do we
Makes
go
sense.
f4 now?
F4, then more
Yeah.
crawling.
But
Remember-
therefore, we always have to be careful about bishop to
The
c7.
problem is actually
White's
Black's
pieces
f-pawn
are
is
pretty...
stunted.
Yeah, no, the f-pawn is very well controlled by the bishop. Looking at f2, and here we go, bishop to d3. I was about to say, want to drive that rook away from the a file, but this move was really a good move.
What about bishop c7?
King e3, probably.
King, well, rook to...
But-
Levon's trying his best to keep all of his pawns. He wants to play king here, and he wants to play a6.
5 seconds for Leinier.
Ooh, 5
King
seconds.
Moves to e2. He gives up
And
the f-pawn.
rook takes, rook f2
Wait a
check.
minute,
It's
rook
gonna
f2 is a
be-
Rook,
problem.
it's a double threat. Rook f2 and rook f5.
He missed it.
Uh-oh,
he missed that one.
Leinier. And 3
This is
seconds,
over.
2 seconds.
This was a big miss.
Oh, that last move, king e2. Time trouble.
Yeah.
Time trouble.
Makes a fool of all of us.
It truly does. And this move, I think Leinier was pretty darn close to a draw until king e2 was played. That was the blunder. We already have our results of the elimination.
We do.
We have to.
Two decisive
Once
games.
again, nobody likes to draw
No
these
one
times in
certainly
these
doesn't.
rapids, do they?
Okay, so, oh my God, some people are in a must-win situation. So we have Begim talking Genova, and she's going to be playing with the black pieces.
Must
Needs
win.
to win against Naji Paikitsa in the elimination bracket. Otherwise, she's eliminated.
Right.
And then we have Levon Aronian, who
Just won.
Just won. So it's Leinier Dominguez playing with the white pieces in a must-win situation.
And we expect those rapid games to begin at 3:30, and we do have the the classical game still going on. Let's join them as we say that. Honestly, White today against Arena Crush. They drew their first game from yesterday. When we left it, we're still in the opening, right about here. Castles e3, queen g6 was the move that is played most often. d5 takes c4 was Arena's choice, and the players have reached, well, this position. Feels pretty balanced to my eyes. What
It
do you
does feel very balanced, but it's a real strategical game, I feel.
And just, we're going to take a quick gander also, before we take our first break, of the game between...
Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So.
Thank you so much.
Wesley So with the white pieces. Now this one we kind of had thought that it was just going to be
for a long
racing
time.
to the half point.
But they're still there. They're still at play. And they haven't found their 3-move repetition yet. Well, I still like White. I mean, he's got the better side of it. I mean, there's check on tap and king h4. Well, something to play for. But indeed, let's talk about our friends at Q Boutique.
Definitely.
All
And
right.
so, if you want to celebrate the 2023 American Cup with a super soft limited edition t-shirt featuring the St. Louis Chess Club logo on chest and the American Cup 2023 on the back. And it's available now exclusively at qboutiquestl.com.
I must say, they are very, very comfortable shirts. I got one in a swag package, and it's very nice.
It's very nice, very soft. The
Yes.
material is good.
Exactly.
And well, we'll leave you on that note and see you after the break.
It's 2023, and the Grand Chess Tour is back for its 9th trip around the world. Inspired by former world champion Garry Kasparov, the Grand Chess Tour hosts the top players to compete for top prizes. 8 of the world's best join tournament wildcards and travel to 4 different countries to fight for a $1.4 million prize fund. The tour kicks off in Bucharest, Romania for the Superbet Chess Classic. Then things speed up as we move to Warsaw, Poland and Zagreb, Croatia for the first 2 Rapid and Blitz events. The tour then makes its way to St. Louis, Missouri for the final 2 events. We're back in November for the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the illustrious Sinkfield Cup. When points are up for grabs, the best players show up. Who will be crowned the new champion? Find out when the Grand Chess Tour returns.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premiere season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinkfield and Rex Sinkfield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinkfield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
And we are back, and we've already seen two decisive games in the elimination brackets.
Easy for you to say.
And starting off with the champions bracket, we can see that Irina Krush is playing the second classical game against 13-year-old Alice Lee. So
And they're still at it. Yep.
Definitely still at it, but there will be a match winner today. And when it comes to the elimination bracket, well, we saw that Nazi Paikitsi with the black pieces took an early lead against Begim Turpin-Genova. And it is Begim who is now in a must-win situation with the black pieces, which is not an easy feat at all.
And that'll happen about a half an hour from now, and in the Opens Champions brackets.
And in those brackets, we see, headlining the event, we have Hikaru Nakamura, and he is facing off against Wesley. So they are still deep in thought against each other. And one thing I have to say is that whoever wins that will actually will be into the grand final.
Yep.
And the loser goes down into the elimination bracket. And when it comes to elimination bracket, well, we also had a decisive game there as Aronian fended off Dominguez attack and emerged clear winner. And second game will also be starting in around about
And by the way, we invite you to join the conversation, and you can do that by asking the commentators. And we love being stumped by your questions, so jump right in. And as we jump right in, I want to go to the game between Wesley So and Hikaru Nakamura, because I see an opportunity for Hikaru to fall into a devilish trap. Let's put it that way. So the last move, when we left it, f2, f4, attacking the bishop, and Hikaru had just played the move bishop c3 when literally I was taking my seat. The moment I saw that move, I saw this geometrical pattern that fell into my eyes. I'll play move king h4. I want to take the pawn on h5, Jovi, so you will play.
I will play. Well, the most natural move
Crickets.
was rook to d5, right? To attack the knight and get rid of the knight.
Yeah.
Of course, rook to d5, which is the trap that I have ready to spring on you. Check, all the way across the board. Check, take the rook, take the knight, take the rook. Now, exactly at this moment, the bishop is attacked. I can't take the bishop, but the pawn on b4 is attacked. I have this crafty little move a3. Ooh, and this is a very,
Wait 1 second.
What's that?
The game continues, right?
Bishop-
because I can go bishop f6 check.
Oh, no.
And you might not catch my
You walked into your own trap, Yasser. Come on.
Hoisted by my own petard. I hate that when that happens. This is how I lose my games, only by being far too clever. Bishop 8, f6 check. Well, it was a great trap for black.
It was indeed. No, it was. By the way,
was
you can
nice.
play a4 if you want.
Oh, well, same
The problem
The same
is
problem.
Same
not
story.
knight f6. No, not bishop f6, because then my knight gets back into play.
Well, thank you
but
for that.
You can go bishop d2, and
Maybe
I don't
I'm
think
not
this
happy.
is very good.
I do get back in time to capture your pawn, but
also-
after a4, after a4, bishop d2.
And I
Oh,
think
bishop d- yeah.
black is the first one.
Yeah,
right? I go a5, you go b3, I go a6, you go b2, and you're the first one.
But I was going to say, also,
Yes, please.
my intuition is just telling me the bishop, unless your trap absolutely works 100%, you don't want to be going into a knight against the bishop, because the knight against the bishop in an open position is simply, the bishop is going to be superior.
Hate that.
Yeah.
Last quick double check to make sure I am as clever as I hoped I would be. Exactly in this moment, again, your bishop is actually kind of tethered to the pawn. So imagine I play king h3 with the idea I'm threatening a3.
So let's go bishop e1.
Bishop e1.
I'm going to tether your
King
king
to
to
the
the
G-
defense of the g3 pawn.
So
I
I
dunno.
can't play.
I feel that black is the one that could have the upper hand here.
King g6.
King g6.
Yeah, yep. it's a very, very good point that unfortunately for me, my king can't make a beeline to the B pawn without losing my G pawn.
And even if you do make the beeline, whenever you get to C4, then let's say I put the bishop on E2 and that's enough, right?
Yeah.
Bishop on E1, excuse me, not on E2.
Yeah. And even this, oh boy, this actually brings us to a table-based position. Wow. Okay. Well, I gave it my best shot. I mean, King H4. Wesley, what are the times as we resumed this classical game?
43 minutes for Wesley and an hour and 17 for Hikaru.
And Hikaru was the one who had been blitzing through move 20 and even 25. I don't know exactly.
It seemed like he just knew exactly what to do, and Wesley, taking his time, could be a case of the hare against the tortoise.
I see. In this moment, are the engine giving all triple zeros for?
Close to it, yes.
Close?
Yes, close to it.
And
maybe like a plus 0.1, 0.2, but if you go along with most of the variations, there's not going to be much progress in position.
And how about Alice and?
That's much more interesting, I have to say.
Irina.
That position, still, there's a lot of venom from both sides, especially strategical venom in the
Okay.
position.
When we left it, we just left it around these parts. I kind of felt the position was pretty solid for both players. Rook on A to C1.
F6, ooh, we're changing the character of the position.
Well, I thought I was going to play F6, but the way you pronounced it, it was like, uh-oh, did Irina miss something?
Well, look at Alice. She stopped and paused. She's a bit befuddled by this move, F6.
Well, it looks very understandable to my eyes. I'm getting rid of this powerful knight in the center of the board.
That's true, but on the
Well,
other
thank
hand, look what you've done to the light squares.
Well, that's why I have a light squared bishop, to protect all of what light square weaknesses I just
Right.
created.
You've given
Seizing the
yourself
defensive
something to
do. And now I know what I'm doing. I'm protecting G6. Go for it.
Well,
Knight D3, by the way, this one I feel I'm on
Exactly.
terra
No,
firma. Now I've got...
this was the reason I was actually thinking that white could potentially go knight c4.
Knight to c4, okay.
And then the whole idea is, start
If we
piling
trade.
up. Yeah, if you trade, then white also has a plan of...
But don't I get some extra moves? For example, knight c4, we exchange, and then I go b5.
b5.
Why not?
Oh, spoken like a true Grunfeld player.
Yes.
Grunfeld players love getting in those
Yeah.
tempo-gaining queenside expansions.
and
Knight
because
c4
I'm
on the
fickle,
board. Yes.
I'm actually gonna backpedal, but someone who can't backpedal is Irina. She's actually played knight c4.
But isn't black that has the much more comfortable position after take on c4, b5?
Hang on a second, because
Why is it much more comfortable?
Okay,
Just break it down.
It just feels like I have more space, and you do have space on the king side, but it also feels like you overextended a little bit, doesn't it?
Well, no.
No, okay.
I mean, I'm thinking if it's my turn, I will play. So, for example, if you play bishop f7, that's a fair move,
No,
right?
you take my pawn. I don't wanna give you my pawn.
Apologies. I will take your pawn now that you put it out there.
No, I
Yeah.
go king h8. I
King
get off this
Okay.
annoying diagonal.
e4.
And e4,
Okay, I'll take on d4.
take, smack, smack.
Smack, smack, smack on c1.
Okay.
Munchback.
Queen d6.
Which one?
Queen d6.
Queen David 6.
Uh-oh.
Okay. No. Don't pause.
He's not
just-
afraid.
you
He's
play-
not
No,
afraid. No,
playing
no.
with confidence at
Yeah.
all times. Go ahead, take my pawn on d4.
I will, but not yet. I will take. I will take on e5 first.
Take on e4.
What do you take back with? Okay, the d pawn, queen b6. I'll give you a check.
Check.
Let's go with the check.
Okay.
Just don't block that check. Move the
No.
king.
No,
and
don't go
move
to
it into
F1.
the end. Move to
Yeah.
the edge.
Do I have?
By the way, why didn't I? Yeah, because of my king ends.
Let's
I,
go bishop
I
c6.
win back the bishop, but the pawn on a3 is. I was hoping I was going to get into a bishop ending where maybe. On
You're
a
not
good
getting
day,
there. No. I'm not that nice to you, Yasser.
Oh.
Bishop c6?
Whoa, are you sure you're not that nice to me?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I might be, I don't know.
Yeah, just take it. Could you?
Ooh. Okay, you're trying
This
to
is
be not that nice to me.
I'm that kind of guy. Mate ends the game.
So what if I go rook to c8? No, rook to c8. I really don't like that.
Rook to c8. Wow.
Look,
think
you're
you-
getting close to that mate, and I don't like that.
Okay, I may have tricked you for a moment, but okay, these are exactly the type of variations that both players are furiously calculating because they're trying to judge, is the center weak? Is the queenside pawns weak? And if I do get to play e5, e4, e5, can I exploit the b1 diagonal? Good stuff going on here. And the move b5, it's funny, I shied away from that move. I was trying to play bishop f7 and not create a queenside weakness. The Grunfeld player in Cristian was like, hey, give me that tempo. I love to push my majority with a tempo. Your immediate thought, would you have played b5 yourself, Jovi, or would you have
I
left?
didn't consider it actually. My first instinct was to kind of huddle up into that proverbial ball
Right.
and just try to resolve all the problems with the light squares. But the funny thing is, when Cristian suggested b5, I was like, panic,
Uh-huh.
and
Drive the bishop back.
drive the bishop back, see space, and like the things that I was worried about is like, if you do go b5.
Yes, and
Bishop,
I
you
went bishop
back,
a2.
Yeah, bishop a2.
Because I did spy this from afar, that I could possibly inflict damage. Please
Yeah.
continue.
I mean, the move that you really want to be playing is bishop g6, to be honest with you, but that's not going to happen. Oh,
Well,
no,
you're
it
going to
could,
encourage
it could,
f5.
It could happen, actually,
But
because it's on prise.
I think,
No, but the e6 pawn is on prise too.
right. You mean a3 and e6
Yeah.
if you take on d4. Yeah, this was what Cristian didn't like, is just giving up the pawn on b5. Like if we got a situation like this,
Queen
this is
A3.
where you're,
This was where I was at.
yeah, and there's a check
Right.
to give me the chance to rescue my rook as well. Yeah.
But this might not be so bad for black,
Compensation,
actually. It is
but-
compensation because the bishop comes to e4.
Yeah, that's a
There's
That's a
pass
gorgeous
that-
bishop.
That is a beautiful bishop, and
And as always, black and white. The players were back in the elimination games, Jovi.
yes, and that will be coming up shortly at 3:30 p.m. your time. And we can see that Leinier Dominguez will be playing with the white pieces against Levon Aronian. As you can see there, it is there in black and white, as Yasser said. Leinier is in a must-win situation. And Nati Pakidze against Begim Turkin Genova. And it is Begim playing with the black pieces, who needs to win to stay alive, to remain in the competition. So definitely, I love it when the players have their backs against the wall.
Of course. Some karma going on here, right? Because it wasn't, didn't Leinier knock
out. Yes,
Levon
yes.
in the classical?
Yeah.
And if Leinier could return the favor, knock him out in the elimination, he'll get the last laugh, because
Hang on a
knocking out
second.
in elimination.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Didn't they do this in 2022?
They did. Exactly the same
Oh, wait,
scenario.
was
Just
Yeah,
Groundhog Day.
It is.
Exactly the same scenario.
2.0?
Leinier eliminated him, kicked him to the elimination bracket in the classical encounter.
Right.
I believe he did deliver almost a checkmate in a Petrov with the black pieces. That was the critical game in that match. And after that, Levon came back. He defeated Ray Robson in the first match of the elimination bracket. After that, he met Levon and then won that one and went to the finals where he met Fabiano Caruana. So yes, it's a very, very similar scenario to what happened last year. Leinier with the white pieces right now, he needs to play fast, he needs to choose an aggressive line because he needs to get that crucial victory to get back into the match.
Speak about that. How do you win on demand with white when you're playing a player like Levon who's going to play E5?
Well, with white is much easier than with black. And I know, thank you, Captain Obvious. Thank you. Yes, yes.
You got to tell me how you get an advantage against Levon's E5.
We saw it done yesterday.
Well, Fabi was
Fabi.
playing that Bishop C5 Archangel stuff. Levon is Mr. Marshall.
And he
Good
was
point.
actually Mr. Berlin yesterday, right,
Also.
against
Yeah.
Fabi. So, yeah, you have two very unpleasant weapons whenever you try to get an advantage with the move 1e4. So, if I was Leinier, I would start with something else.
But Leinier,
D4, perhaps.
he has played D4. I mean, it's a recent kind of string to his bow. But it wasn't the most aggressive D4 systems that he was playing.
Yeah.
He was kind of, I think they're called collie or
Right.
Yes,
E3.
yes.
Right.
So it was on London systems. Maybe that's a way forward, but
But D4, he
difficult.
also has to worry about the Rogozin. I mean, there's
Yeah,
so
but-
many things that he has to worry about as white. So,
But
yeah,
Levon-
difficult, very, very difficult situation for Leinier right now.
That's
I think
true.
we will see E4. I think he will stick to his guns and will try to do exactly what Fabiano did. Just shuffle the pieces, maybe accept an equal position, but keep the position close, do not exchange a lot of pieces, take the game down to their last few minutes, and then try to strike. I think this is the strategy, is very straightforward, and most likely this is what we're going to see. One weakness that Leinier has is the fact that he goes down on time in pretty much every single game.
Consistently so.
Yes, yes. Yesterday, Fabiano managed to put pressure on his opponent's time. If Leinier doesn't manage to do that, well, unfortunately, he's in a world of trouble.
Exactly. Still, it's kind of stuck in my mind, this game between Hikaru, Wesley white, Hikaru black, and there is a way of winning a pawn for Wesley at the moment. I'm thinking, once again, of the move King H4. Wesley's been burning clock, so he's definitely on the same, I want to say, page for a moment. You go Rook D5. Again, otherwise I'm just going to...
It's actually happened.
Has it happened? Yeah,
Yes.
you have
It
to
has.
play... And otherwise I would just go King takes H5 and gobble the pawn. So I do have Rook check. Last time I went Knight E7 check. The Knight versus Bishop, we kind of said, nah, nothing nothing happening there. Gift me the pawn. Rook takes H5. Now you will go,
Knight
obviously,
D2.
to get the counterplay here, right? And I'm thinking, can I set up some kind of, well, I want to ask you mating patterns. Let's go check.
Okay, I'm going to run to the center with King F8.
8. Okay.
And you go.
So I will go Rook to F5. In the immortal words of Nikolai Minev, gift me your pawn.
I can gift you the pawn.
You can.
I
Good.
can do that, but I'm feeling
You're not going
lazy.
to.
I'm feeling lazy and I don't really want to calculate that much, so I'm going to go F6.
Okay. And I will
Yes.
insist. I want to take your pawn.
But
I insist.
okay, look. Well, if you insist, let's go for it.
What?
Rook takes
A2.
pawn.
Rook takes A2. Okay. I'm so happy. I don't know if I'm going to hoist myself on my own petard here, but I mean, I have granted you a very, very, very powerful passer, I must say. But I don't. The cheerleaders are not actually. The band isn't playing.
I think you're trying to lose.
Thank you, Christian. Putting it bluntly,
You're really trying. It's a good
I
attempt.
may manage. I may
It is a good
manage.
attempt.
I'm
Maybe
taking
King
too
E7,
many
I don't
risks. Am I? I'm overdoing it a bit.
Well, what about King E7 right now?
King E7.
Why not?
Yeah, but then there's knight check and then
Knight check, King E6.
King E6.
I'd
But then-
probably rather keep knight d5 in the pocket.
I would be very afraid of that b pawn. But that's just me. Again, at this point, it could be a race. It
Right.
could definitely be a race.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. Intriguing, because Wesley is burning some clock in this exact game position, and it has to be that he's thinking the minor piece ending. That's number one, because unless you saw the move bishop f6 check at the end of this rather clever variation, historians might call it brilliant. This is where I actually was expecting the clock to be stopped, the score sheets to be signed, until the cold shower of bishop f6 really hit me full blast. Bishop f6, wow, that's a nice move. It really is. And so I can't do that. And then this was the minor piece ending where
This is the fail-safe.
yeah, you thought that this was just fine for black. Black will have no worries, and I won't disagree.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's either win the pawn, take the draw with the minor piece ending, and where he seems to be reaching for his rook.
So rook to h6, right?
Rook h6, yeah.
If he is reaching for rook, then that's the only place where he can go. Rook
Yeah.
h6, king g8, and how do you continue this one? Do you
Well,
can we
this
take the pawn on h5 with rook takes h5?
Right, and then we went rook to d2.
Yeah. Let's go into that variation once
Yeah.
again. So how do you continue right now?
I went knight h6 last time. I would be very happy if you found something a little bit more convincing.
Knight h6 and after king to g7.
Yeah, and then, well, actually, I think we went away. I think we
Right,
went
but
away.
that allows you to take the f7 pawn.
Right,
I
so-
will try to hold on to that pawn on f7.
Makes a lot of sense. These, again, I was trying to weave some
Now I take on a2.
mating nets with the rook,
Can I,
pawn, and knight. Yes, please,
yeah,
Jovi.
I always feel like this once you allow the a2 pawn to drop, it becomes very risky.
True.
But, I mean, can white just do the obvious, which
Please.
is just to, in the position, go king to g5?
Okay.
No, not with the rook saddled there in the corner, just from the original game position. Rook d5, king g5. What's wrong with that? There's f6, isn't it?
f6 wins.
f6 wins.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
that'd
this is
be-
what you've missed, Jovi. After the move f6, your king cannot keep the knight protected.
But
yeah.
perhaps you can try to do a similar thing, but
Okay.
include rook h6 first.
Rook.
Right.
Ooh.
And
that's
now after king
exciting.
g5 f6, at least you have the g6 square. And in fact, I
And
think
that's
Right.
you're checkmating me.
That's all the difference in the world. That's the checkmating pattern that I'm dreaming of. So rook h6. Okay, so it's like we're going to have to share scripts with one another. You like the king g5, I like the rook
Yeah.
h6, and here we go. What's going on here? Maybe this is something.
Let's keep going. Rook to d2, right?
Rook to d2.
Okay, now what you can do is, can you flip and go to rook a6?
I love it.
And then
I
the
love
whole
it.
idea is, this is my sophisticated idea, after rook d5, I'm going to go king h6. Ba-bam. Got my mating.
Da-da-da-ding. Yeah, baby.
That's
That's-
looking juicy.
That is brilliant. I knew together we could do it. Well, Christian, I'm sorry that you had to suffer through that one, but you did your best. But
I
okay.
also didn't play it. You guys were playing by yourselves. Don't involve me in this one.
Hey,
that was a good try.
responsibility, guy.
That was a good
You
try.
know.
I'm not taking responsibility for that one. Absolutely not.
But-
I actually helped you with king to g5 after
It's
rook to
true. It's
h6. So My goodness.
It was the effort of the three of us that
I always have to defend. You know?
right. Go into the clinches when you need to. I like the moves rook h6, king g5. Probably after king g5 instead of rook d2, maybe rook comes over. Well, that same idea that you had of slipping your king into h6 really
It's-
looked attractive.
But now I
maybe-
have rook a8, right?
Yes, you do.
Don't
yes,
I
you do.
defend the 8th rank, and perhaps this could be enough?
Yeah.
I mean, I understand you take on h5, but
Right.
how do you continue after?
Okay, but one thing I'm really feeling is that Wesley's taking no risks. I mean, because you've always got these ideas, perpetual check, I mean to say. So I think that, well, all things considered, I'd rather playing white. I think he's got the draw pretty much in hand, and maybe there's some tricks that he could still try.
Now, one thing that worries me about this position is Hikaru is playing very fast, right? He's not spending any time. More importantly, he's not spending any energy, it feels like it. Wesley, on the other hand, he's really trying, right? He's really trying to find something. If this one ends in the next, like, let's say an hour and a half, but with Wesley spending a lot of energy before they go into the playoffs, how difficult will it be to gather and muster those and replenish those energy levels before what we know will be a very taxing playoff scenario against Hikaru Nakamura? And if that's the case, why don't you just try to pull the brakes? Find a draw, pull the brakes, go get ready for the playoffs, repeat your lines, and come back with some... I'm just looking at the position. I don't think I've ever seen Hikaru lose this type of positions. I cannot remember last time I've seen such a simplified position and one of these elite players getting outplayed. And Hikaru is not signaling that he's in any sort of danger. He's playing fast, he's playing confidently. It just seems like he knows what he's doing, and I tend to believe him.
I understand your concerns, but I do think, you know, this is where Wesley has to put the pressure on Hikaru.
It's strange because for me, when I'm in these type of situations where I feel I'm just slightly better and my opponent is closer to the draw than I am to the win, it's like I've always kind of, this is why I admire Magnus so much, is he's the grindmeister, and he produces victories out of positions where you just don't see anything develop and flower. So when you are in that moment where you feel like, okay, I'm better, there must be something here, yeah, I say put all the energy you have into the game. Don't worry about the tiebreaker. If you can win this, I mean, whew, you save yourself a world of anguish. And I am curious about the rook h6 and king g5 maneuvers to get us started. Sorry, Jovi, please.
Yeah, no, I was going to kind of also piggyback on that point as well. I don't think it's going to be a walk in the park for Hikaru as well to
He's
defend
making
this.
it appear as if it is.
I mean,
I'm
but
not
I
so
feel
sure.
that's kind of all smoke and mirrors. You know?
Right? Look over here, not over here.
Yeah, exactly.
But some opportunity here, and again, we have been looking at rook h6 check, followed by rook takes h5, giving up the a2 pawn for what looks like could potentially be dangerous play against Black's king. We've also been looking at a pretty nifty little line that goes rook check, king g8, king g5, sidestepping f6 check, king g6 by including the check. And we've been looking at those lines and still kind of came up empty-handed, but surely something ought to be there. Let's jump to number 1 versus number 2 in the ladies' competition. That was it. I went right by. As Alice Lee with the white pieces today is tied. The match is tied on half-half. And by the way, nice little move by Arena there on her last turn. No b5, no bishop f7, king h8, sidestepping all kinds of things and basically saying the pawn is no longer pinned. I'm not worried about f5. I can play e5 or coming up next, bishop g6. Something you wanted to do,
I wanted
Jovi.
to do that very much, to put the bishop on g6 and just
Just
mobilize it.
And Alice played e4, right? Expanding in the center. Makes sense. Sorry, please.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But does feel that, well, Arena is on the defensive here.
Well,
There's no easy way to...
there was one thing that Cristian was trying to do, which was to weaken this pawn on d4 so that he could play a move like queen d6. Last time he had included b5 and swapped rooks, right? This time I'll try to do it. I'm going to try to trick white in the sense if you put your rook here, now b5 and rook takes c1, maybe, oops, why do I have to be clever? F4 is,
F4 is hanging.
also hanging.
So it feels like maybe I should try to employ a different plan. Yeah, I've
Please.
been exchanging on d4 quite often, and maybe I don't have to do that.
Okay,
Let's maintain the tension.
okay,
Let's start with b5.
okay. Last time we put our bishop back on a2.
Right. And let's keep going with a5.
a5.
Yes, I want to play b4.
Wow.
I want to open up the position in that manner and keep the tension as
Wow.
it
Is
is.
it okay if you just say, I don't believe you, and we just carry on?
How do we carry on?
Well, isn't the plan to go... isn't
I
the plan to
forgot
go-
our plan.
Isn't our plan to kind of go d5 and also bishop b1?
We were playing e5, and then after a trade, we were
Yeah.
seizing this nice b1 h7 diagonal. So
But I feel like the natural plan is perhaps
D-
d5.
okay, the problem I'm having with
maybe-
d5
yeah.
is what happens after c4? Then I don't really want to take this, do I?
No. You just slide the queen over, or the rook to d1. Probably
Okay.
the rook.
Okay. But I feel like I'm artificially isolating this guy.
Yeah,
like
you are actually.
takes
Oh
and
dear.
queen a5, queen c5 check. We've been outfoxed.
So I
by
think you were
Cristian.
starting with e5, right?
Yes.
But now my plan,
Yes.
devilish,
Yes.
that is to just pass by f5. Close
that
up
line
this
before
annoying
now.
diagonal that you've been pestering me on
Uh-huh.
with bishop b1, queen c2.
He's playing well, huh?
Yeah. Okay, so maybe what we have to do is keep the tension. You want to go b5. Why does the bishop want to go to a2?
Because there was a king on g8 last turn.
Right, and it also ties the
So-
queen down. So let's put the
Bishop where on e2?
yeah.
Okay. I'm still a little bit befuddled by takes, something that Cristian wanted to do in a different setting. Give me the pawn on f4.
e5 was always our response to
Okay.
this.
Give me the pawn on d4.
You have rook c5.
Rook c5. Okay. And I'm not as bold as Cristian to play a5 and b4. I'll just chill a6. And I want to play bishop to g6, maybe on a good day.
And how is the situation if I try
bishop-
to wreak havoc on your king side by going
Takes, takes?
takes?
Munch, munch?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yes, yes. I feel 3-result king. I mean,
Totally.
to be fair, I'm not sure I like either player definitively, either side definitively, I want to say, because there are these weak pawns around the board, a3, d4, f4. There is a weak king as well. This is where experience and judgment
Yeah.
are a key factor.
Also, I'm worried a bit about Alice's time management. She,
Yes? How
for
is she
this move,
doing?
e4, last move, she spent close to 16 minutes.
Yeah.
And that's a lot. Because right
16
now she only
minutes
has
on
30 minutes
E4.
left. On e4, yeah. So
Wow.
it doesn't seem like she sees a clear plan to take the initiative, get close to the black king. Because the way I see it, and you guys have been trying this for quite a while,
Yeah.
do something on the b1, h7 diagonal.
Right.
But whenever you go e5, I go f5.
Right.
If you go f5, that closes. You close yourself.
Right.
That b1, h7 diagonal. And if you don't have those type of plans, how do you counter my offensive on the queen side?
Yeah,
with
no,
b4?
I hear you. B5, A5, get the queen side going. And in the meanwhile, it's not so easy for white to advance.
Maybe
E5 can be met by F5,
F5,
sorry.
maybe-
Yeah. Well, F5 can be met by E5. Please,
maybe
sorry, JB.
I was actually thinking maybe e4 was perhaps an inaccuracy, but I do have an idea to kind of, but it needs to be worked on, and that's the bishop.
Refined.
Worked on. Yes. No. So the ideas that I kind of have in mind, they're just at the minute they're just like a bit nebulous in the air.
Please.
But you know, after so if you strike with f5, then you kind of push with e5. So
Right.
that's just there.
Exactly. So.
And there we can see on the camera that whilst the champions players are playing their games,
In their
the
classical,
elimination, all those players in the elimination brackets are getting ready. We see Levon Aronian, who needs to fend off Leinier Dominguez because Dominguez is in a must-win situation. Naji Paikitsa, she likes to arrive early to the board.
Yep.
She is playing with the white pieces. She, after taking the early lead, she just has to simply hold on. A draw is good enough to take her to the next level.
Exactly, exactly. And I loved that feeling of being in control of the match and having white. That's just huge. I noticed that Begum came into studio to ask her coach some last-minute advice, and I don't think you're giving anything away when I say, what did you advise Begum to do with the black pieces to play for a win?
Just stick to the plan. Stick to the plan
What's the plan?
what we discussed before the match as well. None of the lines that we discussed were very, very passive. So this is exactly what I think she should be doing right now. And let's see where it goes. Just keep the pieces on the board and play a game. I think this is the most important. The game is not going to be decided in the opening. Just keep fighting.
Yeah.
Okay.
And as we expected, Catalan is now on the board between Naji and Begim.
Nice. It's funny, I actually like playing the white side of the Catalan, but I am aware that it does give the second player lots of opportunity of winning a pawn. You can play d5 takes c4.
Talking about winning a pawn.
Yeah, d5 takes c4 and
I mean,
trying to keep the pawn with c6 and
Yes,
d5.
exactly. I mean, in this particular variation, my understanding is that the best line for black is actually
Captures?
to say, capture the pawn and say, look at your knight on c3. It's not going to assist in the quest of recapturing the
Yes.
c4 pawn.
But now we're back into the days of Karpov and Korchnoi. Remember Baguio City, Baguio, the Philippines, the World Championship match, where they essayed. And I have seen a number of recent games, very, very topical games. It's a pawn sacrifice for bishops of opposite colors, where the pawn is on g3. Most of the games, I must say, end up drawn. So unfortunately for black,
This is a very safe line for white if you
exactly,
do go knight c6. Yeah.
exactly. Knight c6 is not a way to play for a win. A good way of playing for equality. Jump in, Christian. How is your pupil going to get
There's
chances?
a few ways, right?
Yeah.
A few ways to play for equality. c5 exactly is one of them, one of the topical lines in the position. a6 perhaps, just to keep the game going a little bit, perhaps is an idea, and meet knight takes c4 with maybe knight to d7 or knight to even to c6, things of that nature. Mm-hmm. But it's not easy. I have to say this is a very good line to play with the white pieces if you only need a draw, because knight to c6, which is the main topical line, it's quite dry. And right. I think Nazi knows that. This is a difficult moment right now for Begim.
Well, I was about to say, after knight c3, if I'm playing for a win as black, I probably want to play the move c7, c6, so that the idea is that after castles,
now you can take.
I can take and get some kind of an imbalance where, well, okay, something is going on. Unfortunately, captures knight e5, has made it a lot more simplified.
That's
I want
true.
to say. Now, if you play c5 and I take and we trade queens, you make a safe equality with black, but
That's
no
the
chances.
problem. No, not more than that, right?
Exactly. And in the other game between Levon, and again, Levon is in a situation where he just needs a draw. Okay, but in this case, Leinier has the white pieces. They're in the Berlin ending. And again, they've made so many games and advances. Whoa, f2, f3. What a move. F3. Before computers, if you had said, you know, to the old school, what's the best move here, and you suggested F3, they might have laughed you out of the chess club, you know, take away your membership, wouldn't allow you back. Oh, they were cruel.
Yeah, it would be interesting to have that debate, right, between modern day chess and these classical players, and then have the kind of modern day players kind of completely refute these classical principles.
I know, they would be laughed out of the house. F3, bishop F5. What does the topical, the theoretical battle say about this position?
Well, it does seem like we're out of theory right now.
Oh, we are?
Yes, yes. Bishop to e3, h5, and f3 is the first move out of their book right now.
They're blitzing like everybody knows what they're doing.
They always do that.
They
really always do that.
Do you know when we had dinner with them after Levon had crashed out to Leinier, and they were talking about, you know, having studied together, and they were talking about this Berlin endgame.
And the fortress.
And the fortress.
I remember.
Yes, and Levon actually told me when he came to this fortress that he had discussed this fortress with not only Fabiano Caruana, but Leinier and Dominguez
as
himself.
Well. And Leinier had forgotten. So he's like, dude, we had this discussion years ago, and you agreed that it was a draw.
Yeah.
And now you're sitting here studying the position as if it's the first time. Like, what's wrong with you? Yeah, how awkward. That's a little embarrassing. Okay, Leinier, needing a win,
well,
sacrificed a pawn.
To play for it, right? Sacrifice the pawn. Now,
There's a
at least
bishop.
get this pawn storm going on the king's side. That bishop on h7. Maybe if I manage to defend the pawn on e5 and play the move f5, that's going to close down shop for the bishop on h7.
Right.
Let's start with bishop f2.
Oh, you even want to trade bishops.
I'm okay with trading. It's all about that bishop on h7 and how passive it is for the moment. You're going to need a lot of moves to get it out.
Okay, let's have a look-see. So
King
I'm going to give you everything you want.
King takes, king takes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think I want to get my king closer to the center as well.
Fair. Let me give my king a little breathing room. Yeah, and rook e1.
Let's go rook e1, sure. Let's try it out.
Doesn't the king move up the board to g3 or something?
I'm thinking about the other rook on e1.
Oh, what would you like? Sorry.
Maybe rook fe1?
Rook fe1, you got it. I'm easy.
Let's go f5.
Okay, so this is what I wanted for black.
Let's go king f3.
King f3, okay. So normally speaking, I'm trying to use my majority, right?
That's fine. Let's go king f4. I'm just pushing up the board.
A3? That's as far as you're getting with me. Thank you very much.
You're putting the brakes on my beloved a pawn?
No, I was thinking of starting to attack you right now. Knight e4.
Knight what?
Knight e4.
Knight.
I'm trying to get to
Edgar
g5. I'm really trying to focus on that bishop of yours.
Okay, I hear you loud and clear.
Knight g5.
And you've chased me to purgatory.
So finally, I got pretty much
everything
I wanted.
Right. Now, in the meanwhile, sorry, the rook was actually headed towards b5.
You're trying to get to b5.
To b4 check.
All right, let's reestablish the material balance. Take on h5.
Okay. But this is just Berlin stuff.
That's okay.
I'm not feeling overwhelmed. But
Really?
unless you're going to go with some beautiful pawn break.
That's what I'm thinking. Yes.
Okay.
That's what I'm thinking. How is that? Let's say f6.
f6.
Close you up. On
Close shop, huh?
Yes.
Wow. My goodness, what a race we're going to be having.
It is a
here.
race, yeah. Yeah, it is a race, and I'm sure we've made a lot of mistakes
along the way. But yeah, okay. This is how you're supposed to win when you need it. I mean, and their overall scores, Cristian.
Yeah, it seems like it's not looking good for Leinier. 5 wins, 15 losses. And by the way, this is in rapid and a 15 draw. So Levon Aronian definitely having the upper hand in this close encounter.
wow, 15 wins. That's a 3-1 margin. That's pretty severe. Let me just go back to the current position. Like you said, that was really a lot of. I was surprised. Were you surprised by by Cristian's decision to trade off the dark square bishops with bishop f2? Because that caught me a little bit off guard.
Yeah, I was.
You had a different approach yourself?
I would preserve those bishops.
I thought so too, but the
But he
problem is he wants to play f5, and he has to defend the pawn on e5 in order to do that.
Right, but I mean, one of the things I was wondering is like how safe is the case. So we see that there has been a move. Levon has moved his king to c8.
Yeah, well, that kind of.
Well, after the check.
I'm sitting there saying, from Black's point of view, I don't mind that check, because now that my king is over on the queen side, all I've got to do is liberate the rook, right? If I could just magically play
Right.
rook on a8 to the middle of the board, e7,
Right.
I'm happy. So I'm thinking a5, a4, rook lift.
I was thinking,
Please.
resolve the situation in
Okay.
the middle of the board first, and then carry on with a5, a4. So I was thinking, so I don't know what kind of move White would play, but just try to get f6 in, so that there's no e6.
Pardon me, you want to play f6 as Black?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
sorry.
Yes. So, bishop f2 again was Cristian's choice.
But, so say, for instance, you do use that tempo to go bishop takes, and Cristian wanted to go king takes.
Yes.
And say we just go f6.
Immediately.
Immediately, just go, you know
Well,
what, I respect your plan, but you're not going to get it today.
Here I was when you put your pawn on f6, this time capturing gives me a passer, and I'm pretty excited by that.
Okay, but if we can
Please,
also manipulate the move order so that you don't get that pass order.
So you
pawn.
want to take
So
first?
let's take first,
Okay.
and then I just want to see whether you
You
can
can with
get
now-
away with this type of
okay,
chess.
Right, f6. Okay, so we tickle the bishop. We grab.
Now the bishop moves backwards to g8 because,
Okay.
or wherever. I mean, I think
Now
it
we
should be
take.
fine. Pawn takes.
Yes, and it's time to nail down a weakness. I want to play with the knight to e4, so either
Yeah.
f5 and rook h6 or rook h6 immediately.
And just like that, I've gotten myself into big trouble, right?
Welcome to the nasty world of chess. Yeah, that's exactly. But you played the natural moves.
Right.
I mean, nothing, and then untoward happened, and then suddenly the rook invaded. So yeah, it's you got to. Berlin is a strange animal. Oftentimes, you have to curb your own ambitions, and not make decisions like h5 takes g4 or f6, and that's where this, prophylactic a5, keeping f6. By the way, another, pardon me, another option you often want to play in a Berlin, your f6 notwithstanding, sometimes g5, or h takes g4, h takes g4, g5. Tricky stuff.
Tricky stuff, but Leinier is thinking for a very, very long time and once again falling down on the clock severely. That's the problem. They started off well. He started off well. He was blitzing out his moves, but right now, after this king to c8 came on the board, rook cd1, king to c8, it does seem like Levon is still within his book. He still knows.
Well, Levon has more than 25 minutes,
Exactly.
so I would say Levon is certainly within his
Leinier, not so much, and
prep.
that's not a good sign.
Well, especially after he sacrificed the pawn on c2. Once you've played into this position, you would expect that he would have had his, he'd be ready to blitz out his follow-up. After all, you've sacrificed a pawn for a reason. What was that reason?
Still a balanced position, nevertheless.
How should he play it according to the computer then?
Not 100% sure, because I was looking at a completely different game right now, and that is the game between Irina and Alice. Irina seems to be building a very nice advantage. It feels like Alice has been led astray with her last few moves. She played the move e4, spent a lot of time on it, bishop to c6, a very crafty decision by Irina, which didn't force but coax Alice to play the move e5. And after f5, strategically, it does seem like Irina has a tremendous position. That bishop on the long diagonal landing on e4, and you still have that huge weakness on d4 as white. I'm not liking this for Alice, and I think she's not comfortable in the position either.
Is there any way that she can kind of backpedal and go queen a2?
You can, absolutely, yeah, and maybe that's the right way to do it, but I think I will challenge that bishop with bishop d5.
The problem I'm having with the position is actually what I feel is the backward pawn on d4.
Yes,
Just trying to
Right?
get rid of
that's
it.
the big
I
problem.
know. I mean, it just feels like, you know, black is ready to double and maybe even treble against this pawn.
You're
And
losing the pawn on d4.
Yeah.
You're
It
actually
feels-
just losing the pawn on d4.
It feels like Irina has tricked Alice with this. Yes, it was very cleverly done. Bishop c6, e5 looks natural, f5 was an alternative, rook e1 was an alternative, but e5, f5, the inclusion of those two moves convinces me that Alice has been tricked.
Definitely. Perhaps Alice thought it wasn't possible. She was just thinking, oh, well, pawn takes pawn or something. I don't know. But
And
yes.
just to remind everybody, if there is, well, there will be a winner
There
if this
has to
match.
be a
There has to be
winner.
a tie breaks or otherwise, and the winner will get a day off tomorrow, right?
yes,
Because tomorrow we play the finals in the elimination bracket.
Got
Hikaru,
you.
yeah.
Here it is. This is what our schedule. Jovi.
And in the elimination bracket, they will be playing a 2-game rapid playoff. And if the match ends in a tie, then of course we slash the time controls, make it even faster, and well, we'll see what happens.
Right.
Anything goes, but the great thing about tomorrow and today is that every match will be decided. We will know by the end of the day who's gone through, who's been sadly eliminated from the
Right.
tournament, and we'll get the whole range of emotions.
True that. Yesterday, again, to remind you, this is something I would just, if I was a coach, I would take our broadcast from yesterday, most especially all the moves, all the games between Fabi and Levon, and I would condense that into a kind of a study of how you play mini matches, because I think that that was chess at its highest in the sense of the many good moves that were played, but also the competitiveness of the two players. And whatever it is that separated them, it was a whisker. It was such a close match. If it had gone the other way, I would have been elated as well.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen such a clash like that.
And
for a long time.
a big shout out to Fabi too, because doubtlessly he was disappointed, but he showed up at dinner last night with Colin, with the Make-A-Wish Foundation, and made the young man's evening. So it
Yes,
was all
definitely.
good.
And in fact, you know, talking about it all being good, you know, there was also no hostility towards
No,
Levon
they were-
at
they
all.
were at the same table.
They were at the same table,
Yeah.
and they were even discussing opening possibilities in the game
Right.
as well later on in the evening.
Yes.
That's chess players. Chess
Exactly.
is chess. Life is life.
And for the moment, it does look like Alice Lee is on the back foot, as we do have advantage for her here. And let's jump into the game of Begum. Please, sorry.
Yeah,
What
no,
would
it's
you
just
like?
just before things get very wild in the rapid game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I actually see that Hikaru and Wesley
Did play?
did play, you know, something that we were talking
Okay, let's
about.
take a look at that game as I bring it up on our screen. Yes.
And
I will update my board.
Wesley has kind of taken some risks. He said, yes, I'm going to go for your h6 pawn, and I will let you have.
Look at this. He borrowed
He-
our ideas.
Yes, he did.
Rook h6 check, followed by king g5. No bishop, no rook a5 or rook d2 going after the a pawn, but bishop g7 immediately. Rook takes h5. So the inclusion of the move bishop g7, that's a bit of a surprise for me.
It's a nice defense, though.
Was that really a good? Wow. Okay, so king drop back, and he's threatening rook to g5. That's a winning threat. So Hikaru sidestepped that. And the inclusion of bishop g7 and bishop c3 meant that the king is not as aggressively placed on the g4 square as it was a moment ago.
And also the absence of the h-pawn also means it's not so easy to hide the king on h6 as we were doing.
Okay.
For a second, I thought Hikaru is a pawn down. I couldn't see that pawn on f7. I was a bit worried for Hikaru.
Right.
But with that pawn on f7, I don't think you have much.
With the pawn on f7, we don't have much. Let's see.
Because even whenever you get to the king, with the king on h6, let's say, you manage to get somehow to h6 and threaten checkmate. I will have rook to h2, check from the h file.
Gotcha.
It doesn't seem like Hikaru is going for that. Rook to a7 is his choice. Now, what does he want against king to g5?
Exactly. The very fact that the rook is so beautifully placed behind the passed pawn convinces me that initiative is still...
Now I understand. He wants to just match that king with his own king, king to h7. And rook to a7 defends the 7th rank so that you don't have any sort of ideas with rook to b7 to push my king backwards. Yes, I think they will go for some sort of a repetition now.
Yep, it's happening right now. And you can just see from the body language of the players.
Yep.
There you go.
Have reconciled themselves to a draw. Well, you said it very well, that you don't see Hikaru losing these endings very often.
They don't get outplayed in these positions. No way.
Okay, well, in that case, we can now jump to our rapid chess games. And first of all, 1-1. We've got tiebreakers coming up.
We are bound for the playoffs.
I think they'll start at 5:30.
They will start at 5:30. And interestingly enough, this is actually Hikaru's first playoff. So
Yes, whereas Wesley,
that's
that's what he's been doing to qualify through his matches, is by tiebreak playoff. So welcome to the tiebreaks, Hikaru. How are you feeling? Are you in a good shape? Begum versus, we have c7, c6, knight takes c4, and I must say that it feels to me like Naji has gotten a nice version of a Catalan
She
already.
did right now, yes.
Yes.
But Begum did miss a big opportunity.
She did?
One move earlier. She took a bit too much time to get ready to play this move c5 and allow this queen to e2, which pretty much puts the kibosh on this idea of c5 because of the pawn on b5 being under attack. You can play, however, c5 in one move instead of rook to c8.
Right.
And that was her golden opportunity, her golden ticket to potentially a very, very difficult position for white. How do you play right now? If you take on b7, we exchange that, but your king gets weak. There is a lot of tension in the center on that pawn on d4, and we know how quickly these positions can turn, right?
Right.
In an instant. After queen to e2, knight to b4 with the rook on c8, where is that knight going? And it just feels like white has a clear way to finish her development with bishop to d2, rook to c1. If I manage to get the bishop to e1, hide it away, keep the D and the C files potentially open like that, it just feels like white will have the upper hand. At the same time, there's still a lot of pieces left on the board.
Right.
And this is everything that Begum wants, right? She doesn't want any sort of dry Petrov or anything of that nature. She wants as many pieces on the board because a loss or a draw makes no difference, right? You need to win this one. We saw how many risks Levon took yesterday with his modern opening choice. He was completely losing at one point, but he managed to turn the tables by keeping it chaotic. And this is exactly what Begum should be doing in this one.
I like the bishop d2, rook c1 approach. As you say, all I've got to do is draw, and I'm through. Play solid.
Yes.
I agree completely. I mean, I've had a lot of experience on the black side of this particular opening. And what you're looking for is just neutralizing the whole white initiative. And I agree. Bishop d2, rook c1. I loved Cristian's bishop e1 move as well. Nice touch. The bishop getting out of the way of the rook. And it's also very instructive,
Which
and very
she played.
thematic.
She played it.
Right.
Yeah.
Another nice thing from White's side is, I think, especially when you get a lot of experience with the Catalan, you come to realize that so much of the opening depends on the move c6, c5. If you get to play it, you're usually okay. If you don't, you're usually much worse.
And I think, you know what the problem is with knight d5?
Yeah, the control of the d3, knight d3, control of c5 gives White's an edge.
Not
yes,
only
please,
that, but
Christian.
I have ideas of a4, and the typical a6 defense doesn't work very well, because I take on b5, I exchange, open up the a file, and now with bishop on d2, I have knight takes d5, followed by bishop to a5.
But you could get away, right? Don't take with the a pawn. No, Yasser. C pawn.
Okay.
Same story,
Can I do the same
unfortunately
thing?
Well,
for you.
but the rook can take on d5. If you're going to sell,
Sell yourself,
Sell yourself, then I'm gonna
dearly
set it
as
like that.
possible. Okay,
I
fair.
see,
But
yeah.
in any case, it is an exchange sacrifice. A7, A6 by Begum. Begum says I'm prepping the move knight d5. I'll play A7, A6. I like that move. I think
One
she's
thing that
prepping
Begum is
C5.
doing good in this game, is doing well, is the fact that she plays fast. And there's some pressure on Nazi's clock right now.
Right.
11 minutes and counting down against 18 minutes for Tokirjanova.
By the way, once again, I find myself to be a Catalan player. Again, I've been talking about the c6, c5 break. If I'm in White's shoes, I would shut it down. I really would. I would
Okay,
play the move
A3.
A3, drive the knight backwards, and then play b4 and say, you are not getting in c5. I don't think you're going to get in a5 either. The bishop on d2,
I agree.
X-rays.
I was also going to ask the question.
Please.
So I was tempted to actually go a3,
Okay.
and then
Rook
after
D.
knight d5,
Yep.
I was actually thinking of going knight takes, knight,
Okay.
just to kind of make life a little bit easier. If you take with the c pawn, bearing in mind you're in a
Dead-
must-win
dead
situation,
drawn, yeah.
it's going to be very difficult because I'm going to
Agreed.
challenge you on the
Okay,
c9.
I
If you take
fear.
with the e pawn, then I'm killing you that way.
Not
So you have
happy.
to do this, and then I was thinking that you could lock it down with b4.
I agree.
And then you stop any a5 ideas that they
True,
sometimes
true. Whether the knights are traded or not, it's very clear that the move a3 and b4, a3 on the board, and knight e4 came.
have. Also thematic. I've seen that done many occasions. Actually, I've seen it done. I've had
I've
it done.
played it
No, I've
myself.
had it done to myself.
Okay. Knight e4, again, controlling the c5 square. Can we just take, oh, there is a sacrifice. I was about to say knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, c5. There is a sacrifice. Again, all I need is a perpetual. I've got it in the pocket in this case. So knight e4 by Naji saying, well,
This could be a little bit of an inaccuracy because knight takes knight.
you like it.
I like it.
Okay,
I think you have
bishop
to do
takes,
the bishop
clear.
takes, and now you drop back with the knight to f6.
That's a
and
tempo
you
against
say-
the bishop.
Exactly. So go back,
Okay.
and now I can go c5,
And now you go c5.
That's
and
a
now
very good
I'm
point,
out.
yeah.
I'm fantastic, but I don't think I've done anything more than equalize.
Exactly. How fantastic is it? I mean, you managed
Well-
to make your break and make any
So
good
one second, let's
equality.
go back to g2 instead of f3.
Well, the reason I wanted f3, Christian, I was thinking that bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, versus bishop takes g2.
Correct. But I want to have a tactic in the position.
Please.
Bishop to a5. And now you don't have bishop takes f3.
Right.
So I think that wins an exchange. I take on b7, you move the rook, and then I have knight c6, right?
That's a very, very nice trick, something that we should all bear in mind. Bishop a5. I've seen it before, and I forgot about it. But nice, bishop a5. So your knight came back with a tempo, but you didn't manage to equalize after all, Jovi.
So perhaps now you have to go a5, but then that allows b4. It just doesn't look like a very comfortable
And
position
if I
for
play
black.
c5 immediately,
That's probably, yeah, the right way to approach this position.
knight g. Well, I don't know. You could win the two bishops, of course, by just capturing twice on c5 and being better.
Yeah, yeah, and maybe that's the best way to continue.
Yeah. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that. Let's jump to our other rapid tiebreaker, and this is between Leinier and Levon. And, well, we need to catch up with the players because Leinier has sacrificed a pawn for this position. And nobody is enthused. The rooks are off the board. Why isn't Black just doing great?
Well, there's this. I mean, Black's pawns are not marching forward just yet.
They are.
And so White just kind of has to carry on.
Okay, 93. So we'll take.
Yeah, you have to take.
Now I'm no longer with all the rooks off the board. I'm not worried about the open H file anymore. So let's get going.
And then the king.
E4.
I'm struggling. Yep, king e4. King
Okay.
e4. Put the knight on e. Okay, knight goes to e. Sorry, d5.
Yep, you got it.
And then bishop f4.
Your next move to squeeze me off the board is going to be pretty fun. Is it time for? Do I at last get the chance to play g6 and maybe try to take twice on?
Can I go knight? Hang on, wait. So if you go g6, I have one idea up my sleeve. There's knight f6. There you go. But you didn't need to do this.
Well, I'm kind of happy still.
Pawn takes.
Well, what is this?
Have I not locked your bishop out of the game?
You have, but in a sense, I've locked your king out of the game, right? Yeah? No?
Yeah,
Yes? No?
Swings and
no.
roundabouts.
You're happy, me happy, Sukasa, whatever.
Yeah.
Eventually I'm going to get my king, out of the way so I get to go c6. In other words, I agree with you. My bishop is landlocked, but I kind of think that your king is landlocked. You're not going to win with your bishop against my king only.
That is true.
One day you're going to have to move the king.
Yeah, and I can't necessarily go
without releasing my bishop. But okay, let's jump to the engine eval, Christian. What is Levon cruising, or is he worse?
You guessed it, of course. It's 0-0-0.
0-0-0.
It's just very balanced position.
Okay.
Once again, it's all about the bishop on h7. How do you solve that problem, right? H takes b5. This is what we have currently on the board. You have to create your own counter chances on the queen side. Pretty much distract me from worrying about your bishop, right? And trying to get to it, which is not easy. It's really, really difficult to get to your bishop. I would love to provoke somehow this move g6, so maybe try to get g5 in the position, force you to play, or at least coax you to play the move g6, and after f6 that bishop is going to be dead, but that's not going to happen. So, yeah, I mean, I have to say, Levon knew his opening, knew the Berlin endgame with the black pieces quite well, and he doesn't seem to have too many issues in the position remaining right now.
Well, that game that he drew with Fabi, where he was well aware of the fortress, was a very powerful indication to me that he's really, really prepared the Berlin to a depth that, well, dare I say, is extraordinary.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. C5, C4, okay. I mean, very Berlin-like fashion. Levon is saying, yeah, I've got a 4 versus 2 majority over there. Let me put my guys to work, and I can't blame him for that.
Nope, I cannot blame him either. And I was going to say, just very nice strategy and very nice plan from Levon.
Clear.
And as you guys have indicated, just don't
mess up the G6
up that beautiful defensive formation. Forget
Right.
about that bishop.
Right. Now, actually, here, this is a question. This is a testing question. Should I put the bishop on C5, where it's kind of active, or do I go bishop to D8?
What did you do against me?
I'm not sure. It was fantastic.
Yeah,
Whenever
it worked.
It worked. That's what I'm going to go bishop to D8 because I'm not even sure why I'll go bishop to D8, but it's sort of like.
I mean, I guess we should try with like a very passive
approach
formation.
first.
No.
All I need is a draw.
Exactly.
All
So
I
if you
need
can
is a draw.
hold it. And I was trying bishop f4 here because really I'm stuck for a plan.
And I like something about g5.
Unless the king can come in, the white king can come in. So maybe what I can do is, instead of bishop f4, because I think you had done a different construction with a5. So I'm going to go bishop f2.
Okay, so you're tickling my guy, and my guy is advancing.
And then you just, why did you do this to me? Okay, go back. I have to be precise here. I wanted to go knight to
b4 check.
b4 check.
Okay.
The problem is that the black king steps forward. But hang on a second. If you step forward, I can just go a3 and. Whoops, I do believe you are in a mating net.
I am in a mating net for just the moment. I wasn't going forward so much as I was the bishop c5. Okay, that was the question. Maybe he was afraid of knight b4. Jovi, it's entirely possible that knight b4 forces the king in that exact moment in an awkward place. Here, by the way, if it was black's turn, king d7, c6, driving the knight away, would have my vote of confidence. Bishop c5. Okay, once again, the computers are like saying triple zeros, but is it easier to play white or black? I find it easier to be a pawn up. I mean, personally,
Well, black's plan is very simple, right? It's just to go forth and multiply on the queen side.
We call it coronation, but yes. Yes, give me a girl.
Especially when you have draw in the pocket. Yeah.
And I have a lot of time on the clock as well.
Yes.
I mean, I think it looks like it's 17 to 8.
17 to 7.
17 to 7.
7 and 30 seconds.
Okay.
Counting down. It's difficult to create anything with the white pieces right now, because whenever I manage to exchange that bishop on c5 dark square bishop for the knight and get the opposite color bishops on the board, I go g6, I open up the position, I even give you the pawn. So for example, you go g6, you go f6, I go g5 check, open that bishop, you can take my g5 pawn, no problem, and then I will be able to set up the blockade on the light squares.
Exactly.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's going anywhere.
By the way, I really have to give a shout out to the House of Staunton. The House of Staunton is the company that makes these pieces. They're works of art. They're triple weighted sets. They're digital game timer enhanced so that they work with the DGT boards. And they're just beautiful. I mean, you feel like a professional when you're at the board, and the furniture is provided by a local furniture designer here in Missouri, and there you see the pieces are just, well, they're exquisite. The green felt, and
Spoken as a true wood enthusiast.
I am a chess set collector, and I'm very, very proud of and I like the Staunton designs. I'm not for the fancy bone and, gem encrusted. No, give me the luxury woods.
No, give me the gem encrusted ones. I want the ones that are going to go up in value. No, but having said that, on the House on Staunton, I mean, we have some in Oslo, and they're just amazing.
Yeah.
And then I was thinking I must buy this, but then I went and checked the price, and I thought. But it really is a work of art.
Yes,
and if you have some place in your house to display said art, then go for it.
You feel real good. Jump in, Cristian, and tell us how your pupil is doing.
Not great.
Not great.
Definitely not great. Look, and this is why it's so difficult to play whenever a draw is sufficient for your opponent, because at this point, after this move knight to e4, the best way to continue would have been to take, and now go c5. That was the problem. Bishop takes h7, and then we get the perpetual, and then we sign the score sheets, and the match is over.
Right.
You have to avoid this at all costs, which she did, but you're also conceding a lot of things whenever you try to avoid this type of exchanges in the position. She played a5, knight to g5, rook to f8. You have to defend the pawn on f7, e4, knight to c7, bishop to e3. This is what we have right now. If you give me one more move, I'm going to go rook to c1, put the kibosh on this c5 move. You have to play c5.
Exactly.
Right now.
We have to.
You have to go for
forced.
c5. The problem is, what if I just simply take, exchange everything? Even this move, check this one out. You cannot touch this knight on e5 after f4. Your queen is trapped in the middle of the board.
Whoa.
That's a nice one. That's
fancy.
definitely a nice one. it's not looking good. I managed to stabilize the position. All my pieces are much better placed than yours. Look at this knight on c7. What's the future for that knight on c7? Not very bright.
Not
These
great.
beautiful knights on e5 and g5 are putting tremendous pressure on your position. This one is looking like Nazi is probably going to take it home.
Oh, cruising. Wow. Okay. That's...
And by the way, c5 is on the board.
C5 is now on the board. Yeah.
And let me remind you,
Yes.
Begim had 18 minutes at some point against 11 minutes. Right now, Begim is down on time. So she lost that advantage as
10
well.
minutes to... Yeah. Wow. Okay. That was a real visual, Jovi. DC, bishop c5, queen c5, rook c1. It's not often that, you just hang a piece in the middle of the board and go, oh, darn it. Is that one of those where you go rook c1 and then you clutch your head?
Yes, yes.
Your opponent, like, what am I doing?
Takes immediately on e5 and then you
You
finally
play f4.
put your watch on,
Yeah.
start sipping your water.
Yeah.
Time to go.
F4,
That's
F4.
meme, right? Someone call an ambulance.
Right.
And then you go after queen takes f4, but
Right.
not for me.
Yes. Queen to b6. I understand this knight is bad. Okay, but Begim's a move or two away from kicking the knights back, but h.
But what if I just go knight to d7?
That's
Knight
the move that
to
kind of
d7.
appeals to me, especially
Oh,
because you're in
boy.
a must-win.
Oh boy,
situation.
knight
Change more
d7,
pieces,
rook
get the
e7.
rook on the 7th rank.
I understand. I'm not happy. I'm just dreaming of getting my pieces in better squares. Knight to c5 would be a dream come true. h6 when you're not. Oh gosh, you got queen h5. Oh,
So what
dear.
if I
No,
take
but the
on
rook is
c8
on
and queen
crease.
h5?
No, but I'm afraid of rook takes c. Oh, then the other
The
rook
rook
will.
is as a
That's
target.
No,
okay.
it doesn't work.
Rook c8.
Oh no.
And then queen
Queen h5.
Queen h5, yeah.
Oh no.
This is not
You
looking
go
good.
h6 and rook takes f7. Oh.
Well.
I take on f8 and I go queen to h8 and the bishop on c8 is hanging.
Yeah, you're
See,
going to win
he's the
this one.
party. No, I'm not. What a party pooper that was. Rook skews the bishop there. You're not going to win this one.
You would be surprised.
Matey. Bing. Oh boy. Okay, that didn't work. In that case, rook c1 and Naji is really in the driver's seat in this case.
Oh yes.
Oh,
she
yes.
is, Yeah. But look, I mean, Begim had to play c5, right? You have to kick and scream right now, and hope for the best. Maybe she will miss rook c1. Maybe she's going to take a step back with knight to d3, and then you will get your chances. But you have to do something. The position is just
Yeah.
busted, objectively.
But well, when you also take into account the clock situation, there is a margin.
Rook to
of
c1
error.
was played.
Yeah.
That Begim looked disappointed when she saw that move. She just kind of faded a little bit backwards. She recognizes these lines with knight d7 definitely favor Naji. Let me jump to the Levon versus
To the end game
to the
between
endgame.
Leinier Dominguez and
Exactly.
Levon Aronian. Leinier
And
Dominguez
I
in a must-win
refreshed the board
situation.
because I thought, wow, for sure they had played some moves, but they really have not played that many moves at all. Bishop e1, king d7, and this is what I was thinking, that you're ready to get. Oh, there is bishop f8. Hey, check that out. Finally,
Okay.
there's a very serious threat. Bishop
Well,
to f8.
He went for it.
What did Levon could have traded on? I think
he could
Levon
have.
was. Levon was perhaps fearful that in this particular case, the bishop would be stranded. Yes.
So c6 immediately came on.
So he could have played c6, but that's a bishops of opposite color. Bishop f2, bishop f8, c6, knight here.
But, you know, it's not
G6.
necessary to panic, right? You can go g6, you can go g5. I would
I
go
don't know.
g6.
Panicking has a lot to be said for it.
So can I
G6.
right now go a5?
A5.
Yeah.
Right,
Get
I
an
want to
extra
put the
time.
knight on c2 so that then I can go g6.
Yeah.
And then g5 is going to come with tremendous consequences.
Okay,
You're
so
going to go G5.
A5.
Or
No,
G6.
he's going to go G6, and he's going to try to lure me into a blundering with F6 so he can go G5. Instead, I will disappoint him.
Because two are playing this game. Thank
Correct.
you very much.
Thank you very much. How will I annoy him? Not easy. A3.
What about A4? Can you do that kind of?
A4 with trembling hands.
No. Yeah, I kind of wanted to make another. But you can use the idea of A.
He has played G6. Oh, he didn't play A5.
But I think it's coming.
Well, the knight got pushed to the A6 square. So just a second. Right here, he could have played A5, knight C2. He played G6 immediately. Knight went to A6 so that you can come back with the bishop. And takes. We're up to date with the players. And bishop C5, I think, is what's on Leinier's agenda. King back. Clever move, by the way. Bishop C5 can be met with King B7, and that bishop's of opposite color. I don't
Just a
believe.
draw.
Yeah, that looks too dry.
Yeah, he's just too close. He's just too close to finish it right now. So bishop to c5, right? It's almost forced.
Well, you know, is there any way of making an incursion into the king side where one day E6 might work?
If you, as soon as you move your king to
He's
F4.
played bishop to C5.
Okay, I'm expecting King B7.
Yeah.
But every time you kind of release the guard from D4, I'm going to put the bishop on D4 and
Correct.
target
And then the
E2.
knight can come back to C5. I love that.
And you know what the problem is?
What's
After a
that?
king to b7, you take on f2, I take on a6. Even if you manage to get on f6 and take on f7 and force me to give away my bishop,
Yeah.
all I have to do is just change one of my pawns for the b2 pawn.
Exactly.
And that's a draw.
That's the problem. I think it's that easy that the threat of b4 followed by c3 and trading one pawn, that's all you need is to get rid of that b2 pawn to make a draw. And that also presupposes that you're not, you're actually winning the bishop. You're forcing the victory of the bishop by getting your king to f7. And it's not a given that the bishop won't blockade on e6. So we are in this current position. Let me refresh the board, sorry. So that bishop c5 is on the board, and we're considering king b7 as perhaps the way of securing a draw. And we were fearful that if Levon were to allow bishop d4 knight c5 kind of constructions, then Leinier could win.
And Levon now taking a pause, which is unusual for him because he has been blitzing out the moves.
Yeah, he just has shown fantastic familiarity with these Berlin endings. I'm staggered by his understanding. I mean, preparation is one thing, but this is on a very
He's
deep
really
level.
good. Yeah, he's really good in these endgames.
Yeah,
Sam Shanklin was able to put pressure against Ray Robson.
right.
Leinier cannot touch Levon in this one.
No.
And let's go to Begim
Sure.
versus Nazi, because that one, it's not looking good still for black, but it's probably looking the best for the last, compared to like anything in the last 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Because at least there's some imbalance in the position.
Oh, okay. So when we left it, we'd seen talk. She played. She didn't capture on c5.
No.
And played rook c1. She played rook c1 immediately, and now we're in a completely different setup.
Still,
Still, white seems to be doing very, very well, but
But
there's And by the way, h6 was not the most precise move.
94.
94.
That she had
jumps.
to stop that with the move rook e8 first.
Yeah.
Right.
Because now that bishop coming to e4, that bishop is going to be very nicely placed
Also,
against the black
The Black
king.
King. It's lacking defenders.
Exactly. You mean something like knight takes e4, bishop takes e4, rook e8. Oops, excuse me.
Some
you
queen
might,
g4
you
now.
might
Yes,
play
I was
queen
thinking queen
G4.
G4, maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that you're really you like the initiative. I mean that you.
When I'm
you're-
commenting, I actually really love the initiative. I like to just throw the pieces at my
Opponent- opponent's
someone's king.
Right.
But in
Whoever.
reality, in over the board chess,
But
I'm
you
a
have
little
to
bit
see
more
that
tepid.
You
yeah.
seize the defensive when possible.
You have to take that knight right now.
And queen G4. And just to remind everybody,
Yeah, because we are at a critical stage here in the elimination bracket. Naji Paikitsi has taken the lead with her first game victory, and Tokizhinova is in a must-win situation playing with the black pieces. Whoever loses the match
is out.
is out.
And the winner will go on and play the runner-up of today's match between Alice and Irina tomorrow.
Exactly.
There won't be any classical games tomorrow. There'll be an elimination bracket tournament going on. And in the open section,
Yes, it's exactly the same situation, and the two are really mirroring each other. Levon Aronian has seized the advantage by winning the first game today, and Leinier Dominguez playing with the white pieces is in a must-win situation and is exactly the same as Yasser says. Whoever wins today will now face the runner-up of the champions bracket.
of Wesley and Hikaru, as they are tied, and they'll be playing a playoff, well, at 5:30, I believe, our time, is when that match will begin. 94 on the board. Dare I ask, can I take the pawn? Knight takes d5? Is there a horrifyingly good refutation to that one?
She didn't. She took on e4.
She did take on e4. I see.
She
Ooh.
took on e4, bishop takes e4, rook e8, and now we have queen g4 on the board, and bishop to f8. That's a bit of a
Rook
puzzling
e8,
move.
queen. Well, she's defending h6. Can't blame her for that one.
Yes, but it allows this move b4. Isn't that just really bad for black right now?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That's
You're using your
That's
resource,
tragic.
the bishop on f8 to defend on g7, but now
A,
your
B,
c5 square
A,
is
B.
also attacked.
that's a dream for white. I mean, in fact, when you think about it, there's a heavy amount of concentrated white forces against c5, and no, this is
great
pain.
stuff from Naji.
This is
Very
great.
clinical.
No, she's cruising here. That was.
This pin on this diagonal, the a7 g1
You know,
diagonal is...
again, if we just go back for a moment, you could see that rook e8, bishop f8, b4 was going to cost you the game. I mean, sometimes you just say, hey, look, go ahead, show me how I lose. And I don't doubt that there's a winning line here, but sometimes...
Yeah, sometimes you have to go for it, but it's very difficult though.
Well, in this case, I would actually find it really easy to play the move knight d5 and lose that way, because this way, what we see in the game is just too easy. It's just too simple for Naji. She's played queen g4, and played the move b4. And
Right.
She's got a winning position with... no problems. At
And
least
she has more time on the clock.
with
right
knight
now.
takes d5, I would have put a little pressure on white and said, show me how you're going to get me.
Yeah, and Begum down to her last 2 minutes. Well,
Reaching for the
H-pawn.
h5. Certainly, I don't have to capture and hang the bishop. I
drop the
probably-
queen back to f3.
Yeah, maybe queen f4. I'm not too sure if there's reasons that you might want your queen on f4 or queen on f3. I told you about when to move the king onto the opposite color of the queen. In this case, there are no rules.
But hang on a second. The black
Yes.
king is on the light square. Move it to a light square. Move the
Yes.
queen.
Oh, there you go. Oh.
And the problem with queen
Ooh.
f4 is that queen d6 may be coming, and then you have some problems with the bishop on e4.
Okay, so queen f3, the training. It works for Naji, it works for Jovi, everybody happy.
Maybe you have
Queen
to go for
f3.
some g6 to try to close shop on that side.
But
Maybe
if you go
that
g6,
idea of-
the pawn on c4 will drop.
Right, the vultures will all jump on that pawn.
That's okay, but
yeah.
I mean, I have enough defenders, right? At least for the moment.
Do you?
I think so. Knight takes c5.
Yeah, but
She's done it?
it
I
has
mean,
happened.
knight takes c5.
I take it.
Take it, take
Bishop
it,
takes
and
c5.
take it, yes?
Yes.
Okay, so now we're all so prim and proper.
Give me one more move, Yasser.
I know,
Give
I
me
know.
one
I'm
more
not going to
move.
give you that move, though.
Just trying to go queen d6 and
I'm
get
trying
out
to
of
play
this.
d6.
I was trying to play bishop takes g6.
You're trying to.
Ooh.
We've all got our ideas.
We got our agendas, but yeah.
Yeah.
But doesn't
Why didn't d6 work? Tell me.
So bishop takes
bishop.
e4. You go d7. I hide rook d8.
Rook d8.
I have to. play
Queen
rook
takes
d8.
bishop.
But now I have queen c6, which defends both e8 and gets me out of the.
Not,
not really, 'cause you've got queen
not
e7.
so fast, my young buckaroo.
Well, bad position. There's no good moves.
Yes, tactics seem
You
to
know what they
always
say.
work from good positions. The
Yeah,
tactics
yeah.
flow nicely from good positions. Whoa!
That's aggressive.
G6, G4.
That is aggressive.
Wow. Okay. Didn't see that one coming.
No, I didn't see that one. I was purely focused on the pin. But okay, g4.
Wow.
It makes a lot of sense, right? Because that pin is so unpleasant and it's so difficult to get rid of.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do you get out of that pin? I don't have take on c5. No reason for that. No reason to hurry. I like this move, g4 by.
Okay, but you can just
Nazi.
simply take the pawn. That's what I would do. And after queen takes, move my... I can't go bishop g7.
Why can't... Oh, bishop G7 loses the C5.
Stupid c-pawn.
Right?
And beg him down to her last minute right now with a very difficult position, almost unplayable position.
G4. Well, I mean, there's one threat in the position, F5, right? And G4 does put the kibosh on that threat, and there goes HG4, queen takes G4. By the way, I really like Naji's. She's playing very, very practically. She's playing quickly. She's making solid, good looking
decisions,
moves,
yes.
good decisions.
Yeah.
And I don't know, has she made any mistakes in this game?
No, no mistakes.
I mean, you know, when you're in a must-win game and your opponent doesn't make any mistakes, I mean, what are you supposed to do, Jovi?
I mean, she's played very well. I have to say, we've been a bit unfair to Begum because she has had her hands tied behind her back. Her best
Right.
lines that she wanted to play would have ended
She
in
can't.
a result. She can't do because she's in a must-win situation.
And Rook C7,
Rook C7 on the board.
recognizing she's in this predicament where she's stuck. This pin
But-
of the bishop on E3 is really, really awkward.
So
Rook
it-
C7, yeah.
So it looks like we won't see any playoffs in the elimination brackets.
Yeah, with just a draw, she will advance, so I agree. And in this position, after playing a move like G4, well, I'm pretty easy to guess that she'd probably want to follow it up with H4. Maybe just trying to break open Black's king with 25 seconds for Begum to defend. Not nice.
Yeah.
I like the last move.
Do I
of
have
Begum,
some
by the way.
ideas though? Rook to c7. So
Yeah.
I have a trick in the position. If you do
Please.
go h4,
Yep.
maybe I can try to go bishop to c8.
Bishop to C8.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll have to drop. Whoa!
took on
Now
C5.
she's clarified matters with the move takes on C5.
She has
Oh,
to take
because
back.
now D6. Okay, you have to take back. Presumably, we're going to sacrifice an exchange, a sham sacrifice. It's only a temporary one.
Can you exchange everything and take on g6?
Ooh.
Would that at least make a draw?
That's all we want too. I love that, what you just said. Maybe even, no,
Start
bishop
with-
takes g6, rook takes e3 perhaps.
Right? Yes.
But bishop takes c5, what you wanted, and now just take. And that's your perpetual right there.
You cannot take back. You have to go king f8, but
Yeah. But
That's,
then you might as well just.
she might be going for it, guys.
Yeah.
And that's the practical way out in this position.
Again, great decision making by Naji as she's just securing
The draw,
a
and we're
comfort,
seeing
comfy
bishop
draw.
takes.
Rook, ooh.
Yep, and
Yes,
you're
she's going for
completely
it.
right. And it looks like this is not the only game that's going to finish in a draw. Leinier Dominguez and Levon Aronian also looks to be headed straight to the draw. And Leinier Dominguez is in a must-win situation. Therefore, Levon Aronian will go through.
And the players are catching up to our position at hand where we reckon bishop takes g6, which she's
Yep,
done.
She
Yeah.
went for it.
Wow. I mean, look, sometimes you just got to tip your hat. Naji's played a very, very good
Game.
match.
Yeah.
Very good match, very good game.
Right?
Yes, she did not give her opponent any sort of practical chances.
No, and bishop takes f7 check, by the way. You know, you can go king f8, but I play bishop takes f7. I'm pretty sure I'm getting my perpetual, if not even more.
And she's gone king f8.
And I'm thinking bishop takes f7 keeps it.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
Absolutely, yes.
I
She's
mean,
forcing her way through.
right? Because if you do capture and I go check on f5,
4,
Four,
3,
three.
2, 1. And she's captured.
and after
no.
check on f5, a king to e7
Oops.
will walk into d6, and that's oops, that's gone.
Really?
So you have to
no,
go.
but d6 I go king d8, right? Maybe
What?
I actually hide with after
The
d6.
king can hide
I think
on
rook
F1.
e,
no,
e1 is a
the
big
queen
problem.
on c5 is hanging.
Oh, the queen on c5.
King, 2 seconds. You have to go to g5, and this was the perpetual that I was thinking.
Yep.
Queen
That's the
g5,
perpetual.
and away
There's
you go.
no escape.
And, well,
Beautiful.
very, very good play from Naji.
Absolutely.
Just to see those
Yes.
sacrifices at the end, to come up with G4 ideas. 5, 4, 3,
Elimination
2, 1.
finalist.
Making that move in
10
1
seconds.
second, but it doesn't matter. Okay, but now she can just simply go
D6
D6 check.
d6, and you could harbor some hopes if you maintain the pawn on b5,
And
but you don't
And-
even keep that.
by the way, we do have a result. Levon drew.
There's a queen hanging
Which
on
Queen
c5.
is
means
hanging,
he-
and that's it.
He moves on. And our congratulations to Naji, a very, very impressive elimination finalist.
Yes.
Can I say that properly now? She gets herself in the next round, as does Levon. Levon got knocked out in the classical by Leinier,
In the very first
and may I
game.
return the favor.
Yes, and now he's done exactly the same, just like in 2022.
Remarkable. As I think you had called it some time ago, Christian, that all Levon had to do was give up his bishop.
Yep.
And in this ending, if he can get rid of this b2 pawn, you can't win the game with bishop and a pawn.
And he did it.
And that was exactly what Levon played for all the way right here. And he knew at this moment that the draw is secured. All he's got to do is put his king into the corner, and you can never get it out. When I first discovered that this was a draw, a bishop and pawn versus a lone king was a draw, I thought that chess was a draw because from the opening move isn't worth a bishop and a pawn, right?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, that was...
But let me tell you something.
Please.
But you can queen a pawn.
You can queen.
You can queen the pawn from that position. We can win a lot of bets with
All
that
right.
expression. Okay.
Show us some brackets.
And the
I'm still struggling. I mean, my mind is
in the champion
is in overdrive.
and we see there Irina Krush and Alice Lee are playing Final
Right.
game in the classical portion. They're still at it.
work.
Definitely, and everything to play for. But it's an elimination bracket where everything has been clarified. Naji Pakitsi will be waiting in the elimination bracket final for the loser between Alice Lee and Irina Krush. And in the open section, there we can see the champions bracket, and it is going to be a playoff between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So. And whoever loses will fall down to the elimination bracket, and there waiting for them with open arms is none other than Levon Aronian.
Exactly. He'll be looking very happily at the playoff coming up between Wesley and Hikaru. And in the one game remaining in the classical game, Irina Krush, as we suspected, has clarified the situation to her own advantage. And this last move, Alice Lee had just played, after b6, Alice had just played the move rook to c4, hoping to activate her rook by rook to c4, followed by rook c6 or rook c7. Irina said, no, 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 no. You're the one with split pawns on the queen side. Let me play the move rook c5. If Alice were to play either rook b3 or c4, I suspect she's really close to losing.
Well, she played
She's
c4.
played c4.
She did play safe. I thought that she might have been forced, actually, to play the move rook to
But the
to
problem
d4.
is you lose the,
I give you a check.
and then you hide the king on h7,
H7.
and you want the counterplay by going for
I
e4.
do. I hate playing these rook and pawn endgames passively myself, and I'm just thinking that if you look at the position and evaluate, weigh the rooks on a scale, this rook on b4 is really ugly versus this rook on c5. So I'm going to go king, 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 a5, right? And drive the rook away.
But I'm going to get my king
Exactly. The white king is also
towards the center as well.
coming
Okay,
in.
so let's see.
Let's count them.
One,
King f2,
yes,
king e3,
yes.
king d4.
You make it just in the nick of time that you can release your rook. Okay,
Yes.
then
You
it's
can,
not
but-
that scary
But
if
what
that's
about
true.
if you what I would be worried about is if I were
Please.
to maximize the rook. So first of all, go rook a5, and then rook a. Yep. But you do have.
Now I have c5.
No, I see c5 as a...
Yeah, but how is this
Kind
endgame?
I would rather keep the rooks in their current, standoff position. Maybe g5, g3,
Okay.
and then bring my king up,
Let's say I match that, king g2.
right?
Okay, I stay, I wait.
Okay, how do you wait?
King f3, let's say.
King
Okay.
f3.
Cool, I like it, I
Reminds
like
me
it.
of the song, "Whatever you can do, I can
can
do better."
I can do everything better than you. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
King h5, how do you wait?
You can wait with a rook. Oh no, I can get. Oh, if I wait with a rook, just to kind of put it out. If I go rook a4, oops, a5, and
That is the most embarrassed rook you've seen in a long time. But while we struggle to understand if Irina can win or not, we have a guest with Cristian in studio.
Levon, you didn't have much time to think about it after yesterday's roller coaster against Fabiano, but what was the strategy going into today's match?
Try to avoid what happened yesterday.
Yesterday was a bit too crazy for your taste.
Yeah.
And tell us about the first game, because that's when you took full reins of this match.
Yeah, so I knew there was this idea with the pawn sacrifice. But honestly, today I think I spent maybe at least 2 hours walking around the park. I told to myself, I shouldn't really prepare. I just need to,
Get some
unwind.
fresh air. Yeah.
So, I mean, of course, black can play like this, and there's nothing wrong with it. But white has no risk, so it's type of play I wanted to get, type of technical play. And then, yeah, I thought this was more or less logical. I thought knight d2 was a good move because I'm trying this knight c4 or knight b3 things, you know, because knight doesn't really belong to e4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can get kicked away with f5.
Yeah.
Things of that
I mean, in
nature.
this type of things, if you manage to restrict the monster on b7, then you will be better. But of course, it's not that easy.
And that felt like it was the battle for
Yes.
a very long time, right? He was
Yeah.
trying to open things up with g5, h5. Were you getting worried at this point that this monster, as you painted it, might actually get open?
Yeah, well, I calculated here, but you can never be sure. I was not really sure. I thought bishop h6 was not the right move. I thought bishop g7 was more precise. And I thought black has a full compensation because knight c1, rook e6, you know, he has this rook h6. I will be forced to play bishop f4 anyway. And then he can just play rook g6.
Rook g6, put some
knight
pressure.
e2, queen h3, this type of things, you know.
Not allow you
won't-
to get that
Yeah,
set up.
he won't let me get out. Once I got out, I thought I got some chances.
With the knight on g3, this
Yeah,
was...
yeah. Although later, I think I almost blundered my knight at h5 at some point.
At what point?
Well, when we did this g3, bishop e7, rook e2, king f8. Yeah, my first intention was to play something like, I wanted to play bishop somewhere, like bishop e5, but then I saw bishop f3, rook g5, and yeah.
Rook h2 and rook g5, yeah.
Yeah, this would have been horrendous. Yeah. And so I thought, okay, I gotta stay focused. Position is drawish, of course. After bishop e5, I thought he had this rook e6 move.
And what about, wait a minute, what about
Knight f6.
this move? Now you have knight f6, okay. Okay, knight to d7, you cannot touch this.
Yeah, this
Very
is
nice.
my cheapo. Well-prepared cheapo. Yeah, I was actually... Yeah, instead of bishop g5, I mean, he was down on time, but I think he has rook e6 here. And
Let's see.
black is...
Oh,
Yeah.
my goodness.
Yeah, I blundered
actually
this.
better.
Yeah, I actually blundered this.
So now if you take, the problem is you take,
Yeah.
to e2, you take, and even the knight is not
So
fitting
rook
that
h2 was
well.
probably a blunder, or you know, here somewhere I started blundering. Yeah, I felt it.
Bishop
Yeah.
to e5 perhaps, king to f... Oof, that's a difficult move to make, right?
Yeah, I knew already I missed my chances here. But so bishop e5 was kind of, I thought it's a clever idea, but then I saw rook e6. My God.
Yeah, rook
So
e6
that's-
was the big one.
Yeah, so I got really lucky here. And here is probably a draw actually. I thought black is so active, he shouldn't be losing this.
But you still managed to create more and more problems for your opponent,
Okay,
especially with
he
this
was down on
a-pawn.
time, so
Yeah.
I was trying to utilize that.
Did you
time
feel like
factor.
this is the factor that made the most difference, just the fact that he wasn't able to catch up on time with you?
Maybe. Definitely, if they had more time, he would see rook e6.
Well, you're in the finals right now. Were you watching the finals of the elimination bracket?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, were you watching this game between Wesley and Hikaru, and who do you expect to join you?
Well, I don't really care. I survived yesterday, so now all of this is just a bonus.
Yes. Guys, join the conversation.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations for moving on, Levon. I'd like to turn your attention to the game between Alice Lee and Arena Crush. You're a great endgame player, as he throws him a bone. Tell us what you feel is the proper result in this particular rook ending. Cristian, could you put it on your board, please, so that Levon can see the current position?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, it looks rather unpleasant here. The king comes to h5, and then the rook will enter on the g file. I mean, it's very unpleasant for white.
So this should be the plan. King g6, king h5. Try to keep the king to the defense of those squares.
Yeah,
and then put the
because
rook on
if you
g8.
bring the king to the other side, I'll bring mine to the other side.
Yes.
And then I'll get rook b3, rook h3.
Yeah.
The
Rook b3,
sufficient
rook
counterplay.
h3, and then you have some problems.
So you
there.
have to really quickly get to this.
Which she did. She just played king to g6. And by the way, Alice is only
Yeah.
with 2 minutes on her clock. Okay, so you get your idea with king h5.
Yeah. Rook
What
c8.
happens here? This is a big problem. I cannot go rook to a4
Yeah.
because of a5, and my rook gets pretty much trapped. So I stay. I wait.
All right, I give you a check.
Let's say I stay close to my f-pawn.
All right, now I can play rook d8, or I can also try to enter from yeah, king h4 is actually not that stupid.
Thank you.
A5.
He's a
rook to
natural
seven.
born commentator. Huh?
A5.
Natural born commentator. He's looking for a job. I can see it.
Oh, you talk too much, Yasser. I'll take your job. Be careful.
Nice. Okay. Well, thank you for that. I believe you're right that this whole. I wanted to get your insight. I liked what you're saying. King h5, rook g8 for Arena, and Alice with a minute on her clock is in trouble.
Yeah.
Again, Levon, thank you very much for
Thank you, Yasser.
taking my job. And anytime, we've got a warm seat.
No, I admire you, Yasser. I really admire that you can talk, and make sense for so many hours in a row. I cannot do that, so I would never dream of taking your job.
Not at all. Good luck in the next match. It's going to be a very exciting one tomorrow. And 1 minute for Alice. Did I hear you say that?
Yes, she's under.
Ooh.
Now she's at 120, but
23 minutes for, and she's played the move a4.
no, I really liked Cristian's approach, or just waiting with the king, but it requires a lot of guts. Because he managed to get active with his rook with this very
Right.
nice idea.
Right.
But if you go a4, you're just taking away another active possibility from the white rook.
Exactly so. But, okay, all right. In Alice's defense, if I can say that, she's thinking that this rook is ready to come over to the g file, and she's got to be ready to play either a5 or c5
Right.
in order to activate her rook if she wants to stay in this game. But so it was tough. It was just the difficult choice. But Cristian, we have another qualifier, shall we say?
That's right, Nazi. You're not pulling any punches with your opening preparation. You tried d4, c5 against Alice Lee, a very enterprising approach. Now you started off with the Dutch. How did you come up with this idea? Were you trying to put as much pressure with the black pieces early on?
Yes, and actually I got lucky again with the preparation. I predicted she was going to play knight f3, even though she plays e4, d4, c4, knight f3, like all of them. So instead of preparing for everything, I only prepared against knight f3, and then she played it, so it worked out. I think I got a decent position. I'm not sure if I played it all correctly, but even though, I guess the prep, I'm not used to playing this, so I definitely wasn't sure that what I was doing was all correct.
And it seemed like it was pretty correct, right? You both were playing good moves at this point. Just her expanding on the queen side, you trying to get an attack going on the king side. Was that the plan, or were you trying to strike in the center?
I was hoping for eventually playing g5 and f4 or something like that,
Yep.
but it got pretty complicated on the queen side. She gave me some tactical chances with that b5 move that I played.
Yes, that was a very nice move. And she did have this idea of sacrificing the queen. Did you see it?
I saw it and I was afraid of it because she only has a rook and a pawn or two for it. But I couldn't evaluate this position at all. And I think if this was second game where she needed a win, she would have definitely gone for it. Yes.
Yeah. And after she played this move, knight to
know, yeah.
b2, it just felt like you were getting too much play on the queen
Yes.
side.
After this, I'm much better. It felt pretty easy.
And it was this big moment after d takes c5. Nicely spotted this queen takes d2. Were you anticipating this when you played the move rook to a3?
No.
How did you feel her presence at that?
I spent a lot of time before I played rook a3 because when I first calculated it, after d takes c, I didn't see queen d2. So I was going to play something else, and then I double-checked, went back to rook a3, and I immediately spotted queen d2. And then I thought there's no way she's going to take on c5, so I was expecting queen c2. And here I can just take queen takes d4, and I don't know what she's going to do with the knight on b2. Probably go back to a4, and I'm just much better. I just have to be careful about the c6 pawn, but
For the
other than
moment, at
that,
least, that promotion square is pretty much guarded
Yes.
very nicely by the knight on e7 and the bishop on e6. That was game one, and after that, in game two, it felt like you were able to neutralize any sort of counterplay from her side. It felt very smooth. How would you assess it?
yeah, I was actually surprised by her opening choice. I thought she was going to play something more aggressive since she needed a win. My guess is she may be prepared against the game I played against Anna, where I played 6-move queen c2. So this time I changed it up and played knight c3. And I think I was never worse. And at the very end, I think she just blundered the queen, or she would have taken the draw, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Nazi, congratulations. You're going to be waiting for either Irina or Alice Lee. Actually, let's go to that endgame. Yasser, maybe we can pull it on your board and ask for Nazi's opinion on it.
The last few moves were actually here. Rook c7 by Irina. So she wanted to come rook check and invade either with a rook or a king. So after rook c7, a5, ba5, rook a4, we're up to date with the players.
How do you feel Black's chances to get the victory in this one are?
So Irina's the only one pressing, right?
Yes.
And
Right.
she has a huge time advantage.
Yes.
I would say she has a chance.
And
to win.
how would you go about it? Rook to d7, or maybe rook to d7, try to go
Yeah.
rook d3?
Because rook d3, if I can get my king on g4, then that's much better. Right?
So you want to put the king all the way to h3, Yasser?
Yeah,
King
so
g2,
that you
king
could get
g4.
something like this.
This is getting
Rook takes a7,
Dicey.
maybe. King f1.
king takes f4, maybe?
This does look good for black.
Yeah. No, it looks like black, if she manages to take that pawn on e5, this is not looking promising.
Plus, with only 1 minute on the clock for white, definitely easy to make a mistake.
Absolutely. Well, still, this one is still ongoing. Alice is still fighting for a draw. Nazi, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Our congratulations as well. A very, very nicely played match. And what I especially impressed by was her control throughout. I mean, both the white and black game, she seemed to be enjoying herself. I mean, no other way of putting it.
Bear in mind, she said it there in the interview, she had never really played this Dutch defense at all. She just simply prepared it that morning,
Right?
very intensively, and then she went in.
Inspired.
Yeah, exactly.
And in this game, what's your during the interviews? You and I have been fencing a little bit, and how did you feel that our little duels were doing? Do you like Irina's
Well, actually,
chances?
I thought, yes, Irina definitely has chances to push for a victory. But I feel it's very, very critical that you don't get swayed by winning the a7 pawn, and instead you go for the e6 pawn.
Okay, because that was where we were at.
Yeah, that was about it.
Yeah, this idea that after you capture and check, it all looks really, really good. The one thing that you can't allow, basically, was king takes f4 and king takes e5, then you're gone.
Yeah.
And it's incumbent upon you to forget about the a7 pawn, but to make absolutely sure that you get the e6 pawn after king takes f4.
Right. So we got as far as this, and then we had to
Still black,
stop.
yes, it's still black for choice. We had to stop ourselves from going full hog into the position, but clearly, you know, black is the one dictating, and
Probably this
Alice.
is but even then, we'll have a situation. Say, if, for instance, white wins the a7 pawn, black manages to win the e pawn and c pawn. I mean, this is that notorious.
Yeah. I'm not sure we can get all of that good stuff going, but I hear you. The one thing I'd also like to just say is, like, somehow with this king on f1, you might end up playing for not to take the pawn on h2, pardon me,
But for
Right, but to play for mate, yes, precisely right. How did we get that a moment ago? Rook takes a5, rook d3 check, and not this move. That was the move that we were critical of. And here, can we play for mate somehow?
Sure.
Like-
yeah. For instance, you could give a check.
King f1.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I'm playing for. It takes.
A rook takes,
Takes.
and now. Oh, okay.
But I haven't won the e pawn yet.
No, you haven't.
now
So
I
I got a
H6.
rook f6.
Yes, exactly, and I haven't won the e pawn yet. No, that's not
No, but
my
you can
winning.
still. Even then, you're still using the e pawn as a shield.
Yes,
Again, so say for instance you go there.
yes,
You go e3, rook check.
yes.
Oh, but then you're going to hide your king on h3.
Not to f1.
Not f1.
Because
So-
that's the setup that I'm playing for. King to h3, and now I have to probably go back with. No, this is not what I had intended when I went for this.
Rook takes a5.
Rook b7. I was thinking that if you put the king on h3, the king would be forced to go to g2. Yeah? And, okay, let me just, sorry, I'm going to refresh my board. And
It's all about that rook a6 move right now. She needs to find rook a6. I think if she does, she's going to be out of the woods.
that's the key moment right there. Rook takes a7
And perhaps this
would
is
be
why
terrible.
she played rook b3, so that she can go rook b6. Is that an idea?
Ah,
Rook a6, rook b6. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is not easy.
key moment with
Key moment.
just a minute and a half.
Oh, Irina is tricky. Irina is super tricky.
is Alice
She's
gonna
laying
play?
all kinds of traps for Alice in this moment. I'm thinking rook a6. You're thinking rook a6. Varusian is thinking rook
Rook
a4.
No.
No?
He's thinking rook a4 after rook a6, rook b6, and then rook a4, so that whenever you take on f4, I have c5.
Oh, rook a6, rook b6, rook a4. Sorry.
And that hits the rook on b6.
That is cute.
By the
Rook
way-
wow, rook a6, Alice.
That's some sort of
What a
study-like.
boss. What a boss.
But will she find rook a4? This is not over yet. I mean,
Well, rook
a very
a4 is an
difficult move.
easier move to find than rook a6 because every instinct tells you grab the pawns in a rook and pawn endgame. And that was a very important move to stop king takes f4, king takes e5. Rook a6.
And by the way, after rook b6, rook a4, I think Irina will have to
So,
play
so if I'm in Arena shoes, I'm looking at king f4 and rook b2. I'm also looking at check, right? And again, my instinct in these endings is to grab as many pawns as I can, as quickly as I can, right?
I don't think this can ever be winning, though. I just go king to f2,
King to f2, so I've got my extra pawn.
rook to a6,
Rook to a6. Your rook is ideal.
h3 if I want.
h3 even.
I might even give you that pawn. But maybe, okay, maybe I shouldn't do that. That's a bit too much.
Well, you make me happy.
I'll go h3 after rook a4.
Rook a4. And we do have a guaranteed playoff coming up.
Yep. It's coming up in around about half an hour, and we see it is Wesley, so he will begin with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura.
I think it's you versus me. I do believe
I
that
do
you
believe.
had Hikaru as your choice to win the event.
Yes.
I had Wesley.
Exactly.
So I feel like I've
We've
got real
some
skin
beef.
in the game
We've got
here.
some beef in the fight.
Right. Beef in the fight. There we go. Skin in the game. Beef in the fight.
Okay.
All right. Okay. The current position, let me go back to it as I repeat. And, well, we should get ourselves ready, geared up for the playoff as well. We might want to take a
I
short
think
break
it's
as we
a great
get.
idea.
Yeah, and rook b3, rook a6. So, key moment we're going to leave you with as playoffs coming up and another great match in store.
Definitely. See you on the other side.
Chess in St. Louis is back with 9 major tournaments throughout the year. It all kicks off in March with the second edition of the American Cup, with 16 players across 2 fields fighting for a $300,000 prize fund in this double-elimination tournament with both classical and rapid time controls. For the first time since 2020, the Cairns Cup is back, featuring the world's best female chess players competing for a $180,000 prize fund beginning June 3rd. Seasonal classic events are back, starting with the Spring Chess Classic on April 5th, the Summer Chess Classic August 2nd, followed up with the St. Louis Norm Invitational, and the Winter Chess Classic wraps up the year in December. September brings back everyone's favorite, Chess Night on Legs, where some of the world's best don't even know what's coming and compete for a $150,000 prize fund. 30 players across 3 fields come together in St. Louis for the U.S. Juniors, Girls, and Senior Championships starting July 15th. In partnership with U.S. Chess, the best in the U.S. fight to be the nation's best and a $400,000 prize fund in October as the U.S. and U.S. Women's Championships takes place in the chess capital of America. A year full of action-packed chess is just getting started. All broadcasts are available on our St. Louis Chess Club YouTube and Twitch.tv channels.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
The Muni's premier season bursting with comedies, romance, and magic begins June 12th with the Muni premiere of Beautiful, the Carole King musical. The epic summer continues with Disney's Beauty and the Beast, Chess, West Side Story, Little Shop of Horrors, Rent, and Sister Act.
Meet me at the Muni in Forest Park.
We are back, and it's been a very exciting day already on day 6 of the American Cup.
As we have 2 eliminated players already.
I know we have 2 eliminated players already. We know who's going to be in the finals in the elimination bracket. 1 playoff
Guaranteed
coming,
so far.
and well, still 1 champions bracket game remaining. And here we see it. It's been an almighty battle between Arena Crush and Alice Lee, and they are still playing their classical game.
Hard at work indeed, and in the elimination
In
bracket.
the elimination bracket, it has been decided. Naji Paikitsi, she is the winner. And that means that she will be facing the loser of the match between Arena Crush and Alice Lee.
And in the champions bracket?
In the champions bracket, once again, nothing has been decided here. It is a big epic match between Hikaru Nakamura and Wesley So, but this will all be decided in the tie breaks in roughly 20 minutes. These guys are going to start playing 2 games of an accelerated rapid, which is 10 minutes plus 5 seconds. And whoever loses these tie breaks, well, they go down, and look who is waiting there. None other than Levon Aronian. He will be welcoming the loser with open arms and getting ready to play off for the grand final. And this one is absolutely guaranteed. The playoffs will begin at 5:30, roughly 20 minutes. And they will play 2 games of 10 minutes plus 5 seconds per move.
To get the playoff underway.
Exactly. And we have to remember, this isn't the only tiebreaker, because if the match is still tied, it goes down to blitz of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds.
Yes.
And then finally, after all of this, we get
An Armageddon
if the match is still tied.
Let's jump into the remaining classical game that's going on. Alice Lee, she's down to a minute, but boy, I've got to say, I'm not a big fan at all of what Arena has done. She's essentially, well, maybe it's not that bad after I just saw the last move. She essentially drove Alice's king to what I thought was a really good square, the central square in the middle of the board. She didn't go for any of these lines that I was playing myself. Rook e4, rook takes f4. Grab as many pawns and hope that what's remaining is enough to win. She had played rook b6, rook a6, check, and this is what I meant by driving the king to d4. I mean, the lines we were looking at, the king was on f1 and things like this. But okay, she won the pawn on f4.
Very
c5.
nice move from Alice, by the way, c5.
Right.
Because if she hadn't done that, Black was actually threatening to come rook b1 and give a check.
I'm still confused. If Alice had played this, Arena would have, I presume, played this, check.
But the king takes the pawn.
And then I come back and I'm thinking the c pawn is huge play.
But also those 2
F5?
pawns
Let's
are also
keep going.
quite
F5.
huge. F4.
Is it? Are they?
Well, I don't know,
King
they look
F5?
scary to me.
Check.
King goes to f5,
Okay.
step back, delay the inevitable,
Okay.
and
Let's
again.
keep going, yeah.
But here you can even go, could you rain on White's parade and actually
with
take
rook takes
pawn?
e6? I mean, okay, aren't I threatening rook e8? I was thinking that the c pawn was great.
But which
Great.
pawn is faster is the question at that point. I can go f3 as well, and
Sorry?
I have the same rank as you.
Rook, so f3 as well?
Yeah, I'm on the 3rd rank, you're on the 6th rank. We're kind of in the same spot.
And, okay. Didn't happen. What did happen instead, I'm seeing this ending for the first time. She did not play this. After rook, she went rook, 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 and she's still playing for the c6 and rook d7 business. Looks scary. What's going on,
If
Cristian?
you go back a few moves, what
Yeah.
she could have done after c6, you had the right instinct. c6 was indeed the best move instead
Okay.
of rook a6. But the follow-up has to be after rook to c7 or rook to c4. Defend that pawn on c6, right?
and prepare.
Not yet. What I'm preparing is rook to c1, give you a check on f1, then you cannot take my e5 pawn, and then I run with the king.
Gotcha.
So now the only move to make a draw in the position, the only move to make a draw for black,
Black's
is rook
worse.
to c8. Black is worse.
Wow, rook
On the
c8?
brink of defeat, yes.
See what I was
I-
saying? I didn't like what
I would
Irina
have
had
thought
done. The king on
H5 or
d4.
something would have been.
Well, the
rook to c8
problem-
is the only way.
The problem is that this is coming with a tempo. As soon as I play rook to f1 check, drive the king away from the e-pawn, comes with tempo. So
Yeah.
the rook c8 was set up to...
And then you have to calculate those positions in which
Right.
you sacrifice the rook and you get two pawns and who knows what's
Right.
happening, right?
Oh my. But that didn't happen. What did happen was instead was rook e7, rook d6, and still Alice is threatening the c6 kind of stuff. What's going on in this position, Christian?
Objectively, this one is a draw.
Objective.
Equal. Objectively, yes. But that's because I have the engine. The players don't have the engine. So,
Okay, so let's say I go a5.
Which he did.
This happened, and
And
she's
she's
actually
got-
C6 is
responded
on the board.
C6.
Okay,
Now I'm threatening rook d7. You have to be a little bit careful.
right. So if I step away from, I'm assuming you're taking this pawn?
Well, perhaps you can still go a4, right?
a4, rook d7, rook e8.
Yes.
But this is, wow, I'm feeling this is double-edged.
It is
I mean, I
double-edged.
can lose it with black here.
Okay, and she's gone A4.
She
A4
had-
is on the
on the board.
How do we continue right now? So do we go rook to d7, or do we have anything better?
I think you have to go rook D7 and then
I've
keep
got
an
rook
eye.
a7. I've got rook a, pardon me.
But if rook A7,
Okay, let's try it, shall we? Rook check,
rook check, king up the board, presumably.
presumably.
King takes pawn.
Right. And this is the race that, these are the races that we had been looking at a moment ago, which aren't that bad for black.
So who's winning that race? Is the
Okay, I
question.
go here, you go here. Yes, I go here, you go here. I'll
Take
go
the pawn.
check.
I'm not sure
presume.
if I want to bring
Do
your
you-
king closer. I think I want to take the pawn first, right?
And
Okay,
she's
rook
played rook to
d7.
d7.
Okay, one thing that you,
This is,
What
sorry, I
should
just
not
wanted
do,
to say is the current position.
I don't think white should
Apologies.
play C7 in this particular position. I think
Okay,
rook
so
A7
rook e8,
is-
rook a7,
has to be played.
check. I assumed that you wanted to play king c5. King
Oh,
here.
yeah.
But I have a question. Do
Please.
you need to give the check? Why can't you go rook to c7?
So-
Rook to c8, excuse
Rook
me.
to C8?
Yes, after rook a7.
No, you don't need to give a check. That's true.
Okay.
That feels like
that,
I'm winning
feels
the
like
tempo.
winning a tempo. I
Yes.
agreed. Okay.
So I take on e5, you take on a4,
Wow.
and who knows how this...
How this is.
This
gonna
is a
play.
race, guys.
But
This-
rook
this is a
c8
race.
is a very, very good move right here. Rook c8. Should I have played? Not king d. Should I have played c7?
You can play c7 if you want, yeah.
Right. Maybe you would play a3. I would go king c5.
Yes.
This is tough stuff.
All right,
Why-
let's try
but why
to
do you need to go
let's try to
A3?
go
Why
along
not
with it.
also have H5?
Well, h5, h4.
Right, but it says A3 is kind of. Oh, you just want to go A2.
Well,
You
yeah,
just
I was
wanna
using the
threaten-
pawn
yeah.
as a decoy so that I could.
Rook c8
Yes,
on
and
the
she's
board.
done the crucial move, rook c8.
Okay, let's try to put it move by move.
Okay.
So you go c7, I go a3.
Okay,
You go king c5, now you have to go king c5.
I do.
I take on e5.
Okay,
You go king c6.
I do.
What do you start with? f4. Let's push the pawn, right?
This is a kind of key kind of thing because sometimes you should be pushing with the e pawn, like the one that's
Right.
furthest behind.
So king f. I understand if you want to play king f4, and she has played c7. But
Let's just
I
keep
think
going all
it's-
the way until the end to see how it
Yeah.
plays
I
out.
think f pawn looks
Yeah.
decent. You
So At some point, I will have to take. But let's assume that I go king to d7 first.
Okay, I'm not gonna play any waiting games.
Gift me the rook.
Yes. And then I will play f3.
Now I take.
And I will play king to e4.
Now I go king d6.
My database just, pardon me, my table base just popped up winning.
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 For who?
What?
For
Right.
Alice.
Wow.
So this is, what about if you advance with the E?
A3 was a blunder according to the engine.
Oh my. What did she have to play?
H5.
I've been telling you about H4.
You
for a long time.
have. You have for the longest
H5 was
time.
the only move. What is this?
Well, that's what I was saying. Is Arena? I mean, Arena's misplayed this. How that king got to d4 and became an active king was.
Is Alice finishing the match right here, right now?
That would be remarkable. I mean, the strangest thing about this tournament is the whole groundhog, repetitive deja vu that we've. But this is Vujade. None of this has ever happened before. Alice didn't win the match last year. She was relegated to the elimination. Irina was not.
Yes.
Irina could be losing this game by overpressing her hand.
She has indeed. She really has overpressed her hand.
Wow.
So let's keep going. Let's finish that variation that
Let's
we're
do
looking
it.
at.
F4, king d7. We traded. F3, rook takes.
King d4 or king f4. Let's
King
go
f4. And then we play.
Where's the win? You still have
now
to
it
work
says
for it.
drawn.
Where's the win?
What did it?
So you went to the right square, so king goes to F4.
Oh, king e4 was the losing move. King f4 is apparently a
A draw.
drawing move. Okay.
Yeah, and if Alice does win, been told that this would be the first time
Yeah,
ever
we saw
that-
those matchup scores. They
Yeah.
were very lopsided. After all, 13 years old. Of course, Arena had defeated Alice last year when she was 12.
Yes.
So this is still not over.
No, king
This is
f4
still-
is apparently the only. Okay, so this is the current position, yes?
And check this out. The idea is, right now, after f4, you have to take on a3 first, which forces the king to go to e4 first.
Ah.
And then you go king d7.
Rook takes a3, king e4. Now it's winning.
That's right.
King d7, rook takes, king takes. And after f3,
king
d6, I would assume.
Yeah.
well, apparently there's 3 winning moves. King d6,
Is king d6
rook
one of them?
a1, and h4 are all winning moves.
And
She took on
Alice
a3.
plays it.
Rook takes a3.
Only move.
Wow.
And so the most natural move is actually just in our position to
this
go
is-
king to d6.
Well, yes. Rook takes a3. Alice played it with 1 minute and 30 on her clock. And this is the problem. We have to play king e4 now.
All right, can I try something?
Please.
King e4, king d7.
King e4, king d7, yes.
I'm going to try to
Hide the rook.
go to g8 or h8. Let's say g8. Yeah.
Okay.
G8 is fine.
And let's say I go queen.
No, but you
But
don't
now
need,
I think this is a
No,
draw,
but you
right?
don't
I
need to
take,
go
take,
queen.
f3.
You can go rook b3 after.
The,
Oh no, hang on a second.
the-
no, there's rook h7 check. My bad.
Yeah, you're going to have to win the rook now or sometime. So, okay, rook h8, queen. Yep.
Okay, I take,
And we recapture, of course.
take back. Now I go f3 once again. And at least you don't have king d6. I don't know if it helps me, but it's an idea.
Exactly. And now the table base says drawn.
Now it says draw. Okay.
Yeah, so you can't capture on c7. So
But can we show the losing line?
please, which is the losing
Which
line?
is the losing line was if you just pushed the pawn immediately.
If we captured the pawn immediately
Yeah.
is the losing line. Yes, let's
Yeah.
do it. Takes,
F3.
f3. Let's play an
King
D-
d6.
king
The most
D6.
natural move on the board.
exactly.
And now F2
F2. We have to go rook A1,
makes a lot of sense.
king F3, for example, or king E3,
And what happens if you try to preserve your pawn?
E5. I
Then
will go
he goes, okay, so only move. Okay, well,
H4. How about that? How do you like them apples? King F4. And apparently this is all the way you're supposed to win.
it's a super long line, but
It's a super
I mean,
long
how
line.
easy is it to find H4?
None of these moves come easily, frankly. I mean, and the idea that rook takes C7 is losing, whereas rook H8 is drawing, that already
Well, that kind
that's
of
a
makes
tempo, right?
that makes sense because you drive the white king further
to C8,
away.
right?
But but to see that H4
Yes.
is winning,
yes,
that's difficult, I think.
no question about it. Rook takes A3, and again, we're anticipating the move king E4, king D7, or king B7, and then this crucial king F5.
Oof.
Whoa, I don't like the look of that. King F5. You were mentioning that you liked pushing the E-pawn.
But you have to do
Jovi.
it in a kind of very smart way because the role of the black king is actually to kind of like shoulder away the white king.
Right.
And if you go king F5,
Doesn't feel
it
like a
doesn't
shouldering.
doesn't feel like a shouldering to me.
Like, I understand king D4, king D7, rook H8, and so on. King F5. Well, let's get to
So
it.
one way you can try to be
King.
smart in this position
Yes.
is with king b7.
Okay.
And that more or less takes away this idea of rook to h8, right?
Why?
Because we have rook d3.
So what?
You still got rook H7.
I've always got rook H7.
But now I can start with king b6. All right, I think I'm being too smart for my own good.
Probably. I will then, in that case, go back to rook C8, right? Rook, no.
No, this cannot be a good.
That
that's not
cannot be a
sign.
good move.
That
Oh,
is
I
not a
think
good sign.
Alice is. You said it yourself, Jovi. How difficult are these moves? And I'm saying they're really difficult, and I don't believe that rook A5 check is a step in the right direction. That allows E5
But
and.
you know what I think? Our
Please.
plan is after E5, she's going to step to king D6.
Of course she is, but then Irina will be very happy to say, your king is on D6, my king's on F6. Take my pawn if you like. You take my pawn, I'll take your pawn.
I think you should take on c7 even. Maybe try to play for a win with the pawns.
Play for the win now with the pawns. Rook
Rook
takes
C7.
C7, king takes C7, F3. Oh, the table base tells me that this is still winning for white.
For white?
Yes.
So, after f2 you go rook to a8, is that it?
Correct.
That's the winning move.
You are absolutely right.
You allow me
Christian.
to queen, but my queen is not doing much.
Scared. Whereas I think in this position, king d6, what you're saying, you know, you're being a little bit sophisticated there and not queening your pawn. I can also, you know, play this and rook takes, rook takes.
This is a wildly difficult endgame.
Yeah, and I think this is just drawn.
And they're both down to their last minute.
Oh my gosh.
But I don't blame Alice for going for the simple solution because it's very difficult to calculate all those pawn
Of
moves
course it
and
was.
to kind of judge on a minute whether your king can catch. I
And
mean, you
for-
need hours for this kind of stuff.
I know. We would have adjournments in my day, and we were still unsure after the adjournments. Is Irina considering king g4?
I think she is, yeah.
So that after king there, and is it completely ridiculous?
No, why would it be?
It's all drawn, by the way, after
Very
king
often we were
G4.
seeing that king h3 idea, h4 idea to keep the h pawn alive.
Well,
right?
she's
Oh my
moved her
gosh, she-
king up to e5.
We can't guess
before,
any
sorry.
of the moves anymore.
Not the
King
right
E-
direction.
King e4.
That is not the right direction.
We can't guess any of the moves. So we're anticipating king d7, rook h8. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
King E4 mistake. It just felt wrong. It just E5 or King G4 both felt more intuitively. Why step in front of the pawn? Why not, you know?
Especially if you can get.
King D6. Okay, that should make it very simple.
But
F3 should be a draw right away.
Why King D6 and not go for that rook with King D7 or King B7?
Yeah, it feels like they're wobbly here. Keep in mind, they've been playing for a number of hours, but King D7 really felt like the right move. King D6, again, I'm not sure who's going to come into studio and say, you know, I'm happy with the draw, because
None of them. None of them. They've been
2
trying
seconds
to
for
better each
Arena.
other.
how much time? 20 seconds?
Now down to
The-
25 seconds
Okay.
for Arena.
Okay,
And
she
it's-
has to go F3, right?
F3,
to-
let's go.
It's just
There's nothing
crying
else.
out
Come
to be
on.
played.
Come on.
Push the pawn, yeah.
Push him, baby. Actually, the more I'm thinking about it, King F3 can't be
8,
ridiculous, can it?
7.
Down to her last
6.
5 seconds.
Arena move!
Irina
Three.
forgot about her.
Arena move!
She forgot about her time. Oh, she
She
played
did it with 1
1
second. Oh, she forgot about the clock. She just forgot about her clock. She did it with 1 second on her clock.
Wow.
What
Wow.
was going on there?
I
That
need to
was.
see a replay of that. That's
Oh my goodness. F3. And by the way, she played the right move, but with 1 second.
Everybody literally jumped in the studio.
Whoa. I think Alice also had a heart
she is trying
palpitation.
to give us and herself and her opponent a heart attack.
Truly. Defibrillator
Well, Alice now down to her last 15 seconds,
herself.
and she has to work out the
Well,
consequences. King
obviously
D7.
she's played King D6 with the idea of Rook E5.
A rookie five.
And-
Okay.
And that just helps Black's king escort her pawn up the board. Rook E5, King to D3, followed by F2, and her king will get to E2, and that will be easily drawn.
That seems like it's an easy draw.
Yeah.
I think we might be seeing
King
a playoff.
D3. And we're going to have 2 playoffs, it would appear, after this 1 second jolt.
Okay. Oh, just to update everyone, the
Yeah.
men's playoffs does not start until this game ends.
That's fair. Yeah, we expected it to start at 5:30, but obviously if they're still playing, you know, you can't have a rapid going on.
And also, if this goes to playoffs,
Yes.
then they will get half an hour just to rest, recuperate, calm the nerves down.
Good plan. Good plan.
And well, Arena down to 5 seconds. Okay, now she takes the pawn.
What?
But okay,
She did what?
she took the pawn with
Why
the
did
rook.
she took the point? What?
Not sure why she did that.
What? She didn't even wait for King D7?
Nope.
What?
Okay, let's count right now.
That is crazy.
It's fine. I think it's fine.
Okay, she should have waited for the move King D7 before. That is just what? Okay, I think they're very tired as well. I have
Not
to-
much has changed. Not much has changed. There's absolutely no way for Alice to make any progress. But yes, I mean, why would you take on C7 when you can just wait another move?
Of course. Take. You were mentioning shouldering the king. No.
No, you're one move short. If the king would be on F5, you would be winning.
Yeah.
But the king is not on F5.
Okay. So. Phew.
Yep.
Rook to F6.
King moves to E2, as Yasser's highlighted.
Yes.
And
And now
well,
the path is straightforward. Just don't go after rook to E6 check to F1. That would be bad. Don't go to F1
Don't go down.
or to F3. Just stay
So
on the
rook
D file.
E6 check. If you step in front of the pawn, rook takes H6 is going to ruin your day. So you better play king to D2.
King d2, and that's going to force a repetition. You have to stop me from promoting with rook f6. Keep staying on the d file. King d3.
King d2 or king d1, but no. Oops, excuse me. She put the king on d3. D2 or d1.
Nope.
She found the third.
The third is
The
good
third-
enough.
Third choice.
And now rook f6, and the players will agree a draw.
I think Arena's going to come in here and say, "I forgot about the clock. I nearly choked the game. With 1 second, she managed to find f3 and make a draw. Woof.
Yeah, well, Alice.
Does that
thinking-
happen to you, that you just forgot the clock?
Yeah, completely.
It really has.
Yeah.
You, Christian, as well? Has that had? Have you had a tournament?
It
I've
must
never-
have happened to me a few times. Yeah.
Yeah, that you just zoned out.
zoned out, but I think I caught myself just like she did.
In
Perhaps
time.
in the last second. Yes.
Right.
I've had this situation before.
Okay. Wow, that
But
was
she
something.
was experienced enough to remember that. Hey, there's a clock. You lose on time if you forget about it. With 1 second, I mean.
You know, Irina, I don't think is necessarily true, but in these days. But I remember in the past, she was always known for getting into time travel.
Yes. Yeah,
And the
we
players
do
are
have a
repeating.
repetition.
And somehow it's in your bones, right? When you get into time travel and you're used to dealing with those kind of intense pressures,
Yes.
to kind of wake up and look at the clock.
Exactly. Exactly.
And there you have it.
Draw. She says, "I'm going to play this, and it will be 3-time
And-
repetition." Uh-oh.
I'm not sure
Irina's
what's being
not,
discussed there.
I'm not. Irina's not happy about something that happened.
Perhaps there were some noises in the playing hall
That
in those crucial moments. Is that what she's
I think
hinting
so.
at?
Yeah.
She's not happy with
No,
this result.
she's not happy. Something definitely interfered with her good feelings about today's game.
Well, she'll have to.
And let's just remind our viewers how close she came to nearly forfeiting the game as we had been counting down the clock. And she's got to play the move F4, F3, 3, 2, in slow motion, 1. And look at that. And bang.
That was as close
Fraction.
as it can get. As close as it can get.
That felt like Michael Phelps winning the 50-meter by a fraction, 0.000 tenth of a second, or hundredth of a second.
It was fast.
Wow, wow,
But,
wow, wow, wow. Okay, they're going to get a 30-minute break,
They are.
but
As soon as
now
they
the
leave,
men
now
can, in the
with-
championship section, they're playoff bound, but we can start talking about Hikaru and Wesley
We
now.
can, because they are tied, and here we go. This match is soon going to begin. We have
Exactly.
Wesley So with the white pieces, and he will be facing off against Hikaru Nakamura.
And they will play 2 games of game 10 plus 5 seconds.
That's right.
And
They're
this is my
tied.
speculation.
Yes,
Probably
please.
what she was hearing, the noises that she was hearing, was the players coming into the playing hall, getting ready for their respective match. That's my guess.
That's your speculation.
That's
yeah?
my speculation.
Okay.
Well, it's tricky, right? When the end game is like so razor sharp and
Right.
every move counts. I mean, it's very disturbing if you hear some noises going on, or maybe there was some explanation happening, or
Right.
something to kind of distract you from
Right.
getting into the zone. And anyhow, you'll have to get over that, because
Right.
what's done is done. It's in the past. Now we can
Right.
focus on the playoffs.
And we will focus on the playoff, but Christian, I got to ask you, in that whole razor sharp ending that Jovi and I have been discussing for the last hour, was there any moment that Alice missed a win?
Yes, there were quite a few moments, in
Okay.
fact, that Alice missed the win. In this position, particularly after King to E4, this was the big one, the big mistake by Irina. She should have played after Rook to A5, King to G4. We were discussing this position. But
Right.
Either way, the games have started. Wesley
Okay.
versus Hikaru Nakamura in the playoffs, and we see Hikaru open up with the aggressive c5, maybe going for the Kalashnikov or the Rosolimo. I'm expecting a Rosolimo from Wesley.
Okay.
By the way,
And
this is
yes, the Rosolimo it is.
Rosolimo with e5. That's a wrinkle. We don't see very often this move in practice, especially not at their level.
I'm going to need help of a production team to bring up the game.
Yeah. What else?
Bishop to
But,
a4, and now this is transitioning into what certainly looks much closer to a Rui Lopez type
It
of
does,
structure.
right? But the bishop on d6 looks a little bit funky.
Right, right. And in fact, where do you put that bishop? Do you go back to e7 or do you go on the other diagonal to c7? Because at some point you have to. Oh, c4. Completely different approach.
Okay.
oh,
And it's just popped up
as if by magic.
as if by magic. Hey, 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 it's magic. And the players are actually going really fast as if this is all part of their prep.
It is some sort of
B5,
some sort of a
bishop
line,
B3,
yes.
C4, bishop C2, knight F6. I've got the position. And after D4, en passant, queen takes D3. It just does feel, well, is it more of a Spanish or is it more of a Sicilian? I'm not sure anymore. The last,
It's a kind of hybrid, right?
sure.
I mean,
I like that. I think that's a good way of describing it. I think I'm staring down the barrel of D5, and that's why I'm thinking
go
I've got to
bishop
go bishop to
G5.
G5. I don't have time to play bishop to B3 or any of that stuff, and I think D5 is a big threat.
So let's go bishop g5, right?
Yeah.
Or
Rook
rook to d1.
E1 or bishop G5?
Bishop
Rook
g5 has been played before, so
Oh, okay.
this has been seen in practice. Both games have been drawn, but bishop
Not
to
many
g5.
games at all. Then
Only
if
two in my
only
database.
two.
Yes.
Okay, so we're really in a kind of a rare line of
Rare
Russell
and
Lynn.
recent. Both of those games were played in 2021. Nothing before and nothing after.
Wow.
And we have to remind ourselves there is some money at stake because the winner of this match will get a $10,000 bonus.
As the winner of the champions bracket,
Yes.
which makes sense because if you lost a life and then you come back into the tournament and I didn't lose a life, I should
Yeah,
get a little
exactly.
bit
You should get-
more
you should
than
get
whatever it is
something.
that you're getting
Not just
for the match.
bragging rights, but
Right.
it's important to have
Cash.
cash. Cash is king.
Yeah.
There is a big incentive to stay within the champions bracket. for
Exactly.
sure.
Yeah.
You
And
have an
tomorrow?
extra life. Your opponent coming in from the elimination bracket has to beat you twice in the grand finals to be able to win the title. So
Right.
there's some incentives to
Right.
not lose a match. And of course, a cash incentive,
Right.
$10,000.
By the way, guys, my birthday is coming up, so I mean, Ferraris and some serious cash is all I'm interested in. Serious cash,
All right.
like the type like that these guys are winning.
You're
you
not
know?
asking for much, are you?
No,
Yasser?
no. I'm easy. I'm easy. You can spoil me any way you like. It's
By the way, what,
Bishop G5,
what's that
D6 on the board. Rook.
Hikaru's shirt?
Yeah.
Is that an R?
Escher is do we have MC Escher, the Dutch artist there?
No idea.
I can't
I think
figure
he's
out. It's too confusing to
too
work
confusing,
out what's
yeah.
on his shirt. But on
Rook-
the board, it's better. at
Yeah,
least.
Rook D1. Okay, help us out. I mean, that looks like a pretty good move if you ask me. My opinion. I know Sveshnikov players are not afraid of moves like Bishop takes F6, but hey, to my
Right.
mind, that's a threat.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's a
And-
double pawn or a pawn sacrifice.
Yeah. And also the white knight is going to go. I was just looking long term, not just the pawn grabbing ideas. I was like, okay, then how is the knight going to get to some good square? And I was like, okay, you can go to, as you've indicated, knight to F1 and then to E3.
Mm-hmm.
It's sitting pretty.
Very pretty. Is this still theory,
No.
Christian?
No.
And how do the engines evaluate this one?
More or less.
Whoa, knight h5.
Not great after the move knight to h5.
I was about to say munch and munch, right?
Take on e7, you probably have to take back with
With
the
the king.
in fact, to defend that pawn on d6.
What?
Well, you have to, right?
Well,
Right.
yeah,
Otherwise, you're a
otherwise-
pawn down.
True. I mean, queen takes d6 is knight takes queen takes d6. So king takes?
And now, look, your
That's
king is in the
crazy.
center, stuck there for the moment. Sure, you have rook e8, king f8, and you're going to hide it. But let me focus on the other side now, a4. Try to open you up on the other side.
And in my experience, what they do is they go b4.
Bypass you. But
Yeah.
okay.
Do I have a double attack with queen c4?
Ooh,
If I'm really greedy.
well,
Well-
looks like a good question. A question I'd like to ask, actually, because if I can take this, my knight actually might have a sterling outpost on d5 coming up. a4 looks like one of those things, but we've seen these types of tickles, haven't we? Rook b8.
Yeah, but are you going to allow
Yeah, with the
this-
open A
with
line.
the open A line and with
I
the
know.
king on e7?
Usually the king is safely tucked away on g8 by the time you get to rook a7. This move, knight h5, was a bad move,
Bad
full
move,
stop.
yes.
There's no other way of describing it. That was, I mean, I think Hikaru, strangely enough, right here, knight h5 is one of the moves that had been played previous to this game. And so Hikaru, inclusion of the moves d6 and rook d1, I think he just made a mistake, frankly.
He did indeed, and he spent some time on it. But right now, Wesley is pondering his next move. Bishop to e7 feels like it has to be played, right?
Of course. Bishop e7, king e7. Sorry, Jovi,
I was
please.
just going to talk about the overall strategy because I have seen Hikaru play dubious opening variations, and
Yes.
it just forces his opponent to burn time on the clock, whereas Hikaru himself is incredibly resilient. And, you know, I was looking at the a4 idea. I mean, is that the only way that white can
No,
get an advantage?
On the contrary, I was thinking that I was not fearful of the move knight f4. In fact, I was kind of wanting to welcome that move. I was going to play our straightforward, standard knight d2, knight e3 idea. By the way, we asked and you answered a question for us.
Yeah, we asked you, when do you think this playoff will end? And, well, here we go. 38% of you think that this will be decided in the Blitz playoff, and 34% just in the 10 plus 2 minute sacrament. It's getting long. 10 minutes plus 2 second increment, and then finally 26% in Armageddon. So I mean, it's quite.
That's why we ask a friend, and I think the viewers have got it right. I'm with the 38% as well. I think that we will have 2 draws or 1-1, shall we say, in this segment, and I think the Blitz is going to decide it. 38%. And you?
No, I think
Armageddon.
No, I think Hikaru is going to, because I have to back my man. So I think Hikaru will take it in this portion. I think he's done a very risky thing here.
By the way, we do have king takes e7 as well as a4 on the move that Christian was stumping for. a4, ab, and here we go.
Do we follow it up with knight to a3?
Well, it's funny. In the Sveshnikov, the knight on a3 is always off sides. It's like the worst placed piece, and now he puts it there voluntarily.
Yeah, but I noticed in the Sveshnikov, it does have a path to freedom. It kind of goes to c2,
to
e3. Here, you know, it has a path to the b5 pawn.
So what you're saying is after knight a3, attacking the pawn on b5.
He's actually played knight f4.
4, tickling the queen. Okay, that makes sense. Knight f4. I was going to play queen e3. Okay. And I wanted to say that I was going to play bishop c2, but okay, go ahead. How would it go, Jovi?
Well, you're no longer threatening the b5 pawn, so I
That
don't
is
have to
true.
deal with that.
That is true.
So the next question is,
you enjoy your moment of freedom to make your creative
yeah,
move.
I need to come up with something. Oh, okay. So we've been told knight a3 is an inaccuracy.
I didn't
but
like
this,
it.
But this is computer chess. I think when you just both
With
players have under
minutes on the
5 minutes on the
yeah.
clock, I think anything goes.
Okay.
As long as you don't make huge blunders.
Okay, so knight f4 is on the board. I'm expecting Wesley to play queen e3.
But then there's no more threat.
I
The
know.
knight on a3 is just offsides.
That's okay. That's okay. I mean, you have to come up with some development scheme. After all, it's your king in the center of the board.
Since you put the queen on e3, can I follow it up with queen to b6? How is that endgame?
I wasn't sure about this endgame. My instinct was to go for it, but then I'm not sure because
Okay,
d5
well,
is a permanent square.
let's wait. Let's wait.
Well, I think we're going to find that out because I believe queen to b6 is on
Queen
the board.
e3 and
Yes.
queen b6 both are on the board.
On
Both
board.
moves are on the board. Yeah.
So how do you follow it up right now? Rook to d2.
Rook to d2. Just waiting for you to decide if you want to trade on e3 or not. Really, what I was doing with my last few moves is I was
Whoa.
bypassing.
Did he just play knight d4?
He did.
Oh, that's a visual.
Okay, that's a visual. That changed. Well, essentially what that's saying is, I'm sorry, you can't get away with having your king in the center of the board, and I want to keep queens on the board because I know the golden rule.
Mm-hmm.
When your king is vulnerable, I'm going to keep the queens on the board, and that's what Wesley just did with the move knight d4.
That's asking very pertinent questions.
Yes, it is.
Okay, what do you do now?
What do you do?
Well, one thing you don't do is you don't capture that knight with a pawn. But
Precisely.
apart from that, I think you can capture it with that one would just be horrible because that king
Now
is
you're horrified to discover that
Yeah.
you can't even capture this pawn because of the d6 pawn is hanging.
King is
So I
behind.
agree with you wholeheartedly. Don't even think of touching that. But can we take it this
just
way?
with the knight. This is it feels shaky
And
as
knight
anything.
E
e6.
And then you have
The knight
pawn
e6
takes
I
pawn.
take on e5.
There
time
is
to
a
take on e3.
Zwischenzug,
There is.
and I don't. This was not exactly what I was
Well,
planning
now I'm
for.
happy.
when-
I can just move
Yeah.
the queen, and I should
Yeah.
at least have a slight advantage, if not more.
Oh, maybe even much more.
Well,
in
he
fact.
has captured that knight, and
He did
We're
with
going to
the
see.
knight takes d4. He
Knight
did
takes.
play, so pawn takes on the board. Yeah. But if I don't play knight e6, I'm very mindful that the maneuver bishop b3, knight c2, and knight b4 are going to dominate the d5 square. So I have to do something.
and you can't make moves like rook d8.
Yes, it's
You know,
legal.
to kind of get the pawn takes pawn is still a problem.
Yep.
Although the
Why
black
is
king,
pawn takes pawn a problem? I'm sorry.
you're going to have to capture with the pawn, and
Yeah.
then the queen has to move.
Can I take on d8?
Okay, sorry, I think we're on different wavelengths. I'm thinking bishop b3, knight c2. You're thinking queen g3, queen...
Well, rook d8 played.
Rook d8 played. So, okay.
Definitely not queen g3.
No,
No.
because of knight e2 check.
No,
That is clear.
Don't do
Don't
that.
play king
But
g3.
you want to trade.
Well, it wasn't no, because I was thinking about this queen takes queen business, and pawn takes pawn is still in the air. But if you can
let's
get
look at
away
that.
with,
Let's look at that. So take on e5,
Okay, take on e5,
take on d8.
take on d8.
You have to take back with the king. So now I have ideas of going rook d1.
Okay. At the moment, you haven't killed me, which is
Not
kind
yet.
of surprising.
Not yet. Yes.
Maybe I had to go king to e7. Sorry.
King d7, queen d2. How is that position?
Not pleasant. Not pleasant, but I'm not dead either.
Queen
Hang on.
b4. You
Queen
get the king to
b4.
f6. Yeah, it's not that easy. It's not that easy.
But sorry, guys, why are we doing any of this? Why are we helping Black resolve his issues? bishop to b3.
That's the question Wesley is
Bishop
asking
e6,
as well.
and knight c2. Let's bring this guy, and
He played it.
yep, and knight to b4.
Can you not just run away with the king? King f8?
Careful.
Am I going to get some problems?
There might be some problems
Oh.
for you.
Pawn takes pawn. I'm obsessed with pawn takes pawn. But I think you
Bishop takes.
Knight takes e6.
knight takes e6.
Knight takes e6. And nothing. Well, now d8 is protected by the knight. So if I take on e,
Yeah, now now I'm chilling.
yeah, I didn't get my dream position.
But if you take with a pawn now, pawn takes pawn, sorry.
Queen takes, bishop takes b3.
Yeah. Yes, I made a blunder.
A blunder alert. But you do have g3. Now, what is this position? I'm just, I guess it's
Should be good
evenish.
for black.
This is getting away with murder, right?
I know. I guess it's evenish. Knight c2 on the board, king f8 on the board too.
I think Hikaru escaped.
Remarkable.
He managed to escape. Incredible.
Okay, so if we chill, if we just stay chill.
I think he played it.
Rook to d2, rook to d1. I mean, one day knight b4 could end up killing.
Can you take on b3 and go knight e6?
Take on b3, go knight e6 seems logical.
Rook dc8 was played.
Sorry, rook dc8. Wow. You're inviting d4, d5.
You are indeed, yeah.
There's some strange looking black minor pieces after this move. Isn't
Yeah,
there?
you have to step back with
And after bishop d7,
Bishop to d7.
do you just want to go
and-
into the endgame, or
Yeah, and this knight, where is it going to go? I'm going to go g3, I think. Takes. Knight b4. I'm looking at rook a7 and I'm looking at g3.
it's not going to happen?
It's not going to happen.
No. G3 was played. Bishop takes b3, queen takes b3, and knight to e6.
He played g3 immediately, and Hikaru got the chance to trade and sidestep the d4, d5 tempo. Maybe that was not a good thing. Let me just refresh my board. Apologies, as I refresh and clear the cobwebs. Okay, I'm sorry, guys, but I'm still feeling that white's for choice. Maybe not by as much as before, but isn't
I would just go pawn takes pawn.
as black.
As
His
it's
white,
black to play, yeah, sorry,
white's
sorry.
last move was rook a d1.
Okay, well-
b4. Wow.
That's a move I did not think about.
Okay,
pawn
so
takes pawn.
takes, rook to the 7th, right?
yes.
Give me queen take. Don't think of moving the knight.
No knight c5, you're saying.
No
Okay.
knight c5. Don't fork me. Yeah, it could be hurtful.
So what if I go? What if I fork you, but I fork you with queen c6?
Okay. Queen c. I just wanted to show one terrible, terrible tactic that you will never allow me to play. Okay. The queen c6. Excuse me. Okay.
But
And-
he's actually played a completely different move. He's actually stepped with
Queen
his
takes
king
c4.
onto g2, which surprised me because I thought that pawn takes pawn made the utmost of sense to liberate the two rooks. King g2.
How are we doing on time, guys? Because this
True.
is
Yeah, okay, so I can
what's going to be
update
very
you.
important right now.
Wesley is under 2 minutes, whereas Hikaru is just under 3.
And this is where we know Hikaru's great strength is his ability to navigate very, very complicated positions and gain time against his opponent.
G6, H4.
G7, G6, H2, H4. By the way, in that game, in that position that we were looking at, let's see if we can bring it up. Something like this, because, with the king on g2,
It's even worse.
well, sorry, this is what I thought Wesley wanted, rook on d7, queen on f3 business.
He's going for it.
Okay, good. At least I could properly guess one move.
And that's why he played the move h4, because there's no more knight g5 defending that pawn on f7 after queen f3. Very
exactly. Queen f3 stops knight g5. Important.
Okay, 2 minutes and 15 seconds and counting for Hikaru.
I don't know, but this, I
He
mean...
didn't like it. He's shaking his head right now.
Hikaru's had some serious challenges to face.
He missed this queen f3 idea.
How is he defending queen f3?
That's a very
Well,
good
I
question.
think a good start is to trade off a set of rooks.
How?
Okay, so rook
do you do?
c7, queen f3. You trade off a set of rooks. Rook takes d7,
Yeah.
rook takes d7. The mate threat is still
Is
existent.
Exactly, and the
You
only
gotta
way you
go
can do that, knight d8.
And then
you
my
cover-
knight is released.
Right, but you do cover the f6 square, which is...
No. I've
He
got a
doesn't like
tactic
it,
for
guys.
you.
He's shaking his head right now.
I've got a
Well, he's
tactic
gotta
for
be
you.
practical.
Check this out. Rook c7, queen f3. Rook takes d7, rook takes d7.
Knight
Knight
d8.
d8. Oh, e4 is hanging. I apologize. This was the tactic I wanted. Yeah, but I forgot that after e4 and you can make a draw with king
Also,
to
there's
g8.
king e8.
So he has played rook c7, but I shouldn't sacrifice my, after knight d8, I should just maintain the air of respectability.
Right, but you can start asking questions to the
F3.
d7. Again, we're going to see this, knight d8 on the
The
board.
players have caught up with us, and here I played knight e3 for Wesley. Again, a minute 50 for Wesley, a minute
24 for
Hikaru.
Hikaru.
Wow, this is cutthroat.
Can I start attacking your rook? Queen c6, queen b6 if you go to h7?
Yeah, I was
Keep your
going
rook
to...
away from the 7th.
Queen c6, I was planning to tickle the pawn.
At some point, I will have to sacrifice something and just try to create some
I like the way
counter
you're
chances.
thinking.
Well, he's played your
He's
move,
played-
Yasser.
Yes.
I was predicting...
Once per broadcast, right?
Yeah.
These guys are good.
These guys are good. They are very good.
Right.
I was thinking queen e6.
Queen e6.
Just
I
to
like that move to
The
defend.
f7 pawn defended, release
Right.
the knight.
And let me be as irritating as possible. Queen c6.
I like this move because
You do.
if you do go to d5 with a rook, then I can go to e6 or to c7.
Well, wait a minute. If you go to
Let's go to e6.
e6 and I go knight to c4,
I go
aren't I
knight-
getting like a huge advantage
The
because of
It's looking unpleasant. It's looking
check
unpleasant, that's for
and
sure.
rook d6, follow, or knight takes e5? Aren't I getting a huge advantage in this case?
It's not looking good.
Okay, sorry. So we do have currently this position.
and
Yes,
Wesley under a minute.
we're expecting the move rook d5.
And he played it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and once this game is finished, the players will swap colours and they will do it all again. And if the match is tied, then we will see a
The
blitz,
blitz.
playoff. And okay,
Queen
Hikaru playing
e6.
queen e6. He's
Well.
channeling his inner Christian.
not sure
Not a good thing. Not a good thing.
I'm not sure if that's a good
Knights.
thing.
Wesley
No, he didn't play knight c4.
No, but
he
he's
played queen d1.
He's attacking the knight. This is great stuff.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
All
these
right.
guys are good.
These guys are good. And you're right. If the knight moves to c6, rook d6 is a painful retort.
Is it though?
I
Can I go queen e8 after knight c6, rook d6?
Oh,
I mean, it's not.
Wow.
Look, the position is not pretty.
It is not pretty,
It
and
really
the
is
clocks.
looking bad
And
right now.
Hikaru is shaking.
25 seconds for Hikaru.
Queen f6. Hikaru does not like what has just taken
This
place.
is not a
This
pleasant
move, queen d1, upset him. He did not see this move. Rook d6, knight e6, queen d5, rook to d7. Oh, no more knight e6.
Be
Knight
careful.
e6, queen d6 check. Well,
Be careful, and knight to d5 is coming.
And
that's huge.
16 was ticking down. I think it's
The walls are closing in.
Truly.
10 seconds. for
King
Hikaru.
g7. Okay. It really feels like in these last 5-10 moves that Wesley has taken control of this game. And he's played rook d6, and I think his intention is to play queen d5 to dominate the knight and stop you from playing f6 or knight e6.
But after moves like
Queen
Queen
D5?
D5,
Rook d7 repeating once. Surely
you
he's
do
not going
have
to go for it.
ideas of Rook B5, but okay.
Surely he's not going to go for a draw,
no,
right?
he's,
Don't call me
no,
Shirley.
No.
Knight d5.
Knight d5. He says, I'm much better, and he is right. He stands incredibly well.
Queen c6, rook
Does.
c7, perhaps.
Okay,
10 seconds for Hikaru, you have to make a move.
Hikaru didn't like Queen c6. Queen e6 invites rook e7 as well.
It does indeed.
He has played queen e6.
And Wesley with 13
Oh, there's
seconds.
knight c7, guys. Knight c7 and knight e8 is a check.
Oh.
That could be.
Oh.
That could be massive.
Oh, he
Knight
found it. Queen
C7.
b6 might. No.
Queen c6.
He's going for
Still-
queen takes e4. He's thinking that he has some sort of a perpetual. What's the plan here?
Wesley with
Queen
5
D5.
seconds.
Queen d5. And a trade, and he's threatening knight e6 check. Was that good? Did he give up his advantage with that queen trade? It sure feels like he. Whoa, knight a6. Knight a6.
Knight a6, rook a8.
Oh, this is a great move. He's going to go knight g5.
Yep,
Oh,
Yep.
I think Hikaru missed this.
he's done it.
Okay, maybe it's time for Hikaru to actually chase after the. I
Knight to
don't know,
d8, a
Hikaru's
very
going for
passive
defensive.
approach. But how do you continue right now?
D6? Rook,
d6, king f8. King f3? What?
What? King f3.
Get a king in.
Rook. I thought d6 had. Oh, king e5. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The pieces are going, and the nervousness. You
There
see
is
the
a knight
shaking.
c5
But king
side.
takes e5.
King takes e5, knight c5, knight d3. And then
6
take on b2. And that's why
seconds for
Hikaru put the
Wesley.
pawn on b3.
No.
He takes on.
Take rook takes f7. Let's go.
He's going for it.
Oh, he's touched the rook. He's got to move it. He's only got. Whew, he made that move with 2 seconds left on the clock.
No way.
Yeah.
Is that true? Oh.
Is there going to be a mate?
Knight takes
Where's the
f7.
mate? Where's the mate?
Knight h6 and king takes g6. Mate?
King takes g6, I have knight e5.
You're right. Is there a mate?
Isn't
I don't
there
see it.
Knight E. Oh, but Hikaru playing a very nice move. Rook, knight c4.
3 seconds. He did it with 2 seconds on his clock.
Who's
Maybe
playing
the
for a
swing
win
the
right
rook to the h7 square.
And he's got a perpetual.
now? I think he's ready to take the perpetual. But by the way, king d8, knight f7, king c8. Where's the perpetual?
Well, no. King c8 would lose to d6. D6.
Is it really?
You're threatening d7. You're threatening d7.
d6, I have rook b6.
With d6 on the board.
Oh my gosh, rook check.
I don't see it, guys.
No, he's run away.
The b pawn. 3 seconds for Wesley. He needs to make a move.
He did, but now it's too late.
Oh my goodness. Is
King-
did Hikaru just swindled Wesley so in the last moment?
Well, wait a minute. King e7, he's threatening b2, d7. And he can queen. Oh, what a game.
But he can give up his.
And look at the clocks.
Knight a5.
Oh, he's queened. So you got a queen. Come on, let's go.
Queen but faster.
For.
He's done it. Check.
Oh no.
I think this is it.
This is it.
Oh, what a swindle. What a swindle by... Wait a minute.
Check.
Let's not call it
Let's
too
not call
fast.
it the game yet. This queen a8. Check.
Let's not call it too
You don't
quickly.
want to allow. Yeah, you've
Oh,
got
but
to
this
train.
endgame is not easy now.
No, rook
This
to
endgame, I go
g8.
rook g8.
Rook to g8, and
Knight
let's.
f5. Knight f5. You have knight
Don't
h6.
go king f7.
Oh, he missed it.
Oh no, you can't go king
He
f7.
missed this check.
Oh,
And by the way,
what?
no. I thought king d7 was a mate after rook d6.
Now you can go king c7 and maybe just crawl your king towards the king side.
Yes.
White's pieces are frozen. He can't make any moves.
Yes.
22 seconds versus 8 seconds, and
Oh,
there
but
you have it.
Rook to b8 must be winning now, right?
I'm not 100% sure. Not 100% sure. Jovi, how do you reckon?
I don't know nothing about that endgame. I think better to keep the rooks on.
Better to keep the rooks on. Knight
That's-
h6.
He's just
That's
stopping the
what
king coming
What
to
a
f7.
move. What a move by Hikaru.
Rook f4.
Okay, so now Wesley at least is prepping king f8
King f8.
and king g7. And he's done it. I
Black
like
king
I like
inching
keeping,
forward.
and then king
King
has
f7.
to go to f7.
Stay connected to the g6 pawn. And Hikaru goes for king to d5. G4
Can
is
you
not
do
possible.
G4? Oh.
g4, there was a knight h6 check.
G4 is never possible.
Yeah. So rook has to go back to, oops, I was about to say rook has to go back to f4. And just as I was saying it, he moved his rook to b3.
Predictions. Draw or Hikaru takes it?
I think
Hikaru's gonna
Hikaru's going to
win.
take this. First of all, the time situation has suddenly become favorable, and, well,
I'm not
piece is a
convinced.
piece.
I'm not convinced. I don't see a good way to make progress.
And Wesley cannot capture that pawn.
That would have been a nasty discover check. Well, he's chasing the rook.
Don't go rook
off.
e3. Rook b3 seems safe.
Yeah, he's a little bit concerned. 11 seconds.
It's now down to 8.
King
And-
h7 or king to f7.
I think king f7. I
Stay on f7, I agree. Yeah,
I don't want to get shouldered by king e5 and king f6. And
I don't like this king h7.
I
Yeah.
don't like it either.
He's going from the other side, but this should not be
King
enough.
f6? Nope. I was expecting king f6, rook
No,
f8, king
maybe
e.
it's time to go f3 and g4.
Ooh.
That was made with 1
Ooh.
second, I think.
Oh, the
Ooh.
white rook is in trouble. He throws in a check.
That was a good check, by the way, just in time.
Yeah, but
Because
the
you've
white
got king f6. If you don't go king e6, throw in another check.
Exactly, you have to keep checking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the white king is in serious trouble. Wesley,
Correct.
5 seconds.
Throw in another check, and you've got king f6. If the black king allows white to play king f6, I think the chances of a draw just increase
So
exponentially.
knight d5. Let's go knight d5. Counter check.
Check and counter check?
King h6, rook d7.
Ooh, I
That's
like it. I think
Hikaru
that's the
down
right.
to 10 seconds.
And Hikaru.
No?
Whoa.
Where is he going?
He could have played king f6.
Where is he going? Oh, rook f4. Be careful.
King f6. Oh, no. Now you can't play king f6 anymore. Now you got to go king h6. Yes. Just in time,
This
actually.
is such a complex.
Oh my gosh, what an ending. Rook f4? No. King to g5.
All Wesley needs to do is exchange those last couple of pawns.
Yeah, well, we understand the advice.
easier
How do
said
we do
than
it? Yeah, exactly.
How do you do it? Yeah.
How do you do it is the question. Rook d4. Why did he hesitate?
He's just double checking his lines.
The knight is so tricky. By the way, g4.
How about g4
Wait a minute.
now?
Wait a minute.
Finally.
g4.
No. No. No.
I think that was a golden opportunity.
But I think
It still exists.
Is Hikaru,
It still exists.
I was going to say,
I think that
planning
was
to
the
move
that
his-
was the dream moment, and
Rook
he,
c4.
and he caught it.
Rook c4. Get the rook
c4.
away from the knight.
Take the pawn?
Do you get checkmated if you take the pawn?
No, you can't get checkmated. Take the pawn.
Take again?
Take the pawn, and now a draw is easy. Yeah, it's just rook and knight versus rook. Okay, and Wesley will know how to draw this.
What a game. I don't know.
It had everything.
I've won this
mean-
position. I've won this position with the knight. It's not that easy, especially when you have some pawns to cover up the king, the black king.
I'm not sure about h5.
I'm still a bit worried.
I was
No,
about
this
to
is
say, I'm not sure about h5.
This
Didn't
is
that just
over.
trap the king?
This is over.
No.
Yes, I think so.
Why is it over?
And just, okay, so I've got the table base up and it's saying it's a draw.
Still a
Oh.
draw.
So
Okay.
it's no checkmate in the air just yet.
Give
No.
up the pawn. Give up the pawn.
Yeah,
Play
that's what
F5.
you need to do, is just give up all the pawns. And we know even without the pawns it's a draw. But like you say, the pawn on h5 is kind of like...
Don't go
Okay.
F5 now.
He
Get the rook
has
back
to put his
to
rook
B7.
on B7. That's a draw.
Okay, that's a
Knight
pawn.
takes f4, though.
That's
and now
okay.
he can just start checking the black king.
But,
check the back
okay,
king.
so you mean check, knight e6, and then move the king?
Well, Wesley
and
throwing in a check.
now
Go
now you
back.
go king h7. Yes,
Yeah.
that makes sense. Okay, that should be a draw. And go move away from the h pawn. The h pawn is actually go to g8. Move away from that h pawn.
Don't call it too quickly. This one is still, in my estimation, is still quite difficult.
It's like a 50-50. Whoa, king h6. Was king g8 a draw, by the
It
way?
was a draw.
Oh, thank
Also, king
goodness.
h6 is a draw.
Also,
So
both.
Okay, your
it's
rook has
still-
to stay connected to the knight.
Okay, so rook a6.
Rook b1.
5
it says.
seconds, 3
Three.
seconds.
What?
What?
No way. No,
This
no,
is
this
winning.
is over.
This is
What
winning
was
for
that?
Hikaru.
What was that? No, no, okay, this was...
This was a blunder, an oversight by Wesley. Blunder
This was a
alert.
huge
And
blunder.
then the thing,
And he just resigned.
Oh,
Oh
the
my
nerves
God.
got to him. The
He did.
nerves got to him on the last one.
Wow, that was
Wow.
terrible. Guys, that was just nerves. That was just
That was
nerves.
nerves. Rook
Wow,
takes
a
e6 was nerves.
century.
he was doing it all
That was a game, like a love story with like 12 different endings. And we weren't sure who was
Yeah.
the betrothed, and wow.
And how about our ladies? Have they started their game?
And now they'll start both games together after they unwind here. Cristian, when we go to the position after move 44, hereabouts, at this point, Wesley has been having a big advantage for most of the game, and then suddenly the b2 pawn went missing. Did he miss a win? That
Oh,
is-
yes.
At what moments?
Keep
if you
going, keep going, keep going. Knight to b7, I think, was the move. King takes e5. Knight just pick up the pawn on f7. You guys recommended this.
Rook takes f7.
Yeah, not rook to c7 first. That gives me an important tempo.
And so
Take on
after
f7.
check,
Let's keep going. Get in.
and
No,
ta-
no, no, no. To
King
f6. To
f6.
f6.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
To f6, yeah.
And I'm not worried about rook b6 check.
Rook b6, knight e6.
Gotcha. And then we've got a nice mating
I think
setup.
you're going to get checkmated
So
somehow.
knight takes b2, and now we've got the mating setup that we want. Easy.
Yes, knight
Yeah.
takes b2. Now I just go rook to
Check.
g7. There's
and
going to be...
and
yeah.
that is very, very simple.
Do you know the sad thing is, at that
Yes.
precise minute, Wesley was on the verge of playing rook takes f7.
I think he was, and then he went rook
and
c7.
then he just kind of overthought it for that split second and played rook c7. And,
And through
here
the
we
magic
can
of
see,
television, rook takes e6 was the move that lost the game on the spot, frankly.
Yeah.
Had he just moved his rook and kept the knight in a pin, it would have likely been a draw.
And here are the final moments. And Hikaru just pounces. He
Check.
sees
And
this is
after
his
king
opportunity.
h7, king f7,
And the whole
easy
point,
win.
after king goes to h8, the black king can just go to g6.
Exactly. And then after h7, rook to
Woohoo, it's
a8
percent.
and mate.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. Okay. Feel like
ready
the
for round
nerves.
two?
I'm not sure I was ready for
So,
that.
but
That
this,
was
this means Hikaru, you know, he won with the black pieces. However scrappy it was a victory.
it was a victory.
And now needs to draw
Right.
with a white.
And by the way, Colin, our Make-A-Wish gentleman, enjoying every minute. His family is just like, dude, you made a good wish.
Yeah. No, but I mean, it's so nice, you know, to see that in between these hard times, you know, he's getting a lot of joy from watching these top players in
Absolutely.
action. And we're getting a lot of joy because we are just like thinking,
Yeah.
goodness me, what on earth is happening?
I thought Wesley played a magnificent game. I really
Incredible
did. He
game.
was just, with the rook and the queen and the knight, he had just more or less dominated the play. I was a little bit surprised by his decision to trade queens with the move queen d5, a decision that turned out to be winning, by the way. I mean, as he did. But did he miss anything severe at this moment?
No, he did everything perfectly. He really
Including
did.
queen d5.
He really did, yes.
Wow.
Queen to d5, that's fine, everything is good. This endgame is winning, right?
Okay.
Get the king to the center, bring another attacker into play, get the king to take on e5. He did everything perfectly. He just didn't take on f7 at the right moment.
As he should have.
Yeah.
Whew. Are we going to take a break and catch our breaths?
I think
and
we should
just...
take a very short break.
Alrighty.
And we'll see you in time for game 2 to begin.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
We are back and we have 2 players lining up for game 2 of the playoffs. And whereas just behind them, we also saw Irina Krush and Alice Lee beginning their playoffs.
Queen's Gambit accepted in the game between Alice and Irina. They're starting their first game. Let's repeat that, their first game. Whereas Wesley and Hikaru are on their second game. Hikaru enjoying a 1-point lead.
Exactly, and it does mean
H4.
Yeah, I know. I mean, desperate times call for desperate
Well,
measures.
wait. Hikaru's not the desperate one.
No, but man, I'm talking about their opening.
Yeah, well, I understand the perk.
You only
I
pay
understand the perk. But Wesley's playing the perk to try to get a game.
Yeah.
But H4 is a way of saying, like, I'm supposed to be playing for the win, because H4 usually you play H4 to play H5 and sacrifice the exchange.
H5, I've seen that on occasion.
Yeah, and sacrificing the exchange. I get
yeah.
it. But Wesley will say, okay, well, I'm happy
So there was a match, I don't remember exactly when, but it was Hikaru versus Jeffrey Shaw. And Hikaru was in a must-win situation with the black pieces. He chose the modern.
Right.
He lost.
Okay.
Very, very easily, in fact, lost. And in his post-mortem, he said that, yes, everybody knows how to defeat the modern nowadays at the elite level. This is what I'm thinking. Perhaps he studied it, understood that this situation could arise on the board, and maybe he knows exactly what he needs to do with this move h4 followed by f3, potentially launching an attack on the king side.
Well, I'm just saying no. No, this
You
is
don't
not
believe
the way
Hikaru?
you play for a draw or a score as white. You're giving me, black in this case, a lot to play for. I'm going to play a6. First of all, anytime you play h4, h5, go ahead, sacrifice your exchange, make my day. Are you going to play g4?
No, are you not going to go bishop e3?
Okay, bishop e3, and guess where you're putting your king, right?
Yeah.
I've
And then
already
you go,
guessed.
Then you go queen d2.
Okay, and I go knight d7.
And now that you've gone knight d7, isn't it? I go knight h6. Isn't that the kind
And
of
knight
idea?
h3, okay.
No, sorry, knight
Yeah, it's
h3.
okay. Knight to
No, I can see
b6.
that my theory is not the right one.
Well, I'm saying you as white, you've played the move h4, so it's only natural that you tuck your king over on the queen side. But I'm going to be there waiting for you with open arms. I'm going to be playing b4 and a5, and I know your address.
Yes.
At the moment, you don't know mine. I may keep my king stuck in the center. I may go queenside. All I'm saying is, for a must-win as black, hey, I'll take this position
But
anytime.
Wait 1 second. You
Wait.
kind of adopted like a modern approach with a6, b5.
Right?
But Wesley
Changed
changed
course
tack
completely.
You know,
He did.
Because after
F3, he went into
bishop
the center
e3, he
with.
went e5. That to me
Okay.
feels like
It's too conventional.
totally solid.
Yeah, it's. I'm sorry to say that I feel that this is helpful for Hikaru because it gives him the opportunity to play very standard play now. Queen d2 castles. Now h5 because I have to commit my king to the king side. Now h5 makes perfect sense. And frankly, I think that white has a better position. Simply that. Wow.
So, Jovi, have you studied the black lion? Because this looks like some sort of a black lion, right?
Yes, my good friend Simon Williams,
who's a really good author,
Really good,
and I
yeah,
studied his
yeah.
courses.
he recommends the black lion. It's
Right.
actually quite dangerous.
Castles.
I haven't read this course yet.
Let me just check in on the game of Alice Lee for a second, as well, that's not the game that I wanted. Excuse me. Here it is. It's a Queen's Gambit accepted with these early trades of queens. And, okay, this is pretty tame. I don't think either player has anything that they could really dream of. Knight takes e5, bishop takes e5, maybe
Bishop
as simple as bishop a4, you know?
Makes a lot of sense.
And yeah, just
I also
bishop
quite like
c6.
bishop c6 as well. you
Right?
know.
Yeah, I don't think that Arena will be on
The only thing I
Unhappy?
do like your bishop a4 move because
Okay.
of course the white knight was threatening to come forward to see.
yeah, I can,
Because you can
interpolate, interpose. Okay, it's getting late. Bishop a4 or rook c8. I like either one of those. And what did she do?
well she
She did go bishop
exactly
a4.
bishop a4 and
And
after,
Alice wasn't happy. She played rook b1. Okay, that feels a little bit wrong.
it feels a bit like a negative mindset. You know, a bit too
Yeah.
passive. Rook c8.
Rook c8, I'm sure she's intending knight c5 in that case. But hold on, we could go, let's take a look, shall we? Rook c8, knight c5,
b6.
b6, just to check this out.
Rook c1.
And now rook c1 again.
I just want to exchange pieces.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I was wondering if Arena had an opportunity or not of
But
grabbing
I do
something.
feel since we're in an elimination
Oh.
situation, we should definitely go back to
Exactly.
the Hikaru game.
By the way, no knight c5, but bishop f1 by Alice Lee. She's kind of inviting these rooks to the second rank, rook c2, rook d2. I don't know. But you're right. Because Wesley is facing elimination, let's just check in on him.
And
Where are you, Wesley?
yeah, you'll be in for a treat
Oh
when
no,
you see the.
I'm not getting my.
Yeah, there you are.
There you are. Thank you.
And yeah, you can see that there's been a queen trade, which of course I think Hikaru is simply ecstatic about.
But it's so strange. He took on e5 and he took back with the d pawn in
Yeah.
a must-win situation. Take with the knight, keep the queens on the board. I mean, you know Hikaru is going to trade those queens instantaneously.
Well,
Just doesn't make a lot of sense.
I don't know. I'm enthusiastic by Wesley's choice here, frankly. The knight. What have you just done? You've put your knight on g3. It's not any great shakes over there. Even if you were to get in the move h5, congratulate yourself as much as you like. Knight to d4, castle. You know, keep the pawn on c2, c5. Let me reinforce my knight. I do have ideas. a6, b5. You want to go h5? You want to try to kill me with h5? Okay. This knight on d4 versus this knight on g3. Done.
Done.
Deal. I like it.
It's exactly right, yes. And just to set the scene, there are two players playing in the championship brackets. This is their final.
Yep.
And the winners of the championship brackets will move on to the grand final. And this is the situation in both the open and the women's situation. And anyone who loses gets demoted down to the elimination bracket, where they'll be facing some preordained opponents.
$10,000 bonus for the winner of this match, $5,000 bonus for the winner of the Arena versus Alice Lee match. Very good. And we do have this position after knight g3. I'm expecting knight d4 with both hands, possibly.
Perhaps you
With
can even start with
h7,
h5,
yeah.
right? h5, block
fair.
things on the h file, also cement that weakness, that future
Exactly.
weakness on h4.
Exactly.
The pawn on h4 is going to be attacked by the bishop coming to f6. So the only question that I have to answer as black is, where do I put the knight from f6? How do I get that
Don't
guy
you go
into,
to knight
into play?
d7 and knight c?
I would say it depends on how the queen side ends up. If I go knight d4 and c5 and a6 and b5, if the pawn goes to b4, knight d7 to c5, yes, that's perfectly right.
And by the
If
way, why is Wesley spending so much time in this position?
Good
He's down to
question.
his last 4 minutes and 30 seconds, while Hikaru is just enjoying a 3-minute advantage.
And if you don't play knight d4, why did we put our knight on c6?
Well, he's gone for h5.
Okay, I
This
like
is-
that.
This is
Same
good
move faster
strategy.
was better, but I like that move. But yes, we put our knight on c6 for a purposeful reason, right? That is, we wanted to tuck our knight into this outpost on d4. So do
Bishop
it.
g5.
Bishop to g5.
Okay. But that pin is not going to last long.
Nope.
You can always go rook to d7 to get out of it.
Right. So, well, rook to d7 may invite bishop b5, and again.
So let's start with knight d4.
Knight d4,
Castles.
castles, rook d7. I'm all for it. Let's go.
And what happens if
Possibly rook d6,
Wait.
actually.
what happens? What I
Sorry.
wanted to do
Please.
was knight to b. We see a6 played because
Take away the
I wanted to
b5
play
square.
knight b5.
Yeah.
In this moment?
Yes.
So
But anyway, this is all a little bit hearsay because,
Hearsay.
well, yeah, I'm misusing that word
What's the word?
totally, but never
Bishop
mind.
g5. Okay, a7. No knight d4. a7, a6.
Yeah.
Wesley, sometimes that the players of today with their computers, they really love their prophylactic moves and not committing themselves. But sometimes moves like knight d4 are just really good, and you should just play them.
Bishop
A7,
D3 was
A6?
played.
But, you
Bishop
know,
D3?
Bishop
Okay.
D3. I mean, I have to say, I quite
Okay.
like the way that Wesley is playing, because it keeps asking Hikaru the question, like, how are you going to develop? How are you going to commit your pieces? Rook D6. Yep,
But what
knight
if I just
D7
go
in the air.
castle? Like, isn't this too little, too late? That's what I'm afraid for Wesley.
No, I'm still going with Wesley on this one. I mean, again, he is in a must-win situation, so I mean, he's getting
I'm slightly getting excited about some knight f5 ideas, but they probably don't work.
And
hopefully not.
could you also kind of, if you were playing Hikaru, like say castle, I quite like castles, but one idea that I had was you play knight f1, knight e3,
Yes.
yada,
yes.
yada, get your knight to d5.
Well, I've been pounding the table for quite some time of bringing my knight to d4 so that I could get in this kind of a queenside expansion with b5 and c5 and get some action rolling. Now, in this particular case, you could, if you like, play bishop takes f6 and take control over the d5 square, which is, well, the timing of rook d6 and so on.
Long castle and knight d7 on the board.
I beg your pardon?
Long castle and
his
knight
castle's
d7.
long.
Okay. He has castled long and knight d7 on the board. Yes. So that he can play knight c5. And well, guys, our audience, 38% said they would make it to a blitz. 34%
nope.
said nope.
It will be determined
in
right
this
now.
game. And right now, the 34%ers look pretty good.
I was one of those 34%.
Bishop to f1.
Don't say it so proudly. I was one of the 34%. That just doesn't, I mean,
I wasn't really, though, because I didn't
Bishop
vote.
F1.
Bishop F1.
Did you see that coming?
No.
I
No.
sure didn't see that coming. Bishop F1. Oh my.
Just,
Well, I guess he was worried about this knight c5 capturing the bishop.
But
And he didn't want to put it on e2 where it was touched by the other knight. And finally, boy, it sure took him a long while, but he did sink the knight to d4.
But I mean, I think
Please.
actually Wesley's done everything right and perfect. It's great strategy
Okay.
because just take a look at Hikaru's pieces. They're
They're not
awful.
impressive. The knight on g3, most especially,
I mean,
versus the knight on d4, the scales between those two knights are decisively in black's favor. This knight is
yeah, and
not
Wesley.
good. You had an idea of putting the knight on e3,
Well,
and I like that. By the way, knight e2,
All right, let's go c5.
absolutely. c5, and if you go c3, I got a check.
Let's cement that knight on d4,
Agreed.
which I think he did.
You
Yeah.
did?
I was trying to see whether I could get Bishop E7 to work, but really,
It's it's just one
it's
hit,
just
right?
one hit.
And I'm
Isn't
not
this
even-
getting a bit uncomfortable for Hikaru?
It is.
Well, I would say very uncomfortable. Like, imagine something stupid. Like, okay, just bear with me for just a moment here, as you could start to imagine that my rooks are coming, and I'm going to play f6, and I'm going to play bishop h6,
Well,
and I'm going to ask your king some questions that are going to make you feel uncomfortable. So, I mean, and look at these pieces. What's this? What's this? What's this? By the way, f7, f6 on the board. Sorry, let me just refresh my board for a moment.
Meanwhile, it does look like the game between Alice and Irina will be like heading towards a draw.
Okay, let's just check in on that and see how close they are to the draw. Oops, I keep, no, I'm not sure I've got that position in my...
There, no. There it is.
There
There
it
it
is.
is.
Thank you. Good eye.
I mean, white is better. There's no doubt about that. But
Yes.
I was gonna, but on the other hand, I do think it's definitely manageable for Irina to draw this.
Manageable, but let's not
Manageable is
forget.
one thing, but better is better.
Oh, for sure, and that a-pawn maybe goes to a5, maybe supported by the bishop coming to c5 and then landing on b6.
Yeah.
If anything, I have to say that this is looking pretty good for Alice. She has some very serious chances to take the full point in this one.
Yeah.
Especially since it felt like Irina psychologically was not feeling like herself, especially towards the end when she was complaining about some noises. She wasn't happy with the result.
Something happened there that kind of put her off.
That can
she was-
definitely leave an impact.
Yeah, she was aggravated, and allowing the c6 move was wrong. Now, once you see rook a7, you go, hey, whoa, 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 whoa. Something has really kind of turned wrong for her, and now she's seriously on the back foot. If she gets out of this okay, she will be happy because I don't like this. I think
She's
Alice
also
has
very
got
much down on time.
She
a
is
very,
down
very
on
clear
time.
advantage here. What's the time?
Well, she's just over 1.5 minutes, and her knight is looking a bit lost out there. And also the rook is under attack.
Yeah, almost a
But-
Tsuji on the knight. Domination.
It is domination, but I still think with accurate play, Irina can defend this.
Okay.
So we'll see what happens, and we have to remind everyone this is their first
Right.
playoff game.
Whereas Wesley is fighting for his life, if you will. He's down a point, and when we left it, we just left it here where we saw the move c5, king b1, f6 by Wesley, knight, and yeah, this is what I'm saying. Sacrifice a piece. Just bishop b3, knight to c4.
So what if
Even-
I take on d4?
Isn't d1 hanging?
Take on c5?
No, d1 was hanging, dude.
And take on c5?
What?
I take on d4 with the pawn. You take on d1, I take on c5.
Okay, and
Isn't that another piece?
Well, the players are bashing out the moves.
okay,
They
sorry.
did not capture.
I thought he had to move his rook. He did move his rook. Knight to
did.
e6, rook e1. I mean, no. This has not gone well at all for Hikaru. He is now.
What's the bishop on f1 doing? What's the rook on h1 doing?
Well, we have an
For
answer
some
for
time.
that.
What's the knight on
we
g3
do.
The knight
doing?
is going to move itself to c1, and there's going
Okay.
to be, some repairing going on into the
I think
position.
yeah, you make a weakness so that you can repair it and you know what you're doing. Got it. I love that strategy. Bishop to c4 or knight to c4.
He
Knight to
played it.
c4,
Knight c4.
tickles this bishop,
Knight c1.
and he took a very nice bishop, by the way. That bishop on e3 was protecting Hikaru's king against bishop h6, and rook takes e3 or knight takes b3.
If you take on b3, do you defend that knight on e3?
I do.
Keep it there with bishop h6?
I do. I like defending it with bishop h6 because I like the bishops of opposite
Don't
colors.
you
at
get
the-
into trouble if you
Sorry,
take
please.
on e3? Because the bishop comes out to h6 and starts attacking the rook.
True that. Maybe you have to take on b3 and just suffer the consequences of this position. Again, I'm thinking b5, c4, advantage black.
Yes. Yes. Hikaru down to his last minute
He
and
does
30
take on
seconds. Bishop
b3.
h6 immediately played.
Yep. And advantage black as b5, c4, rook d8. Lots and lots of easy moves for Wesley to play at this
All right,
point.
I just picked at the engine.
Yep.
This is minus 4.5.
Minus 4.5. Makes sense.
Completely devastating position.
For Hikaru. Hikaru has
Yeah.
misplayed it terribly.
But this is great news for Wesley and his fans because
Exactly.
he's in a must-win situation with the black pieces.
Truly.
And
Wesley is beginning to feel it. He may not know he's up 4.5. That sounds like a lot. but
Minus
he's
6 now.
But he's definitely thinking, hey, look, I know what I'm doing. Rook is coming down.
Knight
Oh
a1.
my God,
Oof,
knight came to
that's
A1.
an ugly move to have to
Hey,
make. Rook to d8.
sometimes ugly is all you got.
But what about rook to
With
d8,
rook d8?
followed by rook to d1?
Rook to d8 is an easy move.
And
Bishop e2. b5, knight c5. Let's get that guy in.
I'm starting to look at rook to d2 right now.
Rook to d2.
Knight f1, rook takes e2.
Oh, that's a beauty.
How is that?
Rook to d2. I think you can almost do anything. White feels paralyzed at this moment. b5, knight
Oh, look at that
c5,
knight
rook
f4
d2.
potential you have.
But the clocks, Jovi.
Yeah, the clocks. Wesley has 1.5 minutes, whereas
Okay.
Hikaru just over 1 minute. But just to kind of say,
Please.
if Wesley does win, this means the match is tied, and it means we're going to go on to some blitz playoffs where the players will play 2 games of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds.
And you'll be one of the 34%
That
who
was
was wrong.
Correct.
The wisdom of the crowd.
The wisdom.
But okay, I wasn't in the
And you're
majority.
allowing rook takes e2 just as you prescribed. Knight takes f1. That's 2 pieces for a rook. Yikes.
All right, knight takes f1. Let's keep going.
And
Rook
comes
takes
another one.
even.
That's
He even
okay
played
as well.
rook takes like
Problem
because
is your
he's-
rook is not going anywhere.
Knight
Well-
f.
Knight
Oh,
c2.
Knight c2, you got to get that knight out
Oh,
before it
no
gets
question about it.
Should we
trapped
put
to
a-
the corner again.
True.
Plant a knight on d3?
Can we do that? How do we do that?
Oh, we
Knight
can
c5,
definitely do that.
knight d3.
Knight c5 to d3. Love it.
Oh, yes.
Love it. Because if you can go knight c5, d3 at once, then you can go knight g3 and the rook's trapped. So
Even better.
Even better. Knight c5 to d3. That looks like a boss plan.
And there's just no way for the rook to activate at all. I mean, the only thing that Hikaru can do is move his rook to e1 and to d1. The
Well,
end.
that's the dream, is to activate the rook somehow like there. And he's found it. Wesley is
Well,
so
I have to
good.
say, after this game, statistically, the modern, when you're in a must-win situation, has to be played.
Levon used it against Fabi. We're seeing it here as well.
Oh, look at
by
that.
the way, knight d2 came
Knight d2 followed
With-
by knight b3.
with
That's such an ugly position for
the
white.
rook. By the way, I've been told that Arena has managed to right the ship, and it's an even game.
It is.
No longer big advantage Alice.
And,
And we just saw a pawn sacrifice. Hikaru trying desperately to get something going, something. King f7. I love that
I just don't see it.
consolidating move.
I just don't see it.
Okay, that move basically says I'm going to play f4. I don't believe it myself. b5? Yeah.
Keep everything protected. Why not?
Brilliant. King to a3, doing his best to make Wesley a bit uncomfortable.
Bishop f8. Look at that move.
Wesley is not uncomfortable in this position.
Exactly.
He's simply enjoying everything.
I think he is. I really do. I think he's about ready to pounce with knight. Ooh, there's an e4 pawn sighting.
Okay, finally we see Hikaru desperately try to break out with f4.
Right.
But it's really not going to help too much after pawn takes pawn.
At least the rook
Nope.
gets somewhere close to
I'm
playing.
not
well,
sure about
it's not going
that.
to get out.
Sometimes when you're trying to hold these difficult positions, any breakouts you make
Yep.
actually
He's gonna take
end
that
up.
one as well.
Yep.
Knight
Okay,
c5
rook
now.
d7 on the agenda. Nope. Stop that. Bishop f4. Get rid of that knight.
Bishop f4, bishop g3. Knight c1 check first. He's rerouting that knight closer to the center, knight to d3. Makes a lot of sense.
I would have played bishop f4, hit that knight, and then, like you say, bishop g3 and take that pawn.
Knight to d5. Let's get the king in center. No, he decides to try to exchange another pair of pieces.
I like that move a lot, knight f4, actually. Just, you're threatening g2, and you're kind of forcing the trade of the knights, frankly.
Knight
Nope.
to b4.
Knight. Hikaru understands that he's got to do desperate measures now. And rook c8, bishop to e3. Just keep that knight on c5. Love that knight on c5.
I would
Bishop f8.
Bishop f8.
Rook c7, king
Okay.
e6, rook c6. King e5.
A little
Some
bit
trepidation there.
hesitant, but yes, king e5 was fine. Knight takes h4 is going to be 3 connected passed pawns. Wesley's going to even up this match.
He is.
We're going to be
No
playing
doubt.
blitz.
He is. Yes, yes, he is.
And knight takes
1 minute
pawn.
to roughly
There's,
1 minute.
there's no trick whatsoever on the board, so take the pawn. And we see the handshake. Wesley wins
Wow.
Yeah.
with the black pieces in a
On demand.
must-win situation.
With black.
Incredible stuff.
Against our #1 seed. Let's jump to the game between Irina and Alice.
And boy, we can
Whoa,
see
whoa,
from
whoa,
the
whoa,
screen
whoa.
that there has been a massive
Holy smokes.
turnaround.
I don't see
mean,
any white pawns on the king side.
But
It
there
was
is-
4
That
versus
happened.
4.
But
How,
there's
how
a
did
pawn
And
that
on
7 seconds.
A6.
7 seconds for Irina.
Oh, 7 seconds.
45 seconds for young Alice Lee.
Well, that's the only thing keeping Alice in the game. But rook to a2.
Knight to b5, but now rook to b8
Rook
is
B1.
coming.
Well,
Rook B8, sorry.
well, rook b8, rook a2. Yeah, get rid of the a pawn. It's the only thing that can hurt you.
How easy is that 4 versus
Easy.
the bishop?
Quite easy, actually. I had it against Bent Larson, and the pawns win very comfortably against the bishop. Ooh, ooh, ooh,
What is
ooh.
that? Irina is asking.
Oh, Irina didn't like the fact that Alice pressed the clock when the piece was not on the square.
Yeah,
It wasn't
for
even
good reason.
close.
For good reason. Yes.
Yeah,
you should. put-
etiquette requires that you put the piece on the square. Proper etiquette. By the way, rook there. What's that? You go
think
rook
she's
to
supporting.
g8. You go king f5, and she wanted to support the g pawn this way. King f5, g5. Roll 'em, roll 'em, roll 'em, rawhide.
The great thing is that they just march up the board like.
Yes.
da-da-da-da-da.
Didn't they have a similar endgame where Irina had 5 pawns against the rook at the
Right?
US Championship?
Yes.
Against Begum.
No,
No,
against Alice Lee.
Alice Lee. Alice had the pawns.
Yes, yes,
And
yes.
wanted to play on.
Was it 4 pawns or 5 pawns?
I think it was 4.
4 against the
It
rook,
was
right?
it was inspiring by Alice. She wasn't letting Irina make a draw and go home. That was really good. Okay, g5, let's go.
G5, put the rook on f4, defend the pawn on f6.
Exactly.
Yeah, this one is looking good for Irina. I don't know how
Wow.
the magic happened.
I
but
know, it
happened.
was a turnaround, that was for sure. Rook f4, now
Irina's
you're threatening
feeling it right
h4.
Bishop b7,
King
king
g6.
g6, defend that pawn.
King steps back.
And there you see Irina being accurate with the placement,
Irina's
like
very
as if
precise,
to emphasize.
But Irina doesn't actually need to go rook f5. She could
No,
have just.
no,
actually
h4 and let
started
it go.
pushing.
H4, g4, h3. And the bishop actually doesn't even stop the pawns anymore. h4.
Yeah, I think Alice is trying to go bishop f8, but
Not
black
g4.
king will get
H4,
out.
right?
I'm not sure about her technique exactly here. h4, let's go. h4.
Keep pushing.
Well,
And
Irina,
rook
4
f3.
seconds.
Wow, 4 seconds?
Yep.
She's letting her time drift too slow.
But
She's
Alice
overthinking the
also
position.
on
Okay, it's
5
getting-
seconds.
Rook f3,
It's
let's
getting
go.
tricky. It's
Rook
getting
f3.
tricky.
Why there? Don't put the rook on the dark squares. Oops. Okay. h3. If the rook were already on f3, you would be able to. Whoa! Why not king g6? Okay.
Still
Never mind.
winning.
There-
Still
f5,
winning,
f5, and rook or rook f3 immediately now.
f5 on the board.
Okay.
And then still, this is just a question of time.
It's the march. It's all about the clock. That's the thing that's saving Alice at the moment, or what she's playing for.
And this is their first playoff game. So after this is over, they will do it again with the colors switched over.
Exactly. Now just simply rook to b3, followed by rook to b5 to defend the e pawn, and
She's
then
going for it.
you're she's reaching for her queen. Rook to b5. You don't need to play check. You don't need to do anything.
Yeah, she's being fancy right now.
Right? Not
King f1, maybe king
necessary.
f3.
Can you not go h7?
Rook
King f3, get
b5.
fancy. Come on.
No,
you gave
don't
a
get
check.
fancy. Just
She's
go
got
rook
seconds.
b5. Rook
She
b5.
has to go
She's
fancy.
gone, go for h2.
Wow.
Wait.
Why does she do that?
Wait a minute.
Okay, that's simple then. G3.
g3.
Now it's over. Yeah. And you're threatening the queen
And the
and go
king
G2.
is going to come to f3.
Bishop c5, g2, followed by h1, and that's resignation.
Ooh,
Well,
What a
Alice had a
turnaround.
grimace there. I mean, because she knows that she had an advantage. And when we left it, she had 4 versus 4. And somehow there was a magic. Oh, she has missed knight f4.
yeah.
And wow, what a narrow escape for Arena.
Definitely, but they will have to do it all over again. And this time, Alice will be in a must-win situation with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Ooh.
By the way, help me out. Is this the first time Arena has had a playoff?
Yes.
I do believe so. And in the Open, we're now down to Blitz because the Rapids were split. 1-1 with black taking a victory in both games.
Yeah, and this time
Wow.
Hikaru will start with the white pieces against Wesley. So, and the time control is 3 minutes plus 2 seconds. So it's getting faster
Yeah.
and faster. And they will play these 2 games. And if the match is still tied after these 2 games, then we're going to see the crowd favorite or the crowd divider. You know, I can see lots of people love it or they hate it, but it's Armageddon.
Well, we had it yesterday, and it was a thrill. But boy, I mean, for the players, I think their nerves were shot.
But I have to say,
Please.
this feels fair right now because Wesley was so winning in the first game. He played such a beautiful game, and then it was just a final moment swindle by Hikaru.
True.
And after that, in the second game, Wesley once again played really good chess, outplayed Hikaru
Right.
with the black pieces in more or less an equal position, right?
I'm going to need some assistance on my.
Just refresh that,
Just refresh. Yeah.
and then it should come up. And there their players are ready.
E4. Okay, C5
Okay.
once again.
I definitely blew whatever it was that I needed to do. Okay.
Yeah, and the players are racing with the pawns.
Oh, it's the
and
same
openings. It is the
variation.
same
Like
variation.
Hikaru thought that he came out of that first game in good shape, and actually, I didn't feel that was the case. And he repeats the same line with knight h5. Again, I didn't.
Somebody must have told him that this is not a
Wow.
good line, right? I guess not.
I guess not. Knight, bishop e3. I thought Wesley had a beautiful opening. Oh, this time, by the way.
He did, but the time
Castle
is so
splitting.
short in between these games that it truly, there is no time to speak with anybody. And also, the seconds are not allowed in the playing hall.
Well, for obvious reasons, absolutely. And King went to h8. He's prepping f5. And the question is that really even any good? Do you really want to play f5 in these positions?
Why not?
And
you have to
what
do
is
Why
it?
not?
You have to do something.
Because you're weakening everything.
Reminds me of
Queen
the
C7.
f5 played by Fabi in his first playoff match against Levon.
Right?
And the king just got completely naked.
Yeah. Okay. Previously, a4 was played. And the idea was to open up the a file and create a weakness on a target on the b5 square. Is that still?
No, he's trying to stop this f5 idea.
Trying to get
by
knight to
just
g3.
get to knight to g3, yes, Cristian
Well,
says.
f5?
f5 on the board. I mean,
Wow,
it's a scary looking move.
I just
would-
don't really like that whole plan with f5. I just think it's too
Yeah.
weakening.
And the women haven't started their second game yet, so
No.
it's
You know,
good we'll
I
focus on
think
this.
it's, you know, with the 3+2 going on, it's sort of like bang, 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 bang. I wouldn't mind if the arbiter said, okay, let them complete their game before starting.
I agree. I
That
mean,
might
it
be
gets
the
quite
case,
intense,
yes.
and it's also very distracting, actually,
Truly,
to
truly.
have to listen to people like slamming the clocks.
Bang, bang, bang.
And we see Hikaru take the pawn.
Okay, so
What do you take back
queen?
with?
Queen takes is
Queen
what I
takes?
would be angling for.
Yeah.
Gotta be careful not to get
Maybe-
your queen trapped, but you still
Yeah.
have a d5 square.
Yeah.
Knight to
Knight
f6,
back to
drops
f6.
back.
And for me, these weak squares on e4 and f5, I would go queen c2 and just queen d3. Just keep an eye on all of those light squares.
Can you go d5 now? Can you go e4 now, is the question.
E4, knight takes e4.
Then
What?
bishop
F5?
f5. Oh, sorry.
Bishop
Say
f5?
what? Say what? No.
Why not? I think
No.
Hikaru spots something.
No.
Oh, okay.
d5,
maybe
e4, I mean,
d5 is also a possibility. Hikaru, he senses something in
So
the air.
he's
And
calculating.
if he
D5.
starts using his time, and d5
On the board.
on the board. So presumably
Wow,
you can't go
somehow-
bishop takes because the
Somehow Wesley has allowed Hikaru far more play than he should have
Oh.
gotten. Now bishop
G4
g4
is
is
on
really,
tap.
he's misplayed this terribly, I want to say, as Wesley, and Hikaru has a very powerful initiative at the moment.
But he's still not showing it, Wesley. There is.
Well.
He seems very calm. Still playing moves fast, still keeping an edge on the clock.
And talking about the clock,
Knight takes
Wesley
d4. Well,
has the advantage there.
So Hikaru is allowing knight takes f3. He hasn't forced the weakening of the. Well,
I think
now he did.
had to do pawn takes because knight e5 was coming. And
So knight takes f3, knight e5 was the concern, yeah? Okay. So a trade, the bishop,
Under
it's got a
fire.
very secure square on d5, but it's this king side that I would be very, very fretful about.
Bishop takes b4. What?
Whoa,
What?
whoa,
What
whoa,
is this?
whoa, whoa! Bishop takes b4.
What is this?
Blunder
Yeah.
alert! Blunder
And,
alert! And
Hikaru
he's done
does
it.
it.
Snap
Yeah,
right.
that's a blunder.
Wow. Normally you don't see Wesley making that kind of a blunder. I mean, rook e8 set up pretty obvious. Queen d3.
Somehow from his piece movement, he just seemed too relaxed, Wesley. Even this move, rook to e1, it felt too relaxed. Maybe he lost concentration for a second there.
okay, we see a trade of bishops.
Queen takes.
Queen takes, and I'm expecting. Okay, queen c7.
That's a healthy pawn up for Hikaru.
Okay, this bishop on h3, if I go queen h4, it's got to go, but wait a minute, c3 is hanging too. Oof. Not a pretty sight for Wesley.
Can you not just play a4 and
I like a4 to trade.
trade some pieces?
Well,
okay.
he did want to get rid of this bishop, but queen takes c3.
Take,
is
take,
the
and queen
issue,
takes c3.
right?
Yeah.
And Hikaru says, what's better than being
That's
one
it,
pawn
and a
up?
handshake. And Hikaru takes the first game again with
Wesley
the black
collapsed.
pieces.
It was really remarkable. I thought that somewhere around here, just it was a normal position. I didn't think either player had anything that special. And then, boom, it
Yeah.
was over within 10 moves after this. The ladies are getting set up.
They're getting set up. They
already
did
started.
moves.
They already started.
And we see there, so Irina is also in a great situation. She won the first game, so Alice Lee needs to win with the black pieces.
And
What
I
has she
need help.
chosen? And
To get the game, if we want the game.
And well, interesting. Irina is a very solid player, I have to say, and I've
Gambit.
always noticed that she takes any kind of aggressive actions usually in the middle game. So it's always a solid opening, then aggressive intentions if allowed. And there we see Queen
F3.
F3. And the pawn
That's-
structure is very stable.
Well, for a Carlsbad Queen's Gambit accepted, you don't usually see this move, Queen F3. That's off the beaten track, I would say, Christian.
Oh yes, absolutely. It does feel like it. Definitely feels like it. C6.
6, nonetheless. So we got to go bishop to D3.
Arena
and-
is definitely trying to simplify the position as much as possible.
Oh, so you're expecting takes on D6 and Queen
Not
G3.
yet.
No.
Not yet. Not yet.
D3.
Bishop to D3 makes a lot of sense, but at the right moment, I will take on F3. I will offer the queen trade with Queen to G3. Maybe that was a missed opportunity to do that.
Well, if we were playing for an absolute draw, that would have been a nice way of forcing the queen trade.
Yes, why not?
But Bishop D3 was her choice. And remind me again of course, there it is. Game 10 plus 5. Our wonderful graphics right in the middle of the screen. Unmissable.
Okay. And whilst this game is kind of brewing up,
Okay.
we do see that the men have sat down and they've begun their games. And of course,
Wesley.
Wesley in a must-win situation.
And this time, no H4. That was
H4 this time.
ridiculous. That was like the most ridiculous way of beating the modern. Bishop C4, that's great. So Queen E2.
It's an old line,
Castles
this
E.
Queen
Oh,
E2.
yes. Oh, yes.
And castles, I'm expecting. Other moves that have been played, like C6, Knight C6. But okay, remember, Wesley has to keep the game alive at all costs. So he
Castle's
does
on the board.
castle.
Right.
And what will Hikaru do? Will he
E5
go
is
for
the standard.
complications?
It's the standard E5.
He played it.
Yep. Knight D5.
And H3, stopping Bishop to G4.
Bishop G4 is
That's important.
right. So Knight C6, Knight B6. Lots of moves have been tried in this position. The idea, though, is that White usually maintains. It's almost like a what do you call it?
Scandinavian.
Alekhine, I wanted to see
yeah.
you say, with a G6. And you can play moves like Knight A6 here as well as Black if you want, in order to go Knight to C5 and to try to take away that bishop on B3.
And Hikaru, with a win or a draw, will win the championship bracket and gets
the
a
extra
$10,000 bonus.
And he
Yes.
has a nice
And
extra
Wesley
minute right now.
Is in a must-win situation if he wants to take the whole match to Armageddon.
Exactly. So in this position, the theoretically recommended move is Knight to D4 in order to trade, or, well, in this case, again, Wesley has to play for the win. And so he's
He's going for the
playing
bishop.
a little
Knight
risky
A5.
with this move, Knight A5, as opposed to Knight D4.
And this move has been played,
Yep.
but everyone is
Quite a
playing
number.
Rook D1 actually. No one has played this Knight C3 move.
Right. Well, take the tempo while the tempo's on alpha. Rook to D1 would have hit the queen. Now, after a move, for example, like Bishop E6, you're giving the queen a choice as to where you might go. Actually, if I'm in Black shoes, I probably would play C7, C6 in order to give my queen the C7 square. But Bishop D7 was Wesley's choice.
Where do you hide the queen? Queen to C8 or queen to E8? Queen to C8.
Okay. It's not that he's threatening to play bishop takes H3. It's
No,
just the kind of thing that you stop and consider.
Bishop
Like-
G5, Rook E8, putting some pressure on E7. That's quite important.
It's actually really difficult for Wesley to come up with a good aggressive plan. I think at the minute he's just simply improving his pieces and C5 on the board.
Well, C5 is one of those moves where you say, I need to start fighting for some squares, fighting for space, and making moves like Bishop C6 as well as Queen C6 possible, keeping the pieces on the board, Bishop H6, Bishop H8. Wesley didn't want to see a trade of the two bishops.
And
So
are we
what if
going
I
to
go
see
knight
moves
to
like,
E4?
I'm sorry?
What if I go knight to E4?
whoa. Did you hear that,
Whoa.
that move?
Rook A5. I
A5.
like it.
Wait, how do you defend the pawn on c5?
Yeah,
You
c4,
don't.
rook c5. That's the problem. Oops.
Hikaru
I
is
think-
feeling it right
I
now.
think Wesley blundered that move, frankly. So
One
if
extra
we
minute
go
on the clock, a winning
c4,
position, and draw odds.
Oh, he's played bishop c6. I was about to say c4, rook c5, bishop c6. He played bishop c6 right away, and I don't like that move. Rook
You
takes.
can throw the queen forward to f5.
That's what I wanted with c4 as well, yes. Uh-oh, this is getting really tough now.
Yeah, the light squared bishop will
Not
perhaps
good.
fall off. e6 is also on tap.
No, this is gone. This is just a terrible position for
And-
Wesley.
Wesley down to under a minute, 42 seconds.
Knight takes,
He
yeah.
plays e6.
This was not the same modern. as the
No,
first
it
game.
sure was not.
Completely different story.
Totally. And knight takes e6, that's just so gross. Like terrible pawn structure.
Knight e4 now in the air.
True.
Maybe even bishop g5 now.
Bishop
Get a
g5.
tempo in, maybe get the bishop to f6,
Yep.
exchange the
I
dark
mean,
square bishop.
can you
why
even
not?
go b4, just as I say it?
I mean, there's such an array of nice moves, including b4.
Knight d7.
Okay, so now we take on c6 with the knight and then go rook a5,
In the worst case, yeah.
just to
Yeah.
keep the pawn on e5. But I
Rook a5 or rook c4, rook h4, try to checkmate. I'm getting greedy.
Well,
I know.
I love the suggestion a moment ago of bishop g5 and bishop f6. That would have been a real wedge
Well, talking about bishop g5, you can do it now.
and force the rook off the
Yes.
d8 square. I love that move.
He's thinking
Very,
about
very
it.
much. Bishop g5, actually.
And then keep the rook on the 5th rank.
Yep.
Yep.
No need to go for any amateur dramatics, because Hikaru is an amateur, as he calls himself. But even though he's like number 5 player in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, if Hikaru is an amateur.
I know.
What does that make us?
Patzers.
Patzers.
Makes me a patzer.
There we go.
F4. Just locking out the dark squared bishop.
Yeah, that kind of puts the kibosh on the counterplay, right? Because once we go knight e4,
Knight
there's
d6 is coming.
total domination. This
This
is
is a
really
very
And
bad
bad.
Wesley
position
down to his
for
last
Wesley.
20 seconds.
Yeah, this was not a good outing for
Rook to
Wesley.
d1. Now, queen to b7. Do we get the knight in? Let's go knight d4, right?
No, but there's no need because he's got knight d5. Don't give. So
Queen c5.
Hikaru is like queen c5. Then I'm going to go knight e4.
Knight
d5.
d5. I must say,
Knight e4.
I love knight e4 last turn, and then you go knight d5. I mean, because this bishop on h6 is just so strong. It defends f4. Oh, interesting.
c3
Bishop
on the
c3,
board.
h6, but is f4 hanging?
It is.
Okay,
Yep.
you
There
gotta
is
win. You
one
gotta
pawn.
win.
Something to play for right now.
Exactly. Material equality is quite a success,
From that
considering how
position,
bad the
it
position
certainly
was.
is.
Is knight d3 playable?
Well, it's on the board.
It
Why
sure
is
Wesley
it? Wait.
with-
Why is he going?
Because if you
Seconds.
go queen d4, I'll go
b6?
queen b6.
Or maybe even. Oh yes, queen to b6.
Exactly.
Guys, this is not that easy anymore.
No, queen b6. He's done it. And he's, well, back in the game is strong,
Knight
but he's
d6.
kicking.
Knight d6 is on. But okay, maybe he can go
Can I
knight
take on
takes
e5?
pawn.
No, he could have gone knight takes e5.
Why didn't he take on e5?
Oh gosh, he
Well,
missed the
he's on
chance.
seconds.
He's on seconds. That's the problem. Whoa, still a 3-result game. Still a 3-result game. b2 is hanging.
And Hikaru now down to his last 10 seconds.
Rook to a7. You've got to defend the. And wait a
Wesley
minute. There's
is,
a knight
for the
on
first time in
b8.
this game,
That
up
may be.
material, but the knight is not going anywhere.
Uh-oh, rook to c4.
That
He's
knight is
trapped
not
the
going
knight.
anywhere.
And he's blundered his knight. Oh. A knight takes b2 was fine. Rook a7, rook f3. And I think just around these parts, it was time to play rook to b8. and keep that knight on b2 defended. I don't know. These last two blitz games, it felt like Hikaru deserved
Yeah.
to be the
showed
champions
his,
bracket.
He showed his
Our
class,
congratulations.
his skills,
Yes,
and yeah, definitely a worthy winner.
truly.
And and there we can finally get the champions bracket, and there we see that Hikaru Nakamura is in the grand final.
Yes.
And he will now be awaiting the victor of the match between Wesley So and Levon Aronian.
Which will be played tomorrow for the right to go up against Hikaru in the grand final. And,
Okay, this match, it looks like Irina is in full control. I mean, but we have to say, Alice is in a must-win situation, so she's desperate.
Right, and she wants
She
a
really
position
wants
where
a messy position.
where there's some double-edged tactics.
And there
at
is
least.
double-edged tactics because Irina is attacking the king side, something is happening over on the queen side.
But the thing is, isn't Irina getting there first with the most?
I like how Jovi said something is happening because it's not clear what is happening. There's not much of an attack.
I mean, I'm thinking h5 or even the desirable knight h5 and knight f6 checks.
And there's nothing actually happening
on the queen side.
But
That's the
also, isn't there ideas of going queen h5? You know, a draw is sufficient.
Queen h5,
Queen h5, g6, knight takes g6.
Sacrifice everything.
Sacrifice
yeah, why
it all.
Like
yeah, there is
did.
a bishop f5 check. So knight takes g6, f takes g6, bishop takes g6, bishop f5 check. You don't get, you're perpetual, but you probably are winning. Rook takes c6 in the end too, right?
How about we just give a checkmate? Come on, let's go h5. Let's go
True.
h5. Open it up
H5,
like
Pawn storm.
g6, pawn storm.
I agree.
Kick the door
H5's
open.
got my vote completely, totally. I'm with you, Christian.
Kick the door open.
Kick the door. Yeah, h5, h6, knight takes d5, and queen f6. And that just, the roof caves in.
Okay.
In that
How are we
case.
doing on time?
Okay, in terms of time, Irina has under 5 minutes, whereas Alice has just over 4 minutes.
Right.
So, I mean, I don't think there's much in it there. And Irina now thinking.
And h5 is just so compelling. I mean, in this, when the kings are on opposite flanks, it's all about getting to the other opponent's king first. And h5 sure looks like you land there very, very quickly. h5, bishop h7, g6, h6, blows open the king side. I can't believe that black would survive those attacks.
But okay, you have to remember, Irina is feeling the pressure. And she
That's a
does
modest
want
move.
to contain Black's activity, so she's like playing safety first.
That is exactly what it is. That's a safety first type of move. She's covering c3 even more than she already was. Knight e2. Well, it does prep knight here, and the h5 is not going away. h5, h6 is not going away. I would have preferred h5, but I understand this one. I mean, again, you're playing the not just the position, but you're playing the match situation. A draw is sufficient, and it basically says, "Alice, come and get me." You know, like
Well,
go
Alice is
crazy. And
trying.
Alice says, "Fine,
She puts her
I'll do
rook
my
on
best."
b8, and then she's going to put her knight on a3.
h5. There we go.
h5. Let's go.
And is it on the board?
No,
It
that's
is.
just in my. No,
No, it's
that's
on the
me.
board.
It is.
It's
Oh,
on the board.
Sorry, I made the move and then it was on the board.
Do
h5.
your best. Open your position on the queen side.
h6 followed by queen f6 is resigns.
Okay, you have to move your rook out of
Well,
f8.
now I'm taking on h7 and taking on f7, and that is going to be
Curtains for me.
yeah, maybe mate or maybe, but at least a perpet. I'm taking no risks in that piece sacrifice.
So how do we do it?
h6.
She gave a check, I think, on a3.
Okay, that's that I can handle. King
And what about
a1.
moves like f5? I know it's like
You want to
playing
put
with
the knight on c4? Like, what's the plan here?
Well, the
F5
knight isn't doing anything on c4, so you can carry on with Yasser's idea of.
Right.
Just-
F5 is basically box because.
By the way, she might have given a check on c3.
I apologize.
I don't think the board has updated yet.
Okay,
Okay.
let me just.
Maybe we can see the bird's eye view until the board updates.
No.
No, Alice is thinking she's now
she hasn't
under
moved
two.
the
No.
knight.
There's been some moves. It's just not updating.
Oh, I see.
There's a connection
So we
problem.
need
so.
a bird's eye view then. Okay. Oops, that's not the bird's eye view.
Are you in charge of
There
the
we go.
bird's
So-
eye view?
I'm not in charge. It is knight c3 check.
Yeah.
She did
And
play
she
knight
did
c3.
capture with the knight on a4, and she captured that pawn with rook takes c3. So Irina is not looking at her h6 possibilities. Bishop b4, h6 is probably over. h6 is it's got to win because you're going to go bishop takes h7 check as a response to bishop takes c3. So I'm not going to let you enjoy anything.
So h6
Is over.
perhaps my only move to try to defend is f5.
Yeah.
But then I get to go h takes g7.
Rook
and
f7 and try to survive like that
no,
somehow.
no. That's it.
H6
h6
on the board.
She's not going to miss that opportunity. That's just too compelling.
Alice has to go f5. Anything else, she gets checkmate in 3 moves.
Yep.
Yep.
Bishop c3, you take on h7, you give a checkmate on f6 with the queen.
Right.
H.
She has to go f5. Only
has-
chance, young lady.
2 minutes to find the move.
And 3 minutes for Irina, piling on the pressure.
Yep.
By the way, after f5, do you go g6? And try to go
Well,
f5
F5
on
played.
board.
Well, it's really tempting to do what Yasser suggested. You know,
What's
open
that?
a line, pawn takes pawn,
Yeah.
get the king out, and then just switch to attacking the
Get
H.
the king out. Yeah, I agree.
You've got ideas like G6 as well in the air.
No, I'm playing
mean-
hg7, and I'm just going to go queen
Yeah.
h5 and mate.
But I was thinking about, Christian's like rook f7. You know, you do have ideas of going G6.
But where's the mate, Yasser? Show me the mate, Yasser.
Show me the mate.
So
Oh,
you
h
take
takes
on G7, I go
g7.
rook f7.
hg7, rook. Sorry.
F7,
Rook f7.
Rook f7, rook c6,
rook C6.
bishop c6, bishop f5.
Oh, you're too aggressive.
Aggressive. Very aggressive.
You're too aggressive for my. Okay, rook takes g7. Where's the checkmate? I still don't see it.
Maybe we should show it.
Okay, so h6, we're anticipating hg7, rook f7, yeah? And I wanted it,
Okay, HG7.
G7
We're going to
is
see it.
played.
Hg7 was played.
So rook
Alice can't
f7,
step forward
Don't
because
touch that
she
pawn.
Has to
Don't
use
take
it
on
as a
g7.
shield.
and I was going to sacrifice the rook with rook takes c6, right? Bishop takes c6, bishop takes f5, threatening both bishop takes h7 check and bishop, and
Rook
she's
F7
played
on the
rook
board.
f7. Now the money move for Arena Crushes
Which
fans.
one is that?
Rook takes c6.
But then after bishop takes f5, I take on g7. I still
Pardon
don't
me,
see the
what,
mate.
bishop, what?
Rook takes g7.
Rook takes g7. Just a second, so check.
King h8.
And shall I make a perpetual?
Well, no money move actually on the board because she's just played rook C2.
Rook
Which-
c2. Oh,
Okay.
well, it's a good
It's
move.
a good move, right?
It's a good
I
move.
mean,
It's a good move.
defending the moving away
But
the rook.
I think she has at least a perpet, is what I want to say.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
after
yes.
hg7, rook f7, and rook c2. I mean, come on, guys. This pawn is crashed right into black's camp. g6 is threatening.
Rook takes g7.
Probably the only moves.
If you take on f5, I go rook f8. It's not that easy, right?
Right. That's why I'm thinking knight g3 and knight takes f5.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you don't have to defend that pawn on g5 because once black takes the pawn on g5, the g file opens, and that's gonna cost.
She has played rook
Alice
takes g7, by the way.
Okay,
Yes.
but if you do go knight g3, I mean, she does have ideas of going bishop c3.
She's done it. She's
Okay,
done it.
yeah, but bishop c3. Be careful, boys.
Rook
Boys,
takes
boys,
b3.
boys. Rook takes b3 check.
Yes,
and
yes,
she's
yes.
done it.
Yes, yes, yes.
She's
This is
done
not easy
it.
anymore.
And that kind of took Arena backwards a little bit. She saw immediately rook takes b3 and she said, why did I allow that?
Oh my goodness.
Is it time to get on our running shoes and move our
you
king
might
towards
want to
the
try
center?
That. Yes, let's try
But
to
if you
go
get
for
in
it.
your running shoes, there is rook takes b3 in one
Agreed.
go.
Agreed.
You're going to
Agreed.
run, but you can't hide, my friend.
Guys, this is not that easy anymore. Alice Lee is getting serious chances
Okay, she's
right
played
now.
rook,
Rook
takes
takes
bishop.
c3. I like that move. I think that was a very, very practical decision. And after queen takes c3, she's played.
Bishop
See,
c2.
you see that rook takes c6 move would have really just shut this game down. Now, well, Irena's
It's
still winning.
all
by
about
way.
the
I mean, come on.
nerves right now.
I mean,
You can't
queen,
survive knight coming
Queen
out to h.
f4, knight h5,
Five.
knight f6, queen e5, queen d6.
Knight takes f5.
Knight
I mean,
takes f5.
This
I
is
mean,
still completely winning, right?
Yeah, true, true, true.
But I like knight h5 the best.
Well, I got to give Alice some credit, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, she threw it out there. Rook
Yeah.
takes b3 was on the young lady's agenda.
And talking about Alice, she has now 33 seconds on the clock. And she is in a must-win situation if she wants to take the
prolong.
match to Blitz playoffs.
Exactly.
And Irina on the brink of winning the Champions bracket, which will net her an extra $5,000 bonus.
We won't win her the tournament yet. That's still to be determined
No.
because it's a double elimination. Rook f7. So Alice is really feeling both the clock as well as the position. And knight h5. Irina says, you know what? I've been taught about this fantastic pattern with the knight and queen f4, right? Ooh, she didn't go. She went knight f6 immediately. I was expecting queen f4.
And Alice's king has put on his
who's
running
running
shoes.
shoes?
And it's out there in the center.
Exactly. The
Can it be called?
queen f4, give me the rook, or give me check.
No. And whoever loses this match, so in this situation, it does look likely that it's going to be Alice, will actually go down to the elimination bracket where they will play off tomorrow.
Exactly.
And Naji Paikitsa is ready and waiting.
For the runner-up in this
And
match.
for the runner-up, and they will fight it out between them. And whoever wins that then goes up to the grand final.
Queen e5 check. You can't play bishop e6. Rook h6 would have been terrifying. King to d8 on the board.
Still, isn't G6 quite terrifying?
G6 is very, very strong. That's it. That's wins. G6.
The end.
And
Irina, 24 seconds. But you know, this is,
She will find it.
of course she will.
That's her bread and butter.
again, I mean, that move is so strong, but it should have been made like almost instantly. Like
e7.
And well, you just
can play pawn takes pawn.
pawn
here.
takes. You take my queen. I take your rook. There's no stopping the pawn from promoting. Rook e7. You just take it. Take
And
the
now
pawn.
10 seconds for Irina. She mustn't forget the clock.
As
takes
she
the toss.
did in a previous game, she played the move with 1 second on her clock.
Well, she doesn't have much time now. She has
Take
to
the
take a
rook.
decision. She did that with 3 seconds to spare.
Where's her confidence? She seems like her confidence got shot somewhere. A5, well, knight takes D7,
Good enough.
good enough.
A4, A3. You're one move away from creating the
Right.
checkmating threat.
Whoa, whoa, what was that?
No, it's
Oh, knight
it's
C5
okay.
discover
Knight C5
check.
is coming. Yeah.
Okay, wow. That
I mean,
was,
you have to go for it, but still, Knight C5 is coming.
A3
This is
on the
right.
board.
discover check.
King B6, Queen takes B7, followed by Queen to A7.
Take the pawn on A3.
Take the pawn. Ooh.
Oh.
Look at
And
Irina.
Irina is something is really upset at her.
Yes, it did.
Okay, broke into a smile because she won, but something really put her
No, I
off
think
of her
it was
game.
just relief.
Relief?
It's
You know,
relief,
because she
yes.
understands that
That
Alice is a
exultant,
really quite a tough customer. It hasn't
Right.
been easy for her. You know, we saw her struggle to draw. This
Right.
rook and pawn ending very complicated, and then of course she was on the back foot in the first tie-break game,
Right.
and then here again a lot of emotions at stake.
Well, let's
And-
sum it up.
Yeah.
$5,000 extra.
Yes, absolutely. And there she is, the winner of the Champions bracket. And she gets a place into the grand final.
Right.
And here we see that Hikaru Nakamura is the winner of the Champions bracket. Also gets $10,000 bonus and also a place in the grand final.
As well.
And
And
there
it-
we see the Champions bracket.
Nakamura and Wesley So will play Levon tomorrow to determine who gets into the grand final. And of course, Alice Lee will play Naji as well to determine who gets into the grand final in the ladies bracket. Sum it up for us, Cristian.
And there we have the Women's Champions bracket.
Already.
Well, we're going to get some resolution in the elimination brackets tomorrow.
Right.
That's the plan. The rest day is finally here for the champions bracket. They get into bask in the laurels, they get the roses, you know, all the good stuff, and they're waiting for who's going to come from the elimination bracket for the grand finals. And we're going to be here to call all the action. It's fast and furious. It's going to be rapid and blitz chess tomorrow. So stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you tomorrow.
Lovely. Thank you, Cristian and Jovi. It was really, really fun. Thank you for watching and joining the conversation. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Same time, same place. See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.